Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Call Nation Radio Show. Welcome. Folks, thank you for joining me. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all your support. And folks, um, we've had a lot of fun over the last year and a half. What was it? Since July last year. So it's 1 year. Actually, today will make 1 year and a half the debut of the Colin Nation radio show. We debuted on July 1st last year, right? No, wait a minute. We are July 1st of no, not last year, of 2024, right? This July I make 2 years, right? 2 years. And now we're at a year and a half right now, year and a half mark, right? And this has been some journey, folks, and tonight we're gonna celebrate the milestone of the that we set of a goal of 1,000 subscribers. This is our 1,000 subscribers night celebration. Well, no, I would get to the super chat. It's not just yet. They have me blocked for ads right now. For some reason, I appealed it and I'm under review. You know, I don't know if somebody reported me. Something. I had a strange when I got to almost like 700, when I got to 700 subscribers, right? I never forget, there was one night, right? One night, somebody came in the chat room, right? Somebody came in the chat room and was using, I don't know how they got my brother's name, using my brother's name. When I asked my brother, well, and they said, no matter what you do, Kala, you are never going to be monetized. I never forget that. I don't know what the heck that was all about. I just brushed it off. Now I'm thinking about it, right? AdSense is telling me that they give me all your content is this, you do this. They say you. I said, well, tell me what you object to, and I'll delete it. They don't even tell you what content they object to. They said, well, you use you or what you do is you use other people. They said because I use a lot of third party material, like people. So that's what the show's all about, showing you stuff, and they want more originality and all this kind of stuff like that. I said, and they said the decision was made by analytics and whatnot, and then also some people opinion. So in other words, basically, you know how when they send those things out, right? You don't even know what they're for. How does contact view you, right? Does it offend you? Whatever, those little surveys you get on TikTok, whatnot. Those are analytics. When you keep doing those, when I say, yeah, this offends me, like this, next thing you know, they'll say, according to our feedback. So in other words, they must have been clips up some of my stuff on my video, sent it out there, and got a lot of negative feedback, and it was like, oh, see, blah 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 blah. But I'm gonna appeal it. I'm gonna keep fighting it, because I should be monetized. If this channel becomes monetized, folks, my dreams, everything I'm working for now becomes a reality, because I calculate it based on the views I get, right? The views I get on this show is amazing. Last night's show, Drew, we're almost at 1,000 views from last night's show. Less than 24 hours. That's a lot. So, yeah, well, I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. I think it's just said because I don't know what it is. They're not very clear about what they mean by what they said repetitive. Whatever I'm doing is repetitive. In other words, basically, say I use other people's material. That's like I use a clip from a news show or whatever like that. So what, And they said what they got to do is I got to put my own spin on it. Maybe say fair use. Maybe the fact that I should say more, this is not my material, whatever like that. But God damn, it's so freaking petty with this stuff, I don't think it's a time. They would have said that. They said it's what I put when I use other people's material, right? And I don't specify that it's not mine. or I don't basically cut it up and whatnot. Yeah, I guys keep saying fair use and stuff like that. This is for fair use. This is for fair use. So but I would like to go back instead of saying these are the lists of videos in question. I'll go back and edit them. You know, you know. I'll go back and question them. And text like that. So it is what it is. They're being petty. And I really think what it is they just simply don't want somebody like me monetized. Because this is the only real black nationalist platform out there, really. Everything else, I love my guy, Dinah Search for Huru, whatnot, all these other people, Afro Think Tank, these people are harmless, This is a real black nationalist platform, And the bottom line is the ideology of this platform. Can you imagine us at 200,000 subscribers or 1 million subscribers? That's a fucking movement right there. That's you can't laugh at that. Something like this. It's not just a speak passing by. Something that talks about altering the political reality of America is dangerous to the status quo. What I'm talking about, as far as in Afghanistan, is dangerous to the status quo. This is something they can't ignore. This ain't just me talking online about cut the check, reparations. This write you off as another clown talking about reparations and going nowhere. This is something I'm saying, actually, when this platform gets monetized, I'm going to be dumping a lot of money from this platform. This platform is going to generate a lot of money to buy a lot of stuff in Africa. We need equipment. We need land. We need buildings. We need everything to build this base camp. We're going to need millions of dollars. But this show is going to kickstart it. And then after we're contributing money, then I'll start raising money through donations, whatever I got to do. When I see if I can get donors, contributors, we're going to make this base camp a reality. It's time. So those are with me. You want to see a revolution? Stick with me. If you want the same old, and stuff like that, then you go to Dr. Umar, you go to Tariq, and be happy what they give you. If you want something real to be proud of, that's gonna send shivers up and down your spine of the strength we're gonna have in the future. We're gonna be the most powerful race of people on the planet when this is over with. We're gonna be the most powerful group of people. We're gonna be untouchable. White America is not gonna be able to touch us. We're gonna be up above this government. We're gonna be above white America in any stretch of America. We're gonna be global. So join me, folks. This is the revolution here. This is what our ancestors have been waiting for. They didn't want you to be no FBA, bunkered down in bondage, talking about America. No, look, we're beyond America, folks. We're above America. We're past this country already. We're ready to take the world over. We're ready to freaking conquer the earth. And my beautiful people, African Americans, Black Americans, are the rightful place in our in civilization at the top of the world. So it is what it is, folks. But yeah, we're at 1,000 subscribers. Now, when we have topics like 1,000 subscribers, thank you so much. Now, things are going to go down. It's going to get lit in here tonight. It's going down. The right thing to do is to tell somebody. Like, share, subscribe, so we get more subscribers in there, Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thanks for all the praise. I couldn't have done it without you, you people, Those of you who love me, I thank you. Those of you who hate me, thank you too. But I just appreciate the support. Long as you're listening, that's all I care about. I don't care if you hate me or love me. Long as you're listening, it is what it is, long as you're listening, so that's what I care about, But yeah, so like I said, this platform, I never thought I wanted something more than I'm right there. Like you something to go close. This platform gets monetized and everything I've been talking about becomes a reality. I can start getting my buildings that I already have in Liberia renovated. I can start paying people on the ground a salary, I can start buying printing materials, build offices over there. You know, we can start building fenced in base camp and whatnot, fencing and stuff like that, warehousing. I can start rehabbing warehouses that we have over there, stuff like all this stuff. We can start buying equipment. I'm gonna be buying used tractors, bulldozers, excavators, and stuff like that, so we can start doing our own construction on the continent and everything. Look. The bottom line is this platform being monetized is going to do so much, and I know that combined with hopefully we get enough super chats there just for the ads alone. This oh my god, I'm just calculating how much money this channel is going to make if ever gets average, if it ever gets. But there's somebody blocking this channel from getting monetized. I don't know who it is. But the Bible said, take the hand off thee, Satan, you know. Yeah, I should have took look, people were telling me like 5 years ago, Colin, get your own channel. I said, man, I'm not no damn YouTuber. You know, because I thought that, you know, I have an organization and I'm not really an internet really. I gotta do the internet when I thought internet was supposed to be a means to an end, you know. You do some internet and then like this. I thought like but I realize now that whole movements are being made online. People don't take it past online. Where's Tarika? She so if you like Tariq Nasheed and all stuff like that, you know, the Hidden History Museum, you like Umar Johnson's Raggedy Ass School, hey, look, whatever like that. But if you want something real and everything like that, there's something real when I'm planning, you know, uh, then you come join me. You know, you come join me. So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. We got a great show for you tonight. We're not, you know, we're gonna rehab last night's shows off the chain. I will talking. Since did I get any new comments? See if I get nobody. Look, that's another thing I need you people to do. I need people to start commenting on the videos that you see. You know, comment on the videos that you see. You know, you see a show. You know, say what you did. If you say freaking Colin, last night's show sucked or whatnot, I have no problem with that. So as long as you are commenting, that's all I care about. You comment and everything like that, you know, like this. So yeah, last night's show was at 900 views already, almost 1,000 views, right? How many comments did I get? I only got 3 comments, right? And I got oh wow, man, we got an increase. I got 32 likes. 32 likes, man. That's a sharp increase, you know, 32 likes. If I get almost 1,000 views, man, can we get 100 likes on the show? 100 likes. Can I at least get 10 comments per show? 10 comments, right? And at least 100 likes, you know, will really boost the show to the next level. The other night show, 500 something views, 17 views, 15 comments. That's not bad. Most of those comments were people pissed off when I said the Republic of New Africa is a joke. Look, I'm going to keep saying it, folks. Look, one thing about me, folks, I'm fearless. You know, I know for a fact of the matter, a lot of people stick around me because this is how it is. I've learned when we first started the BAIO, right? I realized there's a lot of people that hate my guts. But I don't know what's my personality. Maybe people think I'm arrogant. Maybe I say some stuff. I trigger people. I say some stuff sometimes. And I don't mean to hurt people's feelings, right? But that's just my shtick. It's good, makes a good radio, you know? And so therefore, people be holding grudges against me. Like, I want Colin to get his, whatever like that. There's a time and place for that. I get that. You know, people got to get some get back against me and whatnot. I get that, right? You know, but don't try to kill. As they always say, don't shoot the messenger. You know, just shoot the message. Shoot down my message. Don't shoot the messenger. You know, I'm just somebody delivering a message. That's all. Right? Don't take it personally. You know, I don't take it personally. I'm saying what I say, whatever like that, and I hope to reach people. But and there's people that friggin' linger around all the time, right? Praying for my destruction. I'm not stupid. I know. You know, they pray for my destruction. They pray for my ruination. When it's not even that necessary, folks. I'm nobody. I'm no special person. When I look, it's just my opinion, right? What I'm saying is not written in stone. It can be disproven as not scientific law, right? So what I'm telling you something is just my opinion, my opinion, right? Or the way the world that I see it, right? Yeah, so Miss Smith said I joined the BL back then. The follow-up emails they sent after you were childlike. Yeah. The bottom line, I told you, like I said, when you got people out there, if they don't like you, and a lot of these guys knew they couldn't do what I could do, right? So they start sending out a bunch of smear emails about me. Miss Smith, no, I guess she remembers that, right? A bunch of smear emails about me and whatnot. They were childish, they were foolish, they were adolescent and whatnot. And I didn't steep down to that level. That's when people come up to me, well, Kyle, what really happened with the BAL? Because no, I acted like an adult. I act professionally, right? And people find that hard to believe because of my personality online. They automatically people think I'm the bad guy. Colin must have did something wrong. See how he does everybody. See how he treats Elvis. See how he treats this person. See how he does that. It's always Colin. Like Colin's the devil. He's the cause of every organization that he joins and whatnot. He destroys everything. Blah blah blah. He always causes everything. So what happens is people end up picking up fights with me in platforms and organization and whatnot, right? And then when I go to defend myself, they're like, "Oh, see, Color, you gotta let them shit on you more, man. You should have sat still while they took a dump on your head, And you should, when they piss on your head, Collar, you should say, "Hey, turn the other cheek," and say, "Hey, it's raining out here." And when I said no, I'm not gonna turn the other cheek. I'm gonna fight back. Whatnot, people call me aggressive and wrong, and he's a tyrant. Collar hates the young. Collar hates the youth. Collar hates millennials. Collar hates black women. Collar hates this. I said, after a while, I said, who's this Collar guy? I hate him myself. Shit. I hate him my goddamn self. They said, oh, it's you. Oh, me. Goddamn, So whoever this Collar guy, they were sending out all these emails, as Miss Smith was saying. I read this shit, I be getting so mad, man. Who's this fucking Collar guy? I'm gonna fuck him up when I I didn't know who they were talking. I'm like, this can't be me they're talking about. When it was. But yeah, but that's what it is, People, you think people are for you and stuff like that, but they're like, God, people want to see you fucking fall, That's fine and whatnot. But like I said, the main thing is this. Do you believe in my message? Right? I don't care what people think about me. You can hate my guts, right? But a message, right? Why do we have Black America? How come we don't have any global Black African infrastructure of our own or anything like that? Why do we have bases in all throughout the world? Why are we confined to the borders? Who tells us? America is a psychological prison, right? Although you could use the benefit of American citizen, right? But that is no guarantee that we're going to be this loyal lapdog of America, to America. No, I never can understand that. I always see white Americans going to different countries and whatnot. White Americans we live in London, they're not beholden to the borders of America. You got white Americans living in the Andes Mountains in South America. You got white Americans living in Brazil, Argentina, whatnot, Australia, whatnot, We're making whole new lives for themselves, all over the world, by still keeping their so-called American identity, right? But you got Black people in America who thinks if they go anywhere outside of America, they're gonna die. I had never seen anything like this in my life. You think you're gonna, if you leave America or build, that's why these people, these FBA people, are terrified. They are the ones that are probably reporting me and whatnot, because I talk about going to Liberia every year. I talk about building in Africa, building communities. Really, I talk about repatriation and investing in Africa, building ties with Africa. Right? These people think that any sort of ties with Africa means they're going to lose whatever they think they got in America. That's why I say I'm a foundational American. That's saying you ain't moved me from this country. I'm anchored down on a plantation, man. I ain't going nowhere. I'm a foundational Black American. I mean, this is my foundation. I ain't going nowhere or whatnot. And then the white man said, I know, nigga, you ain't going nowhere. It's like in life, you're not going nowhere. You're sitting there in the same fucking stupid situation. You're not going nowhere out of America. You're not going up the corporate ladder. You're not going anywhere. You're not achieving anything. You're not making any progress, not like that. You're not going nowhere. You got a foundation. It's like foundational miserable Americans. FMA, foundational miserable American. So your foundation is the misery of America. In other words, there's an America that gives out everything to the world, to the American dream. You see that life all the time, man. People got corporate jobs, everything. The wife got a corporate job, whatever like that, and they're taking weekend retreats and everything like that. Kids to college, blah, blah, blah. They got like $800,000 in the bank. They got plenty of money and everything like that. Life is just so good and grand and everything like that. Life is what country club they're going to for the weekend. That's the American dream, right? That's what reserved for some Black people, but for mostly white people, right? That life, Well, I saw that when I was in Connecticut a few years ago, right? I seen guys boating on a river. It's a river in Connecticut. I don't know what the river is. I'll look it up, right? There's a huge river inside Connecticut in the Sound before you get to the Sound. Let me see. I want to be accurate on this, but let me see. Connecticut. Map of Connecticut. Map of Connecticut. I want to see what this river is. I was always intrigued by this, What the hell's going on? Map of Connecticut. Map of Connecticut. Of Connecticut. 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 Where the hell was I at, man? That shit was so beautiful. I seen guys boating and jet skiing on a 2-day afternoon coming back from Rhode Island. So, was that the ocean? No. Where was I at? I was en route. I can't see this map. Middletown, Connecticut, Newport. What's it? Monroe. Where's Monroe, Connecticut? Norwalk, 95, 91. Can't find this place. So, okay, it's like a river, right? It's like a river. Let's see, it was, okay. Anyway, it's like a river inside Connecticut, right? And I'm saying to myself, so, okay, it's not 84. It was on the coast. This was amazing. I was saying to myself, how the hell? Okay, that's what it was. I was driving down Route 81. I was driving at 81. So driving along the river right there. And I'm saying to myself, okay, that's where I was. That's where I was. I see it right now. Norwalk, Connecticut. You heard Norwalk before, folks. That's where all the fucking rich people are, man. Fucking rich ass people are, Norwalk and all this other place like that, Greenwich and all this shit like that, North Haven, something like that. I'm saying to myself, while we're all talking this stupid nonsense and whatnot, these motherfuckers are living their goddamn life. These probably are people who own so much hedge fund derivatives, making millions while everybody's out there working for a living. These guys are out there fucking living their life, right? Not worrying about a goddamn thing. Think about it, on a fucking boat on a Tuesday afternoon. Then I seen the guys jet skiing. You know, upset by the fucking power by the hydro dam, right? And I'm saying to myself, you know something? There's got to be something wrong, right? And then when I go back and listen to black people, all they talk about is problems. This, well, I said, look, somewhere along the line, I want that good life. You know, I don't think it's wrong for somebody saying, I want a better life. If you, whatever you're doing, whatever philosophy you have, right? If you're not trying to get a better life or better yourself, you should one just keep it to yourself, right? And two, you should not try to draw nobody into any movement, right? Where the end game isn't improving their life or their standard of living and everything. And also, don't listen to anybody who tell you about a poverty oath and the struggle and all shit like that, because you can be fucking struck. I say, look, take your struggling ass the fuck out of my face. I only want to deal with winners. I want to deal with builders, you know, conquerors and stuff like that. That's what I want to build with, right? And every time somebody got a sob story to me when I call man, like Baruti, man, always got a fucking sob story. We got to practice Ubuntu and blah, blah, blah. I never hear about the fact that we could do an Ubuntu bank or a hedge fund or investment group, whatever like that. No, never that, you know, never anything like where we can get to the next level. Never like that. It's always the same old sob story, you know, blah, 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 blah. Caller, come join our tribe, whatnot, you know. You got to taste the culture of the indigenous and blah, blah. Are the indigenous people going to put more money in my fucking pocket? No. Are they going to help me get land and build businesses and whatnot, and trade and investment? No. So the fuck I need to be talking to them for? That's the way we have to be. We got to stop wasting time with people who ain't doing shit with themselves or their life. That's why I said the fuck the Republic of New Africa is useless. Around since 1964, Kyle. I don't give a damn what these dried up Negroes, old ass, dumb ass, dusty revolutionaries have to say. This is the age of the collagenesis, right? And this 1,000 subscriber milestone marks the beginning of something new. What you got, folks, is when this platform becomes monetized and I can able to compete with the like. What I'm gonna start doing also when I get to 2,000 subscribers, what I'm gonna do is start doing all cammed up thing. I'm gonna be in suit and tie, and then I'm gonna start making YouTube a major part of what I do. Right? I'm gonna have regular shows, weekly shows. They're not gonna be 6 hours anymore. It'll be just like 2 or 3 hours. I don't know if I'm gonna have guests. I might have one show. Yeah, do shows where I have guests like 3 nights a week. But the rest of them is gonna be just like podcasts I do where I'm doing a monologue. Right? That's what the thing is. I'm gonna be on camera. I'm gonna get a nice. I don't know if I use my work office because the hours I'm there. I don't know. Maybe I could, but I don't like to feel like I'm rushed. Right? And then should I use my office? I don't know, you know. And I think I don't know. I have no idea what I can use, you know. Where my desk sits and whatnot, it doesn't sit. My desk is not facing the door; it's facing the wall. So I have a cubicle, a bunch of cubicle at my desk right now. Or if I did do it, I could use my brother or my sister's desk. Their desk is like more welcoming. I can sit there and have a flag in the back of me and stuff like that, you know, and do a podcast. That's what I'll probably do. I'll just probably do 1 hour podcast, you know, random 1 hour podcast. I'll have a shirt and tie on and whatnot and just talk, you know. I have issues, so it's gonna be real organized. I'm only gonna be random stuff like that. We'll talk about blah blah blah, and also I'll be doing a lot of response videos and whatnot. Like I'll be like, you know, it's called cloud chasing, but yeah, I'm gonna have real dialogue. I want to challenge Anton Daniels. I want to try challenging every day. I want to build a relationship with Marquis, Saints and Sinners. I think he's a good brother. You know, I like to build with him. You know, several other people I like to build with, you know. I might talk to Amazing Lucas. He seems like a good brother, you know. And so I want to start building this platform up. So the people are going to start taking the Collar Nation and the Black nationalist movement. So it's the only real Black nationalist platform, right? And so Will Markey, yeah, he's some people are Black empowerment and pro-Black, whatnot, but that don't mean you're a Black nationalist. What do I mean by a Black nationalist, right? A Black nationalist is not going to sit there and argue that they're American. I don't do that, right? I'm like, by circumstances of my history, right? I'm an American. I'm not going to apologize for that, whatever like that. But I don't owe this country anything. I don't owe this country my allegiance or anything. And as soon as some other group of other nation wants to help me with my people, I'm with it. I have no alliance or oath or that. That's just my opinion. Some people just, I'm an American. Let's fight for America. Like I said, if America gets overrun by illegal aliens, that's not my fucking problem, right? Whatever. If America loses out to the BRIC nations, that's not my fault. As long as I don't personally been hurt by it. The only reason why even if I support America is because I might be personally damaged by something. Now, if I thought the BRIC nation was going to hurt me and hurt the value of my money, yeah, I'm going to side with America, okay? But if not, America is on its own. You see how it works? I'm not a Captain America Negro, Well, like Brandon. Brandon is turned into a Captain America Negro. He said on Diane's show today, we should join with white America. Brandon has lost his mind. He's committing blasphemy, We should join with white America and blah, blah, blah. And I'm not no lover of immigrants or whatever, illegals. But I'm not going to join with white America doing a fucking thing, I'm not going to do it. So that's the difference between somebody who's a Black nationalist, right? Black nationalists only interested in what? The Black community, the Black nation, right? We're a Black nation no matter where we at. We could be in Australia, we could be in Canada, we could be in America. We're still one people, no matter where we go. And us people, descendants of transatlantic slave trade to these hells of North America, we are a people. We're a nation. We're a nation no matter where we go. That's what people seem to forget. When you go to Ghana, you're still thinking. Our good brother, Eddie Thorne, sent something out today. Hold up, from last night's show. That's what I want to read. That's what I want to read. I knew it was something from last night's show, right? The question was about the number of African Americans in Ghana. I told you the numbers are exaggerated. There's not a lot of African Americans in Ghana, if any, He said that Eddie Thorne said, I did some research. Ghana, regardless of the year return, have 800 American expat or immigrants. So Ghana only has 800 Americans. And then I would say the majority of those are African Americans. So about a good 100 white Americans, right? So about 700 African Americans live in Ghana, right? And then he said, these Africans have more than Ghana. South Africa has 6,799 Americans. That's Black America. I know South Africa has a significant Black American population. Zambia is 1,800. Zambia is another country. Don't sleep on it. Zambia is really right for Black African American culture, right? Because they are really good. There's a lot of Black nationalist culture in Zambia, Let's say Uganda, 1,400. So there's more Black people in America in Uganda. Tanzania, 1,249. There's more Black Americans in Tanzania than Ghana. Namibia, 1,100 people. Damn. Cameroon, 1,000. More people in Cameroon than Ghana. Goddamn. Why do Ghanaians think they got it going on or something like that? Like I said, man, you can fool some people, Senegal, 870, right? That's 8 nations with more expats in Ghana, right? They did not say what race, but I'm sure the majority, most of them are Black, And Liberia has 329 African Americans. right? Uh, Cape Verde has 163. Sierra Leone has 141. So Liberia has double the number of expats than Sierra Leone. And so this myth about Ghana being a year return and whatnot, it's not like that, man. Look, when you go to a country, and I know my people, I know Black America, right? When you start with this high and mighty that you got to become a Ghanaian or doing all this stuff, you keep enforcing people's culture. Like Black people like the modern world. They like we see our whole thing is we like African culture. We don't like it forced on us, Yeah, so I'm saying, I look. If you want me to read your comments, so you got somebody say, write it in the comment section, of my videos. Right, I will go to them and I'll read the comments, on the air and respond to them. I'll do that. So if you take the time to write the comments and when I stop being lazy, I'll respond to your comments and answer you, no matter what it is. If you got something bad to say about me, I'll read it too. Whatever it is, as long as you're writing in the comment section, that's all I care about. But yeah, and I'm not just trying to shit on Ghana, right? But Ghana has this thing where it's paranoid. Yeah, they're trying to use Ghana is trying to use Black Americans. So I would guess there's probably more Jamaicans and Caribbeans that go to Ghana, but Ghana doesn't give them the same sort of shine as a respect as Black Americans because there's something prestige about having African Americans, people from the autumn, the first world coming to your country. That's a really big flex for a developing country, to attract people from the industrialized world, right? So we got people coming. I'm a diaspora, and when they're coming from Cameroon to Ghana, or they come from Jamaica or Haiti, and when that's no damn flex, that's no flex. They say diasporans. When I said like this Burkina Faso people, right? And I said all these diasporans, and all these diasporans are coming from those raggedy countries around the world. I'm a diaspora. That's it. And then they always try to say diaspora is all African American. No, the fuck we're not. I know my people, so we gotta get out of that nonsense about being part of some African diaspora shit. That's propaganda bullshit, We're Black Americans, we're African Americans, right? We're not part of no fucking diaspora, That's just propaganda. But I wish Ghana a lot of luck. Ghana has a lot of good spots and everything like that. Ghana's a nice place for Black national, but if Ghana was basically really serious about attracting Black America, right, it would do right by groups like the Hebrew Israelites, whatnot, that what happened in Fianca's situation. And there's a lot of people going over to Ghana getting scammed out of fucking land deals and whatnot, with these chieftaincies and whatnot. And I try to tell, like I said, and also I noticed that a lot of Black people who go to Ghana aren't the most educated Black people, right? A lot of them don't know how real estate works and stuff like that. They don't, seriously, right? They get a lease on the land and whatnot, and they try to build a house. Dude, man, look, if the money you built that you're going to pour into a house, you could have built a small cottage industry or something like that, make some money. You could have bought the equipment to buy a juice thing to mass produce juices and whatnot, some equipment to make juices to sell, You could have basically bought the equipment to process stuff at the juices grind. Let me see. Let me look this up. Let me look this up, folks. Equipment to produce to juice to let me see machine for manufacturing for processing palm oil machine. So you got a whole bunch of list of stuff right there. This machine right here, it would not. Honestly, what's the price? You don't say the damn price. I guess say what you call it. But I said, look at this palm oil machine, right? You could have got into the palm oil business right here. There's another vat, or 4 fruit cages and whatnot, heating, whatnot, or oh, let me see. Here we go. Uh, gold refinery machinery. Gold refinery machinery. Machinery. Price. I'm looking at this stuff right here, man. This equipment right here. Gold, don't say the damn price, man. Like, ask for a fucking price, man. Shit, I asked for a prices. A lot of times Alibaba, like I said, I go on Alibaba. But I'm looking at stuff like this that black people from the West could get into and start really building stuff. You go to Ghana, you get into you go and buy your own gold refining equipment, right? Plant. So you can build your own plant, right? So I plan on doing, a 3 kilogram gold refinery plant. You can refine gold when that process is 99%, right? Put it in bullion, right? You can get fucking rich, right? Sell the gold to the Ghana Central Bank, send it to the Lords of London, or you can stockpile it in Switzerland, right? And they can issue cryptocurrency against it. You could be a fucking millionaire overnight just by buying gold from local gold traders, right? Buying gold, right? And I'm telling, see, I have all these ideas, right? See, the Arabs and the Chinese, they're doing this shit, But black people, they're going to Ghana and taking $50,000 and building a fucking house. Something's not quite right. Something is not quite right. You could be building your own gold refinery, just to get a warehouse, whatever. Look, I look at the equipment right here. Matter of fact, let me see. I'm gonna show you guys something. Let me put. I'm gonna put it. We're gonna look at this together, folks, because this is a show of ideas. This is a show where we talk about ideas. I want people to give me ideas. Share your ideas. Don't be stupid. Your idea. The only stupid idea is the one not spoken. So don't worry about trying to sound smart, whatever like that. I'm not gonna shoot you down. The only stupid question is the one that's not asked. Now this is gonna blow your mind, folks. And like I said, I want people to when they watch these shows to get ideas. Right? I want to show you something because nobody else is doing this. Nobody else is doing this online. No other black leaders. They get up there, waste your time for 2 or 3 hours or whatnot, and they don't do it. They don't do jack. All right, look. If you can see that, tell me. Right? Look. Somebody show me how to make my screen bigger. Hold up. Okay, zoom. Okay, yeah. My agent told me how to make my screen bigger. I never knew it, the other day. All right, look at this, folks. A gold vacuum powder machine processing $25,000 to $35,000. Come on, folks. That's I think it might be a used one. Hydraulic filters. These are the equipment you need. Some to replace every once in a while. Hydraulic filters. recommended for business, for your business, right? Low cost metal casting machinery, copper, brass. You need that sometimes to mix the stuff in there. Okay. Has a really complex gold mining equipment right there. This one is like $80,000. I see it for all different types of prices. This one right here in the left is only $17,000. $16,000 to $17,000. Technology stainless steel pipes, machine carbon steel tube. So the bottom line is this. I try to tell people all the time. Let's get back to the top. Gold mining equipment. Look, gold mining equipment. Gold mining. This is Alibaba. Mining equipment. All right. All right, folks. All right. Come on. This is what the Chinese are doing. They go over there, they buy equipment like this. I can't get this thing to work right. It's not really that hard, folks. So I tell you right now. So instead of going to Ghana, buying fucking stupid land and building a stupid house in the middle of nowhere, you could be building, getting together with several other people and build your own gold refinery, right? And then basically compete, right, by getting all the gold, getting all the gold miners to sell to you, getting all the gold miners to sell to you, right? And you process the gold and put it in bullion, right? And put it in bullion, make bullion bars, right? And then what you do is you get it stamped. You send it to the Lords of London, right? They stamp the bullion. They could put it in their bank, whatnot, and you could use that as hedge against anything. Or you could send it to Swiss and put it in Swiss banks, right? But you cannot send gold anyway, because nobody's gonna. You can't just send gold out. It has to be done someplace. So I saw this thing the other day where this guy, people were like, "Oh, I got a bunch of gold." Right? This guy had a bunch of gold saved in his vault in his house. Right? But he said he wanted to give it to his daughter, but there's no way of transporting it. Right? Can't mail it to her or whatever like that. You can't monetize it. So the best way to do it was put it in a Swiss banking account. Right? Audrey. I like I said, this is what I'm saying. I'm getting rid of people joking and stupid shit like that. If you're gonna come on my platform, no more stupidity. One more time, Audrey, and you're gone. One more time. The bottom line is this: I'm having a serious conversation, right? This is a serious business, serious conversation. This is a Black Nationals platform, whatnot, and we're about serious business. So I don't got time for people to sit here and joke and troll. I'm gonna get rid of all the trolls on this platform. Get rid of all of them. We don't need them anymore. They're good for a while, man, but we don't need them anymore. Be gone. Have a good life. Get out of here. Get lost. If people go, "Oh, I'm just kidding, Carl." I don't care about your fuck. Look, what makes people think I like them? Fuck you, Audrey. Your 1,000 subscribers. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of my platform. How you know about that? All right. All I want is real fucking people, man. I can't stand snakes when not. People fucking snakes when not. Oh, 1 minute when you get serious with, "Oh, congratulations, caller." Right? It should have been the first thing you fucking said. You come in here fucking making jokes. What's up, Dave? What's going on, brother? But I want a platform where I got serious fucking black people, not goofy ass fucking stupid people. Look, the bottom line is this: we just got too many silly ass black people in this fucking world. People say, Carl, you're just too serious. No, I'm dead serious, you know? Because the bottom line is the silly ass black people always believe that the serious people, the white people, the Asian people, are going to solve all the world's problems. But there's going to come a time where the black man, the black race, got to start solving his own problems and whatnot, you know? And you can't solve your own problem being a fucking buffoon, being a clown, being a fucking court jester all the time. Part of that, don't you people understand? You know? I'm not here for fucking fun and games. I'm here to making sure you're serious, you know? Yeah, thank you, Eddie. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Yeah, thank you, Eddie. Thanks for the support. But yeah, but so my point I'm trying to make is, when people talk about going to Africa, right? I just sit back and listen, right? I'm an observer, right? Maybe because most of the people who go to Africa and Ghana are black women. That's probably what I think it is, you know? Africa has not been attractive to young African Americans. That's an energy that's not been tapped into that I'm trying to change, right? But Africa has to offer a young black man something, other than some slave castles and dungeons and, misery, Most young black men don't want to go through all this nonsense and whatnot, They want to go to a country or place that they got opportunity. Really. And you going over there, and like I was telling St. James, right? I said, I'm sick and tired of hearing about black people from America going to Africa, losing everything, And the whole thing is this: Africa has to start coming to the table with something, It's always us coming to the table with everything, We're bringing our money and our investments and all shit like that, bringing our life and everything like that, And I'll see Africans meeting us halfway. They're not matching our energy, So it is what it is, folks. So that's the thing I'm worried about, right? I do not see enough young black men going to the continent. I don't. I see mostly elderly black women. What the hell is an elderly black woman? Like you said, yeah, man, look at all these diasporans, Dr. Arikana, all a fucking bunch of old women, Now, if I wanted my senior citizens club to go someplace, yeah, say that, right? But where the fuck is yo? I'm saying to myself, what the entire hell is the energy from the young black men, young men? You don't see it. You don't see it. Oh, you got Cuddy over there. I guess Cuddy's our representation in Burkina Faso. They ain't saying much, Cuddy's on the run, Cuddy's freeing from law enforcement and child support over here, So he's on the run. Talking about Cuddy. People say, Kyle, why are you always picking on Cuddy? Man, I ain't picking on Cuddy. I'm just having fun with Cuddy. Look at Dark Migo laughing, Man, come on, Dark Migo, man. You were saying, Kyle, you wrong, man. Leave Cuddy alone, man. Leave Cuddy alone, Kyle. You always picking on Cuddy when that, Shut. Now, why you clowning on your Cuddy, man? Come on, surviving on sugar cubes, whatnot, yeah. But Cuddy's over there, man. That's our guy in Burkina Faso, man. That's our guy, man. That's who represents us, man. My man Cuddy, Yeah, man, but like I said, he just simply don't have young black men, and I want to talk about that tonight, Yeah, but the bottom line is, Dark Migo, if he's the only representation, what else do we got? I need the Dark Migos to go over there and whatnot and turn up, man. I need more people like my brother Dave over in Liberia right now, I need young black men going to the continent, man. I don't care what country you go to. Make our presence felt, And the bottom line is, I think most of these Pan-African, that's why I said I can't get into the tourism thing, right? Because the way it's put up, like $5,000 for a 5-day tour. No, I would have it so trust me, when we get this base camp built, I would tell you right now, one of the things we have a base camp built is we're going to have lodging and hotels and stuff like that, and bed and breakfasts. So anybody comes over, you're going to have a bed, be able to get a room or something like that for much or nothing. I want you to come to the continent, right? We're going to have our own spots, That's what we want. We want to have like yeah, we're gonna have our own resorts and everything like that. But in addition to that, if you can't afford a resort, we're gonna freaking have like you might stay in a dormitory. We're gonna have dormitories for young black men. You know, that's what my vision of base camp. It's gonna be young black men. If you know, like that, you're gonna receive education, military training, technical skills, all that shit like that. That's what look. This is the beginning stage of nation building. You know, what I'm talking about is a revolution. This ain't just the same old talk and whatnot. This is the beginning of the stages. We came to the conclusion that it's time for us to part ways with America. You know. Yeah, yeah. I know it's expensive to give a con, but like I said, that's why base camp is so important. You know. Yeah, we're gonna have all that. We're gonna have all that. Vacation properties and whatnot. Somebody want to organize that? We're gonna have all that. You know, we got the opportunity in Liberia, man. We got so many properties for sale and stuff like that. Somebody could easily get into real estate in Liberia and whatnot, you know, and get their own Airbnb businesses going on and whatnot, you know. So I only know about Liberia, right? I know Liberia is not like other places where you got some dusty ass chief owning the land and whatnot. No, Liberia, you could actually own property like you do in America. Same system. You have a deed and everything like that to your land and it's yours. And now they got a title system. It's modernizing, electronic, and modernizing everything. You could actually own property in Liberia with a deed, title, all that shit like that. You know, and that you could take to the bank and get a loan and whatever like that to build a house, whatever like that, or mortgage, whatever like that, because you got a property. You know, so like I said, Liberia is like to me in West Africa. Liberia is the only country to me, right? Now you go to Namibia, Southern Africa, Angola, Botswana. It's the same. South Africa is the same way. You know, the rest of West Africa. You know, that's why you don't see a lot of African Americans in Ghana. Most black people are smart. Ain't gonna go for that shit. You paying somebody building on a property, and what you can't own anything. You can't use as collateral. It's not an asset or nothing like that because you don't own the land. A lot of people who don't know real estate, they really think you're going to build this big house when that it is worth something. It's worth nothing. What the value is who owns the land it sits on. You know. Yeah, go whatever you want to go to. Ethiopia got some beautiful women. I ain't gonna lie. They got some beautiful ass women. So is Eritrea. Got some beautiful ass women, man. Whatever it is, make your African dream come true. Or bring your Ethiopian girls over to Liberia, man. Bring them over there, man. When we start building the Afghanistan, man, you might have to go to whatever country and bring your woman over there. Whatnot, you know. That's what we're gonna do, man. Look. I looked at the analytics. 92% of my audience is men, right? 99% of my viewers are in the United States. So this platform definitely is listened to by mostly black men. And that's really the audience I'm trying to reach. I'm trying to reach black men. That's my audience right there. Black men. You know? So if I could win with that group of people, I know I can get this done. That's all I really need to build the Afghanistan. All I need is black men. That's all I need, you know? And I think I'm making a compelling case for why I'm doing this, right? Black heterosexual men, straight black men are my main target audience, you know? Basically middle class black men are my freaking audience, my main target audience, you know? Men in black middle America, man, you know? We're a dying breed, man, but we ain't going out just like that, you know? If you're in black middle America, give me a hell yeah, hell yeah. Like, hell yeah. Stone Cold Steve Austin, give me a hell yeah, hell yeah. If you're a black middle America motherfucker, give me a hell yeah, man. Oh, my black middle America male, raise the fuck up, man. This is our time. This is our day, you know? We don't answer to nobody anymore, you know? This is the age of the collagenesis. You know, we don't answer to nobody. We bow to nobody. We kiss nobody's feet. Hey, like, that's right, Dark Migo. Give me a hell yeah. You know, hail to Black America, man. Hail to Black America. You know, We are on fire right now, folks. We are on fire. We got a real brother Brian Coogler got the #1 movie in the fucking universe ever created right now. We are on fire. We're gonna show the world who the fuck we are. Our talents, our mindset, and everything. That's what I'm here. I'm here to inspire Black America. Pick your fucking head up, man. We got a lot to look forward to. The world is ours. So if you're with me, you give me a hell yeah. So yeah, so folks, man, so 1,000 subscribers, man. Like I said, I'm just like blown away by the success of this show. To the show. That's why I said this show goes beyond ADOS, FBA, and fucking Pan Africanism. I'm a little bit of FBA. I'm a little bit of Pan African, but I'm all Black nationalist. My Black nationalism is a little bit of that FBA flavor. It's a little bit of the ADOS flavor. It's a little bit of Pan African flavor, right? But make no mistake, the main event is my people, right? That's right. Give me a hell yeah, folks. I'm for my people, man. My people comes from everything. For any philosophy and everything, I look at what's best for our people. What's going to unite us? What's going to build us and get us forward? And like I said, people say, "Colin, you turned against Pan." No, I didn't turn against Pan African, but if I see Pan Africans being weaponized against our community, like I did, I say, "Hey, I have to take a step back." When I see ADOS FBA weapon against our community, right? Because part of our community is our connection to our mother continent of Africa. When ADOS FBA start talking about we ain't African and shit like that, no, no, I'm sorry, But some Pan Africans tell me that I gotta forget that I'm Black American and I gotta adopt some redundant, degenerate culture that failed me when I gotta learn a new language. I gotta speak Shinagalaga and everything like that. I just can't do it. When someone tries to belittle my culture and my cuisine, I think our soul food is the best food in the world. Liberian food is close, right? But our soul food is the best, right? I'm getting hungry right now thinking about it, right? When I think about soul food, man, I think about my candy yams with cinnamon and nutmeg and shit like that. You know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I might play that video, but I think I'm getting in trouble. NYC, I'm getting in a little trouble playing too many videos. I think that's what it is. I'm playing too many videos. I want to play a video about Nigeria, man, but I'm just scared to play anything nowadays, man. Man, I need to relax a little bit before. I would love to play a video, man. Now I see why some of these Nigerians come in here with this violent rhetoric against Black America. Like, God damn, what do we do with you? They're coming from a miserable, hostile environment, right? Really, like Nigeria is like hell, literal hell on earth, according to that video, right? Or maybe I could play the sound to it. I can play the sound, whatever. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I think I'll play the sound, not the video, the sound, right? But the bottom line, Nigeria is literally hell on earth, right? And they come here and they want to rearrange Black America or whatnot. We're like, nah, it don't work like that. You got to be more Nigerian. No, I don't want to be the fuck like you. I look at people's country. I look at their culture. And I look at that and I say, something, I'm good. I'm good. Really. I'm good. I think despite everything Black America, right? I like our foods. I like everything, our music, our dance, everything we have. But now I don't want to replace nothing that we have. Our music, our culture, our history, everything about Black America I love. And I don't want to replace it. I think Black America is a beautiful people on the fucking planet. I love it. That means I'm not putting down anybody else's culture, but when you come here telling me there's something wrong with me, there's something wrong with you, Kala, you gotta get the fuck out of my fucking face, If you come to Africa, I say, look, man, if it means all that, then I'll just stay to fucking America right here. That's what I love about Liberia. Liberia, I could be myself and fit in, just be myself. I don't have to change nothing like that because the bottom line, Liberia, they have like 200 years of dealing. It didn't dawn on me till the first time I went to Liberia, right? And it was Valentine's Day, right? I might play a video. We went to dude, I've been saying this the whole fucking time, man. You just haven't been listening, paying attention. I've been saying this from day one, you know. But you guys, when you hear that I go to Africa and whatnot, you guys always suspect me that I'm trying to fucking be some race trader or whatever like that, without taking time to listen to what the fuck I'm saying. Anyway, the first time I went to Liberia, we went to on Valentine's Day. Yeah, I might play the video. We went to a place called Caesar's Beach, right? Caesar's Beach is a lagoon, everything. They had the boat rides out there and everything like that, the jet skis. They have the big canopy up top with a club that overlooks the ocean. And also they have a bridge that goes back to where the Caesar compound is, with hotels, mansions, everything like that. It's a beautiful property, you know, on the beach, right? William Caesar invited me down there, you know, and I get there, right? And the dude was like, we have cooked all this food, right? And the guy was like, do you guys got your own food, right? I said, no. I lied, right? The guy goes, he looked at me like, yo, all right, I need you to get out of the car, right? He searched my car, found food. I said, man, I go, man, you didn't see nothing, right? So I slipped him with $20, right? And then he goes, man, I ain't supposed to like that. You got food, you're supposed to buy food here and whatnot, you know. You ain't supposed to bring your own food. So anyway, I slipped him another $20 and all right, we got in, right? But it dawned on me in that incident, right? The way we were going back and forth, right? That these motherfuckers have been dealing with. That's what I felt. These motherfuckers like, you ain't nothing special, nigga. You home. I try to play the old I'm American card or whatnot, you know. They're like, man, your black ass is home. You know, they don't see you as no damn American, man. Your black ass is home. You know, this is where you belong. You're in Liberia. This is home. You know. So in other words, basically, I just fit right in. Right. I try to play the American card and whatnot. You know, try to be like, oh yeah, you know, I'm an American. You guys treat me special. There ain't no damn special treatment because you're American and whatnot. It's like, we've been dealing with you fucking Negroes coming from America for 200 years, whatnot, you know? Man, just get in line or that. So, like I said, man, that's what I love about Liberia, man. I love the fact that they don't treat me special when you know what I'm saying, you know, and I can be myself. That's what I love about the country. I love that country with all my heart, you know? You know, I'll be there in 4 weeks, exactly 4 weeks, you know, counting on the days. 4 weeks, I'll be on the plane, you know? What? Yeah, so it is what it is. I want to see more young black men, right? Just take that journey, cross over there, make that crossover, you know? Because you can't join the colonization unless you've been on African soil once in your life, particularly West African soil. You have to cross the Atlantic. Now, you're going to be an associate to be a made member where you got the fellowship, the hand of fellowship and everything. You got to have touched down on West African soil. You know, you have to have touched that soil, you know, once in your life, you know. That's the whole thing. That's what it tells you. That separates everything. Now, all the other people that before you get to Africa and done that, to me, you're a pledge or you're initiate. When you made that journey and you come back and whatnot, now you are part of the international brotherhood. You could be in the BAIO, stuff like that, right? But to be part of colonization, you have to crossed over the Atlantic. You know, you have to make that second middle passage across the Atlantic, complete the circle, you know, because colonization means circle of keepers. You have to be part of a circle. What circle are you part of if you are part of a broken circle? You know, returning to Africa completes the circle. I hope everyone understand where I'm coming from. Returning to Africa at least once in your life completes the circle. That being said, let me get the thing. Let me get the thing. Thank you, Vibe. When Ant is that Ant Nam? Is that the Ant Nam? Is that Ant Nam back? Why you change your name? You know. Well, one of my moderators must have blocked you or something. You know. You know. Are you Ant Nam? Are you Ant Nam or Ant Nam? I haven't seen Ant Nam in a while. I thought you was Ant because his name was Ant Nam. You know. But yeah, so folks, we're gonna have a good show tonight, folks. We're gonna have a good show. It's gonna be uh ruckus, knockdown, drag out as always. I mean, it's like the show always starts off small. They're one of people like that, you know. Yeah, Dark Meal, is that Ant Nam? You know, remember Ant Nam, the Nigerian? Is that him? Thank you, Mr. Real Donald Trump. You know, thank you. You know. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, but he's been the topic is about I'm celebrating 1,000 subscribers, you know. I'm grateful. He goes, I'm not Ant Nam, you know. I don't know. He says he's not Ant Nam. Take his word for it. Ant Nam was cool, man. He used to give me a run for my money. You know, really, that can't be Ant Nam. Ant Nam be fighting me right now, saying something, some slick shit, you know. But yeah, like I said, we had a good show. That look, folks, whoever it is, if that real Donald Trump is that, if you're the real Donald Trump, I suggest you use your power to YouTube because they're trying to block my monetization. You know, they're trying to say, oh, well, I don't know what the fuck that is. They got people who are these people? Oh, I tell you, I know what it is. When they give you those feedback things, they send it to random people, whatnot, you know, and say, is this video help? Do you want to see more of this? Whatever, like that. That's what they go by, right? Evidently, I must have got some bad reviews. You know, people say, no, we don't want to see more of this collar motherfucker, you know? They said it's AI and it's feedback from people. That's what it says. You know, it's AI. And no, I don't think Elvis would do some stupid shit like that. You know, and it's feedback from people. That means random people get clips of my show, whatever, like that, or something like that, or just my show, and they'll be like, you know, is this person useful? And this person just should do you agree with this content, whatever, you know, and then people say no, whatever like that. And after a while, they tell you, you know, your content can't be monetized because you got all this negativity, whatever, like that, whatever. But I replied, I repealed it, right? Hopefully I win my appeal, you know, hopefully some higher ups, whatever like that, will look at it and say this, because if this platform gets monetized, it will be a dream come true. Because one thing I did over the last year is I built up an audience. The shows get a lot of good views. So I'm starting to realize how this ad things work, right? Look, and I'm just thinking, I'm just on top of my head. I don't know how this works, right? It said you get paid 55 cents per ad, right? Now, I wonder, is that 55% every time an ad is viewed, or just 55 cents per show? I don't know. Per view show. I don't know, you know, per view. But per ad, I guess each ad pops up 400, right? So I don't know. So let's say last night's show was 900 people, 900 views, right? Let's say one view per show. Let's say, okay, it's 55 cents, right? Times 900. Let's say one ad per view times 900. No, I can't be right. Oh, there we go. 0.55 times 900. Damn, that's $500. That means if I was freaking monetized right now, I would make $500 from last night's show just off of the one view per viewer, right? But let's say a viewer's watching the whole 6 hours, right? And he has 20 ads popped up. Let's say I times that times 20. Let's say times that times 20. 20 ads per show, right? God, that's $9,000. Holy shit. You know, I got to get monetized, folks. You know, I got to get monetized. I had no idea there was this much money in YouTube. I had no idea how this works, you know. It depends if the people watch a full ad. Most people do watch a full ad, you know. You know, people do watch a full ad, you know. Because a lot of times they only send these like 5-10 second ads, something like that, you know. And the ads cost the same thing, whether it's a 2 minute ad or a 10 second ad, you know. So that's a lot of money, folks. A lot of damn money, man. I'm like, shit, I gotta get monetized. Shit, this could be my full-time job. Shit. You know. So now I'm wondering how Dynasty Media living so good and when you living up YouTube. Shit. I think it's living now wondering why they living good, man. YouTube. Now I get it, man. All these years I've been doing it the hard way, man. These niggas are living off of YouTube, whatnot, you know, YouTube money. Now I'm starting to see the Kazes, the O'Shea Duke Jacksons. These niggas living off YouTube. Angry Man. Oh man, I always despise fucking YouTubers, right? Because I got this nice career and business and stuff like that, you know. I'm like, man, I don't fucking live on you. Now I'm like, you know, maybe I need to fucking go to YouTube University and say, look, I have not given in completely to the internet. I haven't, you know, I still got my pride, right? I'm stuck in the old way, you know. And so what I'm saying, people even make it even further with AI. People making AI videos and getting like 20 million people downloading some stupid shit they create on AI, and next thing you know, they're getting paid. Holy shit, just by making AI videos and uploading them and people watching them. This is incredible. This is insane. I need more people, y'all, to become AI content creators, you know? We need people out there. Let's get this money. Let's get this guap while it's available, man. Let's get this money. You know, holy shit. What next? AI blockchains? I believe AI could basically design us I'm gonna use AI to design Basecamp. I tell you that right now. I'm gonna buy the software. I'm gonna design the base. I'm saying what I want, everything like that in Basecamp, and I need ideas. You know, what I'm gonna do is before we design Basecamp, once we get monetized, I'm gonna basically have it so that if you join the BAO social network, I'm gonna create a group called we already have a group called the Land Development Agency, right? I'm gonna put more money into the Land Development Agency, right? And I want AI content creators that because you don't have to be a civil engineer. Before, when I first started, I recruited civil engineers, stuff like that. And now I believe anybody with AI could become a civil engineer, stuff like that, right? Doesn't that sound fun? And we're gonna have little projects like who could design the best city, who could design the best town, everything for the base camp, you know. And it'll be a lot of fun, you know. It'll be a lot of fun, interactive. We got a lot of stuff we're gonna do, folks. This mission is gonna be fun, man. Everybody's gonna be look at, man. I guarantee you, this is gonna overtake the internet and whatnot. Everybody else gonna be doing the same old boring ass shit, complaining about racism, white supremacy, man. Well, we're going to be making money. We're going to be living our life. You want that good life, folks. You come join with me, man. I'm about the good life, man. No more suffering, no more poverty, no more shit like that, complaining about that. We want the damn good life. We want to win, you know. I'm about winners, you know, some people being winners, you know. So if you want to be a winner, why not? You get with the College Genesis, you know. I won't steer you wrong. Let me play that video I'll talk about. Powering on. Welcome to all. And this is not to disparage Nigeria or whatnot, but that country, it needs to be said, right? You know, since we was at this fucking internet war for years, it seemed like Black America won again. Nigerians years ago challenged us or whatnot. They thought they were the number one black people, like Omo Niger and black people, the number one black. You don't see Mike Olawale coming around anymore, do you? That nigga's burying his head in shame, as he should be, you know? Where's Mike Olawale? He won't show his head, you know? You know, he won't show his head. The only Nigerian I fuck with now is Kidola, you know? And where's bro man, Henry Mogler? What's he got to say, you know? Nigeria is an absolute failure, an embarrassment to the black race. So we're going to talk about Nigeria tonight. Let me play this video, folks.
Are Nigerians parasites? In almost every country on earth, there is a Nigerian prisoner. However, no one wants to go to Nigeria. Moving abroad is the top 5 career categories in Nigeria. They have ruined their country so terribly that it has become uninhabitable. Police stations look like pigsties, whilst government buildings look like building sites. Corruption in Nigeria is no longer frowned upon. Instead, it is praised. Criminality is celebrated in every echelon of society. The people themselves do not elect decent Nigerians, they elect criminals. You know, a country celebrates corruption and crime when it is 99% corrupt, but never has any top government official ever been convicted and imprisoned. In Nigeria, communication is conducted through screaming, hand gestures, and sometimes the fist way. You'd see diplomats, police, and military men fighting in public. Tens of thousands of fist fights should be recorded in Nigeria every day. Every building has a generator, some with up to 10, all running at the same time, forging a megapoly of noise of epic proportions. Nigerian motorists communicate with their horns. An average Nigerian motorist beeps their horn 100 times per day. Imagine the noise pollution. In Nigeria, the pastor is corrupt, the doctor is corrupt, the engineer, the teacher, the professor, the custom officials, the police, the passport official, the teller, the banker, the ministers, the president, and everyone is corrupt. I'm not sure you understood. I will elaborate. You can get to the Nigerian border with explosives, bribe the officials, and they let you in. You can bribe your way through your professors to give you the best grade. Bribe the passport officials to delete your name from the system and create a new identity for you. Or pay the police to arrest someone who annoys you. Nigeria is a complete shithole. Now imagine people raised under such chaotic system coming into your country. From the day they were born, they bribed their way through the authorities, school, and even employment. When a government job opening becomes available, the person in charge sells it to the highest bidder. You see, this is not talked about enough. I have given this a serious thought before making this video, and it breaks my heart that I have to make it. A Nigerian have no sense of queue, keeping the street clean, respect authority, law and order, or the faintest idea of customer service. There is only one thing on the mind of a Nigerian: make money and buy respect. They have succeeded in creating nations within their country. The Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo effectively have quasi nations within Nigeria. You should see them bashing, fighting, hating, and disparaging each other instead of working together to fix up the world's greatest human shithole ever put together called Nigeria. Let me take you around the world. There are Nigerian prisoners in South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Kenya, Angola, Gabon, Cameroon, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Indonesia, the UAE, Qatar, Pakistan, India, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Russia, Ukraine, Poland, Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Norway, the Netherlands, Spain, Canada, the USA, Colombia, Brazil, and even countries as poor as Chad, Congo, and Mali. Their conviction typically surrounds around drug trafficking, pimping, or pandering, 419 fraud, which includes dating scams, credit card fraud, and other fraudulent activities. The world has every reason to scrutinize Nigerians 5 times more or even ban them altogether. Nigerians give black Africans a bad name. I bet you Namibians, Botswana, Kenyans, Angolans, Senegalese, Burkina Faso, South Sudanese, or South Africans commit the least crime of all Africans who live in the West, South America, and East Asia. Botswana, Namibians, South Africans, and Kenyans don't leave their countries like Nigerians do. When they do so legally. And when they are in your countries, they are 10 times more likely to abide by the law of the land and stay away from crimes. In contrast, Nigerians would fight in public at every opportunity. They have one of the lowest levels of etiquette in the world. 7 out of 10 Nigerians have been involved in public fighting in their lives, as this is our Nigerian way of resolving disputes. Now imagine letting someone who doesn't understand law and order not to litter, not to urinate in public, how to dialogue instead of yelling and using their fists in your country. What do you think will happen? They don't get along with their neighbors or other African countries. How do you think they'll get along with the world's most evolved and developed societies of the West and East Asia? The Nigerian sees the humane laws of your country as a weakness to exploit. As with everything, nothing is 100%. I know this. There are some good Nigerians, but almost every Nigerian is infested with that corrupt mindset. Living in Nigeria, I have tried to find something good to sell to the world, but unfortunately, there are scarce. It is a land absent from progress. The Nigerian system is broken. Nigeria is not even a country. A Hausa person hates the Igbo person to the extent that they can wipe them out. The Igbo hate the Hausa in the same way. The Yoruba have a fundamental hatred for the Igbo that they'll rather die than elect an Igbo person, whilst the Igbo are the world's most arrogant, self-deluded, zero etiquette people of Africa. These three major ethnic groups, Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, each have over 40 million people, with the Hausa nearing 65 million. Now, imagine putting Spain, England, and Poland into one country. Do you know the type of chaos you'd be creating? This is how Nigeria is. The Spanish, English, and Polish are all European, but they cannot function as one country. So too do the Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. These people cannot function under one country. When government ministerial positions are declared, they often have to reflect the Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo shares before the other minority ethnic groups receive their own share. If the sharing favors one ethnic group more than the other, they fight, yell, insult, and complain until the next appointment. The other ethnic group in charge will now retaliate by appointing their own ethnic group. The presidency has to go to that ethnic group, then that one, and this one, and those one. Then when the next one comes, they keep changing. You see, in short, the number of ministerial positions have to reflect the various ethnic groups. This is not a country, but a bunch of tribal, unevolved, mentally unstable, over 200 million stupid people. Why would any country let Nigerians into their country? I'm not sure, but if I were the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, I would impose a total ban on Nigerians. The risk outweighs the benefit. There are 24 million homeless Nigerians, which is almost the same as the rest of sub Saharan Africa combined. And over 70% of the country's population lives in poverty. That is over 160 million people, the highest in the world when averaged, given that India has over 5 times as many people as Nigeria. They have the largest arable land in Africa, Nigeria, yet most of that is uncultivated. Their weather is characterized by abundant sunshine during the dry season and ample rainfall during the raining season. The north is the savanna, and the middle belt of Nigeria is level with abundant arable land suitable for farming. Still, 56% of Nigeria's 70 to 84 million hectares of arable land remains uncultivated or underutilized. You begin to ask yourself, why are these people hungry? The answer is simple: incompetence and a collective lack of skills to run a country. Nothing in Nigeria is properly managed, from the police to the immigration services, customs to the airport, traffic to the road network, schools to the national grid, and from the people to their own very homes. Nigeria is a chaotic society where people exhibit some of the lowest levels of etiquette and quality known to man. And most of these people are looking for ways to obtain visas to the various developed and semi developed countries so that they can bring that chaotic upbringing from Nigeria to the world. I have tried to find a better way to euphemize this video. Still, after months of procrastinating, I couldn't find a better way to organize my words, but to say it as it is. If you are a Nigerian watching with the slightest ounce of honesty, you'd agree with me. We have earned the badge of honor of being amongst the worst in the world. Poverty isn't why Nigerians are dishonest, criminal minded, corrupt, and everything else. Nepal is a poor country. How many Nepalese have you seen committing crimes around the world? Chad, Burkina Faso, Mali, Myanmar, Tajikistan, and South Sudan are poor. You can't see them going around the world committing crimes. Of the world's 195 countries, there is a Nigerian prisoner in 60% of them, the highest of any country on earth. That is not an accident. If you think we're wrong, if you think we missed anything, please leave them in the comment section below. And also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, NYC. Yeah, you're right. Nigeria is the one who started this. You know, they started this diaspora war. They started with us. Well, it took time, man, but now the truth is coming out. Now they're like, oh, man, why y'all coming at us? We're not, y'all started this war. Because we were covering for Nigeria for years. That's the African giant and all stuff like that. I mean, I never forget. Minister Farrakhan was on 60 Minutes with Mike Wallace, I believe. And Mike Wallace is like, talk about Nigeria. He said, leave Nigeria alone. Those are our brothers and whatnot. We always defended Nigeria, back in the 90s, right? When Nigeria was, the United States had, under the Abacha regime, most black people in America were like, hands off Nigeria, blah, blah, blah. We always stuck by Nigeria, But then these people come over here, they get a few jobs and whatnot, and they have this. Nigerians are good at their propaganda, right? They had a lot of black people fooled that there was this emerging power or something like that. And like I said, I watched this video right here. Y'all saw the audio, but some of the images he was showing, man, was just really damning. People fighting out. He's a diplomats fighting and government officials fighting out in public. Or not, fist fighting in public or not. It's just a freaking mess, man. Nothing works. In other words, basically, in order for you to survive in Nigeria, you have a corrupt man is exalted, honorable man, and like this. When you people get to that point, man, it's just beyond things. These are the people that felt it necessary to come over here and judge Black America for what we ain't doing, whatever like that. So now I don't want to hear the sympathy. Oh, Kala, you're causing a division. No, these people asked for it. They started this shit. They asked for this shit. They start. Yeah, like I said, when they say diaspora wars, like no, they started this shit. And now we're finishing it. It's like. So I'm like, damn, man. All over the world, man. You got Nigerians in every prison in the world, man. Damn. I'm like, God damn, that's just really a sad situation. You hate talking about your own African brothers like that, but it was just a mess, you know. Yeah, why? I don't want to play it because I might get flagged, whatever, like that. I just I know somebody's going. You'll be probably Nigerian or fucking who will report the video, and I'll be one more thing. I'm trying to get monetized, so I'm be careful about what I'm posting from now on. Trying to get monetized, folks. So I'm being careful. As platform gets monetized, things are gonna really change. And like I said, we had 1,000 subscribers, folks. And like I said, I could not have done it without my audience and everybody listening in and sharing the videos and liking and whatnot. I appreciate everything. We hit that milestone of 1,000 subscribers whatnot. So, but yeah, I just had to play that video. I play the audio actually. But so links in the chat room, folks. If y'all want to call in, if you don't agree with that, call in, tell me about it. So call in, tell me about it. Tell me where I'm wrong. So tell me where that video's wrong. That guy was just spot on. Everything the guy was saying was if he was saying the truth, and I think he was, Nigeria's in serious trouble. Really in serious trouble. And black people from America go, yeah. I personally don't. I think I know why a lot of people go to Nigeria because of Dynasty Mir. That's the country he fell in love with, whatever like that. He does a Oshun festival or whatnot. But I just can't see what the attraction is to that country. I just don't. I don't really see it. Somebody come up here and tell me something that I don't know, whatever like that. Kala, you're missing out, man. Nigeria got this. I'm like, look at that, like, shit. Maybe I went to Calabar for a weekend or something like that, or a week or something like that, and then got the fuck out of there. Fine. I can't see myself spending letting being in Lagos when the sun goes down. No, I couldn't do that. Lagos, sun goes down. I'm in the airport on my way to fuck out. So we're gonna talk about that tonight, folks. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. Let's see what other videos. Yeah, well, that's good. Some people like that. Some people, no matter what I say, they like it in Nigeria. What I just saw in that video, man, I don't even want to go there on my fucking day off, man. I would say like this: what I saw in that video and what people been telling me, I wouldn't even go to Nigeria on Fridays. I wouldn't go there on Saturdays. I wouldn't go there on Saturdays, man. I wouldn't go there any day of the week, to tell you the goddamn truth. I can't do it. Well, if some people like Nigeria, that's what they really into. It's fine, but what I just saw, I'm like, hey, no, that's just not me. All right. I know. Look, I told people what I do for a living, right? I'm an insurance broker. I'm a broker insurance. So I know everything there is to know about insurance, why insurance happens and stuff like that, why it's necessary and stuff like that. But one thing I was suspected of, right, that I wasn't absolutely sure, right? I heard rumors of, right? Do you know the modern American insurance companies like New York Life and AIG, Aetna, which is still around today? I'm contracted with Aetna, and Lehman Brothers and all these other insurance companies, right? Do you know they grew from the transatlantic slave trade? For example, life insurance was started by people to insure the life of their cargo. In other words, you buy insurance, right? If slaves die, and there was a case in Britain where there was this slave captain was on trial because to get the money, right? He said there wasn't a market for his slaves, so he dumped like around 100 of his slaves off the 100 slaves off the ship to collect the insurance policy. Insurance policy. And so it is what it is. So it was like, damn, think about that. So the insurance companies are the ones that basically were the backbone behind this translation, not just the slave trade from thing. They basically the insurance began on the other side of the Atlantic, right? When the slaves were, it financed the voyage, right? The voyage, ship sinking, whatever like that, get attacked by tribal, you're insured, right? If something goes wrong, right? All right, let's see. And if something goes wrong, then when the slaves, the cream and cargo was unboarded to the seasoning grounds, whatever like that, the slaves were still insured, right? And then the warehousing of the slaves, right? They were insured, right? All the way up to the auction block and to the final seller. That's when the policy expired, right? And then a lot of times, most times, the slave owner bought life insurance on his slave. In case the slave dies, he could work him to death. That's how brutal the system was. They could work you to death, right? And if you die, they simply click the insurance on you, payout. That's how brutal. That's the system that you and I enjoy right now. When you got your auto insurance, your life insurance right now, like that. Remember how it came? It came at the expense of black people, right? And the money was so great, right? This right here system ensured the risk that ensured that slavery and the slave trade would be on a grander scale. Because before, when the Portuguese had, there was a lot of risk. Sometimes they would freaking not lose money, go bankrupt, or not. But when groups like the Lehman Brothers and AIG came in and whatnot, that was after America became a republic. Despite what George Washington thought, he thought the slavery would die out, right, with the new republic, but actually it grew. Insurance companies based on right now to this day, Aetna is still based in Connecticut. Aetna used to finance slave ships, or not slave auctions. They used to finance slave markets, and whatnot, and breeding, stuff like that. And that was the number one. Aetna and AIG were the largest slave, and Lehman Brothers financed the risk of handling slaves. In other words, basically, if a slave dies, you could buy insurance policy. Same thing, same method we have today. If you are shipping something in Africa to Asia, whatever like that, you buy a shipping container. You have to, by law, buy insurance on it. Same thing back then. The federal government made a law that if you're purchasing slaves, those slave ships were insured. The human cargo was insured, right? To guarantee that the merchandise would reach its destination for use. That's how vital slavery was to the system. So that's why when people say, "Carl, are you American?" No, I'm not. No, fuck, I'm not. That's what the American system is, right? That's what the American is. He basically took the humanity from my ancestors away. So that right there could never be forgiven, All right, Elvis, go ahead, bro.
All right, what's up, Carla?
All right.
Yeah, man. Congrats on the 1,000 sub. I woke up with a headache, man.
Yeah, what bottom line is I'm still not monetized, so it's gonna be a while till I get monetized. They're reviewing my channel, because they denied me monetization before. So, even before I reach 1,000 subscribers, they sent me a thing saying you're not gonna get monetized, whatever like that. Because I don't know, they didn't like my content, whatever. Something I was doing wrong, whatever. But
What? Talk to Diners about it. Maybe it's something you need to change.
yeah, but bottom line, I was saying, what the hell? If you want me to change something, change something. They're saying, well, your videos do this, whatever, blah, blah. So how can I change that? You know, they ain't telling me which videos or whatever like that. They just said your videos has repetitive content, you know. What the fuck that means, you know?
What?
Repetitive content. In other words, basically they say I use other people's content and stuff like that. I say, yeah, you know, but you know, when it's copyrighted, I remove it, you know. Maybe they're going by the stuff I was doing before, you know, and they said like that. I removed everything. I removed all the stuff they took. So when I get the appeal, hopefully it'll go through, you know, because I removed all the stuff they told me that I was in violation of, you know. So I don't know.
Maybe they mean like you don't have a diverse content. Like you just do this talking, this talk show with the panel. Maybe when you go to Liberia, you put a lot of different kind of
Well,
content on
no,
there,
so
diversify.
Dinus does the same thing. He's monetized. Everybody does the same thing, you know. And so my when they say repetitive, right? They talking about the fact that I'm using other people's material, right? And I'm not in other words, basically it's just repeating. In other words, so I just let videos play, right? I'm supposed to stop the video, give commentary and stuff like that. You know, they said then you sort of put your own take on it and you say fair use. You know, what I do is I just put the video on, I just let it play and don't say and you know don't interrupt or don't stop it, or pause it or anything like that. That's what they talk about, repetitive. You know, yeah. So it
That's
is what it is.
unfortunate.
It is well, it is what it is. But I told them actually they would just show me the shows I did that to, and I go in and edit them. You know, they're not doing that. They're saying
Another
yes.
thing you need to try to do is put some interesting snippets of your show on the YouTube Shorts. So people can go
Yeah,
down there.
that's another idea, but that's not it. It's whatever it is. They like I said a few months ago, somebody sent me a thing saying, "Colin, you're never gonna get monetized, whatever like that." I don't know who that was, but you know, they was
Do
saying
you
some
think it's the
shit.
language? Do you have to police your language or some of the things that people are saying
No,
or
they
doing?
tell you, look, if you have a copyright or something in violation, they'll tell you. I have none of that on my channel, right? It's just that it also what it is this. It was not some of it's AI, some of it's just simply opinion, right? Based on the opinion, because they got people that will watch your videos before you monetize, and they'll say, "What do you think about this person's video?" Right, and then they'll give the feedback, whatever like that. They go on that, you know. They on TikTok they send me videos and say, "Do you think this? You want to see more of this type of video or less?" You know, stuff like that. You know, so same thing on YouTube. They do that, you know, and they take that feedback and they run with it, you know. So evidently, whoever was reporting my videos probably gave me negative feedback. That's all right though, because once I get monetized, it'll be great. It'll be worth it, you know. But I'm saying to myself, if everything, what I'm saying, I did not know, fucking. And I'm looking at how much they pay. They told me they pay when I had no, I had no, I had no idea that which calls made so much money. YouTubers made so much money. I had no idea. I was like, damn, no wonder dinosaurs they would sit back and just do YouTube all day and make a living. I was like, how the hell you do it? I had no idea. What you call? So I have nothing. Which I have, I I uh, I have no idea that these YouTube money people made a living off this shit. You know, I'm not gonna make a living off it, but I tell you what, this type of money, you know, yeah, what you call it, the thing of Mufasa, I guarantee you, if he has 1 million views, right? I bet you anything he was in Africa. Let me guess he was in Africa, Mufasa. Mufasa, talk to me. I know he was in Africa.
No, a million views don't necessarily get you a lot
No,
of
yes, it
money.
does. Views only go by how many ad clicks you generate, right? In Africa, for the most part, yeah, like they don't have a lot of advertisement in Africa, right? Yeah. So how? No, I don't believe that, right? I don't believe that, right, Musa? You get paid, right, 55 cents for every ad they play. 55 cents for every ad they play. Calculate that. Now, my show last night, I did 900 views, right? If one ad, if everybody watching watch one ad, right? That comes out to like $500 right there. So you ask this guy, is he monetized? Was he so I seriously doubt somebody got 1 million views, right? Because YouTube will flood that thing up with advertising will buy that space because that's what the algorithm will push it to.
Yeah, they're saying you can make under 1,000 and up to 10,000 on a video with 1 million views.
Yeah, you go. Yeah, what you go? You go. I seen people make like $30,000 off of 1 million views. You know, $40,000. You know, that's a lot of views because it's about the ads. You know, if if those videos are playing ads, he's making money. You know. So I don't know who this guy was, Musa. People talk a lot of shit, but they, I asked a password. I'm looking at the back end myself. I don't have to ask the password. I'm looking at. So I don't know how. If you got 1 million views, right, on YouTube, right, and he's monetized, right, and all those views, if you're monetized and whatnot, and you got 1 million views, that means you got a huge platform. That means advertisers are cramming to get their stuff, their ads on your material.
Not necessarily, Carla, because it depends on the content. Certain people.
Hold on. I have never. That's a lot of nonsense. I have never gone on YouTube and watched.
Hold on, Carla. Let me say it. Certain people want their ads on certain kinds of videos, right? So if you have, like, let's say it's a hip hop channel talking about hip hop, certain people will choose not to, sponsor or run ads on that kind of content. If it's a kids channel, you have a lot of toys companies.
I know that. I know you like being a contrarian, but the bottom line is this.
Oh, okay, Kyle. I'm gonna log off for the night. I came on to give you support, and you think I'm trying to be a contrarian?
No. I'm saying, look, for the most part, right? If you're on if you're on the thing, right, and you got 1 million views, right? I don't look. Somebody, you don't get 1 million views to my only this type of audience, whatnot. 1 million views, is 1 million views, right? There's always gonna be advertisers that's going to be. You may not get Lehman Marcus Brothers or whatever like that, whatever, or you may not get Fidelity Investments, whatever. But for the most part, right, if you got 1 million views, right, how the algorithm works is the people who view your stuff, they also they share data and see, well, this person right here, this is what he's normally into. This is what he's if you're basically, let's say you're a person who does landscaping. Now, you're gonna online on TikTok, whatever like that, you're gonna be talking about, yeah, I did this job right here, whatnot, and the content that you're talking about. You ever notice that when you talk about something, the ads pop up? That's how the algorithm works, right? So you can tell me 1 million friggin' people, 1 million views, right? Those people never went to McDonald's. Those people never went to Burger King. Those people never shopped at damn Walmart. All these things that you do online attracts the algorithm and follows you. That's how it works. So when someone says I did 1 million views and only made $500, the dude was getting ripped off. He didn't do his shit right. 1 million views should have got him like $40,000. Somebody stole his damn money. But it is what it is. But we can talk about that. So it is what it is. But I do know a lot of people, Mufasa, that's making a lot of money on YouTube. A lot of money. I had no idea. There's a lot of people making a lot of money, right? So I don't know how these other people, unless you got a channel where you, I don't know, if you got 1 million views, 1 million views is 1 million views. That's the way it goes, right? And the bottom line, unless you have somebody, the viewers were the only thing I could think of, bro. Only thing I could think of, right? If a million viewers from what's that country? Burundi, the poorest country in the world, right? If you got a million people from Burundi watch that gave you a million views, whatnot, no, you ain't gonna make no money. But if you got a million views inside the United States, right? Inside the United States, the biggest market, right? You're gonna make money. I bet you any amount of money the guy basically is it a Pan-African channel, Musa? You know? I bet you one of the most Pan-African channels, whatnot, that you know, that the content is like Woody Meyer. Woody Meyer doesn't make a lot of money, you know. There, okay, I'm looking at it now. She made 10,000, $1,000 with a million views, right? That's 44 watched hours or not, you know, that doesn't even make any sense, you know. What country is she in? What country is she in? Yeah, but is her content is it a Pan African channel? Musa, tell me, is it a Pan African channel? Does she like have list of follows in Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and stuff like that? I bet you any money that's the answer right there. You know. This doesn't sound right, bro. This doesn't sound right. You know. Yeah, I'm looking at the text picture. It don't even fucking sound right. You know. What views? 1 million views. Watch time hours. 44,000 watch time hours. Right. 9,000 subscribers. Right. So if you have those, your girl, she got check this out. You know, she got cheated, bro. She got ripped off. Mufasa, AdSense pays 55 cents per view for video played. Now you threw the thing. Evidently, she's not doing something wrong. You know, who knows if that's even AdSense? You know, AdSense pays 55 cents per video view. Okay, let me look up on ChatGPT. How much AdSense pay? All right. It says AdSense does not pay a fixed amount per click. Earnings vary a lot based on traffic, niche, religion. She must have like whoever she is, if she basically has a million ghetto ass people following her when that, yeah, that could be it too. You know, she might have a hood audience when they look at that too. You know, it says here's how it works: 2005, 2026, right? For assets of content, web blogs, right? Your typical receive about 68% of the ad revenue Google recognizes from advertisers, right? For assets, search products share can be lower, right? How much you earn, right? Wow, Mufasa is right here. It says revenue per 1,000 views is usually most impressions, right? That's because I remember it's from Blog Talk Radio. I used to get paid. You know, I used to remember this from the revenue generated from Blog Talk Radio is actually pretty good. I used to every like few months I get like hit off for like a couple $100. But I'm like, damn man, you know, yeah, I used to love that shit. You know, to hit a PayPal. You know, it says typical RPM. That's revolution per squeeze. You know. It's $1 to $5 per 1,000 views. Okay. The average minimum niches is $5 to $15 for 1,000 views. So if you get 1,000 views, right? 1,000,000 views, right? All right, that's an average niche, right? High value niches, right? You get $40 per 1,000 views, right? All right, let's say 1,000 views times 40 is $40 for every 1,000 views, right? Put that up, right? Times that 1,000 times a million, 10,000. So she should, if she had a high value niche, finance, insurance, tech, she could have been making. She could have made at least $50,000 off that thing, right? She has a low value niche, right? That means she probably got paid $1 for 1,000 views. But even then, right? $1 for 1,000 views, right? 1,000 divided by a million is what? Hold up. What this is we'll get to the nitty gritty here, Mufasa, my good brother, right? Like, all right, somebody before I get this, you know, a million divided by 1,000. That's 1,000, right? A million times 1,000, right? So what we're seeing here, brother, she should have got bro. Look, she's only getting paid $1 per view, for 1,000 views. That's the lowest possible niche. What is she doing, man? That's look, 1,000 for 1,000 views, she had a million, right? So for every 1,000 views, she get $1, right? 1,000 times 1,000 is a million, right? So she only got $1,000 because she got the lowest possible thing, where she basically gets $1,000 per $1 per 1,000 views. That's what she's on the lowest possible thing, Now here's another one, right? RPMs may vary, right? They say you could do 50,000 monthly views and get $1,000, 100,000 views. It says you can get $2,000, 100,000, 500,000 monthly views between $2,000 and $10,000. And all key factors of changing things: the niche and industry, right? Some topics attract higher bids, than general interest, right? Depends on what your niche is. Like I said, man, when I start getting monetized, man, I want to start talking about other stuff. So when I talk about when I introduced that thing about gold mining earlier, that's to push the algorithm into a different direction, right? I want to talk about banking, financing. That's going to attract those sort of niches, you know. But if you're online, just talk about hood rat shit or whatnot and ghetto ass shit, whatnot, that's what you're gonna get, you know. Yeah, she got thousands of it because she got the lowest possible thing. Some people get as high, Musa, as like $30 per 1,000 views. You understand? She got the lowest possible thing they could pay, which is $1 for 1,000 views. Yeah, she's on the low end, so her content is not really that monetized, you know. So it is what it is, you know. So but yeah, we'll wait. We'll see what it is, man. Whatever it is, you know, whatever it is, you know. I know for a fact of the matter is, I'm looking at another thing. Hold on, that's on my thing where it says the contract they offered me on my thing. I don't know why. Why am I lucky or something like that? They said that my contract, whatever like that, my content could bring in. Let's see, earn. Okay. How much? How much? All right. Yeah, it's very interesting. You know, like I said, I, I'm looking at this and I'm like, if you're on the low end of the YouTube stream, like you're just doing this or whatever like that, just the type of audience you have and stuff like that, the niche. Like with Dynasty Show, what I see is I see airlines be advertised. I see Delta and stuff like that. It depends on what type of ads you attract on your platform, you know. Some are high value things. You got airlines like that. If you're talking about travel and stuff like that, you're gonna attract a bigger niche in airlines, you know, because you're talking about tourism and stuff like that. That's the highest, right? That's the highest. But well, it is what it is, you know. But the thing is, YouTube is not meant to make a living off of it. It's good to be advertised and stuff like that. You know, you got your super chats and all stuff like that that go along with it. It's good to be advertised to make some money, so it pays for itself, pays for your time, and you can take that money and do some other things with it. You know, but like I said, I am not gonna make no living off of this shit. You know, I refuse. Now the new thing now is AI shit, man. People are making money with this AI shit, man. And people are. I don't know. I haven't gotten into that because I got some imagination. I should have been doing AI and stuff like that, you know, and making AI videos and everything like that, you know. We'll see. We will see. We will see. We'll see. We'll see. You know. But 1,000 subscribers a benchmark. Hopefully, we can get monetized and whatnot. So I could be doing super chats right now, but they got me blocked on super chats too. I don't know what's that's all about. However, if you go on my channel, let's see if the super chat button works. Let me see. I'm live right now. No, that's last night's show. This show right here. No, my super chat. No, that's last night's show. My super chat button's not working yet. I guess when I get AdSense, that's straight monetized, they'll put my super chats on, super chat on, and people are gonna super chat. Then I'll see who to support, who's supporting me, whatever like that. So. Yeah, but this has been something. It took me a year and a half to get to 1,000 fucking subscribers. That's, to me, is not good. I should have been at 1,000 subscribers like 5-6 months ago. I don't know what that's all about. I don't know. But I just think sometimes I think I make people uncomfortable with some of the stuff I say. I scare people. I know it. I get it. I scare people with some of the stuff I say and whatnot. They're like, damn. But once people go down that road, I take people out of their comfort zone, right? Look, let me tell you something, folks. What I always say, look, there might not be a happy ending to all this. Is everybody prepared for that? I don't think a lot of Black Americans are prepared for that. I know a lot of white people aren't, everybody right now is waiting for this happy ending to happen, And it could be the fact that, maybe we reached a point where we can't go back. Because I'm seeing people, even celebrities, right, are coming out. They're on this white supremacy shit, Look at people like Roseanne Barr and Rob Schneider and all these other people like that, what's that one chick that does the infomercials for aerobics and stuff like that, fitness, Michaels, whatever her name is, Julianne Michaels, whatever like that. All these people coming out with this fucking crazy sort of cringy white supremacy narrative, whatnot, about America, And so, in other words, basically, we see America one way, right? America is always wrong, right? And this is a video I want to show you. I want to show you this video, right? And it's going to make my case, what I'm about to talk about.
You ask? Well, Lehman Brothers, they didn't just collapse. They completed a 150-year arc that started on the slave docks of Alabama and Mississippi. They weren't just innocent bankers who stumbled into bad mortgages. The original Lehman Brothers business, it was simple. Buy cotton from plantations, finance the owners, trade the futures, and insure the risk. They were one of the key institutions that made sure the slave economy stayed liquid and globally dominant. American cotton conquered the world because enslaved people weren't paid, but because banks like Lehman made sure that every step from whip to warehouse was protected. And guess who else built their empire the same way? AIG. Before it was too big to fail, AIG was too deep in human bondage to admit. Early American insurers wrote policies on enslaved people the same way they insured horses or cargo. If an enslaved worker died, the owner got paid. AIG's predecessor covered slave ships, labor, and the financial instruments that held the system together. They literally put a price on Black life and put $1 billion balance sheet together by guaranteeing the profits of the people who trafficked in human beings. Fast forward a century and a half, a different product, same playbook. Lehman helps inflate a bubble built on predatory lending. AIG writes the insurance, credit default swaps, with the same confidence it once had insurance from plantations. And when it all blows up, Lehman disappears in a puff of history. And AIG gets a taxpayer bailout bigger than the entire budgets of some nations. The two institutions that once insulated slavery from financial risk managed to torch the global economy using the same logic. How was slavery connected to the global banking collapse in 2008, you ask? Well, Lehman Brothers, they didn't just collapse, they completed a 150-year arc that started on the slave docks of Alabama and Mississippi. They weren't just innocent bankers who stumbled into bad mortgages. The original Lehman Brothers business, it was simple. Buy cotton from plantations, finance the owners, trade the futures, and insure the risk. They were one of the key institutions that made sure the slave economy stayed liquid and globally dominant. American cotton conquered the world because enslaved people weren't paid, but because banks like Lehman made sure that every step from whip to warehouse was protected. And guess who else built their empire the same way? AIG. Before it was too big to fail, AIG was too deep in human bondage to admit. Early American insurers wrote policies on enslaved people the same way they insured horses or cargo. If an enslaved worker died, the owner got paid. AIG's predecessor covered slave ships, labor, and the financial instruments that held the system together. They literally put a price on Black life and put $1 billion balance sheet together by guaranteeing the profits of the people who trafficked in human beings. Fast forward a century and a half, a different product, same playbook. Lehman helps inflate a bubble built on predatory lending. AIG writes the insurance, credit default swaps, with the same confidence it once had insurance from plantations. And when it all blows up, Lehman disappears in a puff of history. And AIG gets a taxpayer bailout bigger than the entire budgets of some nations. The two institutions that once insulated slavery from financial risk managed to torch the global economy using the same logic. How was slavery connected to the global banking collapse in 2008, you ask? Well, Lehman Brothers, they didn't just...
So you got it. So the bottom line is this, the whole financial system that we enjoy today, Lehman Brothers, AIG, and those the Lords of London, all these people got their wealth was built around this slave trade, right? And this what gets me is when you see the chaos in Nigeria, right? That's a result of, see, like I said, a lot of Nigerians, like Michael Olawale, oh yeah, everything's we're partners. No, you weren't. You weren't no equal partners with the white man. You know, he built his whole financial system on the complete destruction of the black race. Black bodies financed and built the financial infrastructure of the global economy right now. And black people have never been paid for or compensated for anything because white people are like, oh, you just whatever, you know. Once you step out the shores of Africa, you are what they say you are, you know. Once there were certain people that let their people come to America or end up on a white man's slave, that's unforgivable. Once you left look, let me tell you something. I was asked the other night about the term blood and soil. You know, I said, I created that term blood and soil. They said, you got that from the no, I didn't get it from the neo-Nazis, and all these people borrowed that shit from me. No. I came up with the term blood and soil, right? To basically talk about let me see. It downloads. Videos. I came up with that term blood and soil years ago, you know. And I said to
you know we have Lord.
I had this hold on. I was having this debate with this lady from the Republic of New Africa, right? And that's what really started me on this idea that we need an African, you know, because I realized that a lot of people who with the Republic of New Africa and all these black nationalist groups were not real. I mean, they probably thought they was, right? But I said to myself, no, we need blood and soil. We're never going to be free unless we spill blood on the soil, on some soil on this earth, whatever it is, we spill blood. The price of freedom is blood and soil. You know, that's what I said, right? And these neo-Nazi clowns picked it up when I stole my shit. You know, picked it up and using the term blood and soil, right? So I'm gonna show you this video from back in the days This is from the Black African Infrastructure Organization, right? Where's the title at? Oh, there's the title right there. So you see it, you're gonna see it in real time. This was made, what year was this? $12 years ago. Charlottesville happened in 2016, 10 years ago. This was made, videos made in 2014, right? Where they start saying blood and soil when these guys ripped off my shit, you know? See the title right there? It says reparations minus a nation state is futile. It's blood and soil, you know? That's what I wrote years ago. I did this blog years ago. It says representing minus a nation state, blood and soil. And I said, you cannot have reparations minus your own land. The end goal of anything, reparations, anything should be a nation of our own, you know? And that's what I'm going to keep preaching till the day I leave this earth, right? The black man in America has not been born yet. We're not going to be born until we have a land, a nation. We cannot claim America. You know, anybody who claims America is a fool. That's what I believe, you know. That's what I believe. I believe we need to have a land of our own. Don't mean we all have to be there right now, but we all need a homeland. You know, someplace on this planet that we could point to and say it's ours. You know, that's the whole idea of an African, you know. So that's why the Black African Infrastructure Organization was conceived, right? Because we saw that a lot of these people, look, we were disappointed. Like some of the members of the Black African were Nuwapians. Some of them were 5%ers. Some of them were Nation of Islam people. Some people were different types of organizations, you know. They were all different types of things, but they were disillusioned because the bottom line, they felt like no matter what they did, they ain't getting nowhere. I said, look, we're never going to feel free until we have land and space. Then we say, how are you going to do that, right? Because in the mind of the black person, right, we have never conceived a world without white people. I realize that. Most black people, even the most militant black nationalists, whatever, when they talk about, when he hits the Nation of Islam, you're like, well, tell the white man, give us this, and we need to have this and whatnot. You know, it's always this thing where they feel like there's got to be some sort of negotiation or white people involved in whatever you're doing, you know? And then this is why, because they say, Colin, you against reparations? No, I'm not against reparations. I'm against the idea that I got to engage the white man for anything, you know? So the one thing we can do is seek a land of our own, right? And if one day reparations come, it comes. It doesn't, it doesn't. And I also basically had this theory that, you know, and I'm doing my research. I can't prove it 100%, right, yet. That the people who talk about reparations, and I'm just saying a pattern here, right? They all sound like they grew up in the projects. They all sound like they grew up on Section 8, government cheese, government milk, and everything. They spending hours at the county and whatnot and coming to get a check, whatever, like that, you know? And so, like Bebe Rodriguez, people like that, you know, people that, you know, just sit around all day getting checks. But the people who, like myself, who are not used to getting anything from the government, right? Who are completely independent, right? In other words, if my father didn't get out there and work, we did not eat. We starved, right? The people who believe that reparations is possible are the people that, you know, oh man, the check came in the mail. Where did the check come from? I don't know. Well, where did that money come from? I don't know. We don't know. We know a white man gave it to us and whatnot, you know? What they think, you know? So as one TikToker, the guy was trying to rob something. This poor black guy said, nah, man, you ain't robbing this place, man. You ain't doing that. And somebody in the comment section said, well, he just robbing what they stole from us. That sort of black people, right? The sort of black people, niggas. black trash, right? Who don't know right from wrong, who don't understand that, you ain't gonna get nothing in this world unless you put hard work in and work for it, whatever like that. That you deserve nothing unless you work for it. So if you don't have the right we don't have the same value system. Why are we in an organization together? Why are we communicating? Why we think we're trying to build? That's why I avoid a lot of these groups and organizations, because I know who the fuck I've been around these people, right? You get them around them and whatnot, and I realize a lot of them just lazy people. They sit around all day, blah blah blah. The white man this, the white man that. Yeah, right. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, right. They right. Yeah, sure they are. And so they sit around all day, blah blah blah, cursing the white man, cursing America, cursing all stuff like that, and basically talk about how racism, white supremacy, blah 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 blah, and they ain't gonna do nothing with their life. That's why I had to cut those type of black people off. The people have this idea that black nationalist movement means that you're some sort of loser in America or malcontent or something like that. No, what people hate is the fact that I'm actually a winner. I'm actually an American success story, right? But I choose to identify with my own land, my own nation, just the same way Jews do. America has been very good to Jews over the years, right? So why do Jews have their allegiance with a foreign state like Israel? Because that's the right to do that. Why do so many Catholics have an allegiance to the Vatican or the Holy City of the Vatican rather than America? Because they can. Why can't black people have an allegiance or alliance with an Afghanistan somewhere? You see where I'm going with this? But the only group of people that ain't allowed to have anything outside of America is Black America, right? Everybody else could wave their homeland flag, come and go, whatever like that. But the only people that's still in captivity, where you have nothing outside the boundaries of America, is Black America. That's a slave mentality. The ADOS FBA movement is nothing but a slave culture. That's all it is. I don't want to leave no plantation. Master been good to me. Like Bebe Rodriguez here. Master been good to us. Master been good to us, man. Golly, you don't know how good you got it, man. That's all like Neck Measy, man. You ain't got no say. Yeah, I'm only leaving to go to Liberia in 1 month. About four straight years in a row. Who else can do that? A really successful person. Thank you, Ben Gregory. When the last time you even been on a plane? But yeah, so like, how dare you, Master? We got good here. We got it good. You ain't going no place else. I said, okay, I'm going, but I'm coming back. Don't even go, man. Don't even go, Kala. You should be going to Liberia and whatnot. Yeah, you should be enjoying America. Blah blah blah. These motherfuckers are so triggered by me going to fucking Africa, going to Liberia, man. God damn. Like I'm a fucking at gunpoint. I'm gonna take you to Liberia at gunpoint and say, enjoy it, nigga. They say, oh, Barbie. Okay, yeah, right, whatever. Or you went on a cruise ship, okay. You went on, you paid $300 for one of those cruise ships, sailed down the Bahamas and stuff like that, sailed down the Bahamas for a day, whatever like that, Bermuda, whatever like that, You didn't go to Bermuda. Stop it. You didn't go to Bermuda. You probably went to Barbados, but you didn't go to Bermuda. You don't even know what Bermuda is. Bermuda is not even in the Caribbean. There's people lie like that, what you call, yeah, Barbados does have cruises, Bahamas, Barbados, they all have cruises, Bermuda, right there, is not even in the Caribbean. Well, you couldn't afford a trip to the dusty ass motherland, Bermuda's right there in the damn Atlantic Ocean. They ain't in the damn Bahamas, But yeah, so but we are celebrating 1,000 subscribers. Hopefully, we can get monetized soon. Hopefully, we can start taking super chats, ads, whatever like that. You know, we can do some things. We can do a lot of stuff, man. You know. Like I said, let me see. I'm betting that I'm gonna. Wow. Dollar Bill just sent me a thing. He got 80,000 views, man. You know, I don't know if he said it's real. He says he got 80,000 views. You know, 8,000 views for Ubuntu King or vidIQ. You know, 80,000 views. You know, that's good. Dollar Bill's doing his thing, man. You know, shout out to Dollar Bill. Oh yeah. Yeah, but the blood and soul of my brother Dollar Bill, I created that shit. I didn't get it from no neo-Nazi shit. You know, I basically took blood and soil for my ideology because I do believe in war. You know, I do believe in war. You know, I do believe in war. You know, yeah, I might get into AI damn my damn self. You know, so I put it out. So you can make a lot of money with AI. You know, AI stuff and whatnot. You know how it works, but I'm gonna learn it. You know. And you know, who knows? I might switch from doing this to doing AI and just put out AI stuff and reach the same amount of people. Shit, you know. Well, yeah, but the bottom line is, we gotta reach a lot of people. This show's a good show for communication and stuff like that. But you know, there's a whole world out there. There's like billions of people. How does iShowSpeed got 50 million streamers, man? You know, it's got to be something out there, you know. And now that is not the just AdSense, right? What I want to start doing is, you know, look, this show gets last night's show got 1,000 views, right? You know, I want to start doing ads. You know, if you got something you want to advertise on this show, whatever like that, you know, I want to start making it cheap for people to advertise on the show. You know, I'll play your ad when not, you know, in the show, and if you do it, I'll play the ad at least your ad 4 times during a show. No, I'll play your ad once per hour, right? So if it's a 6-hour show, your show will get 6 ads, all one price, you know. So I'm gonna start working on that, you know, how to have an advertising pricing on this show. When somebody want to put an ad up here, you know, care what it is, whatever like that. You're a show sponsor, whatever like that, you know. That's another way you could generate revenue when not doing your own ads. Don't rely on YouTube. You know, do your own advertisements and stuff like that for the on the show, your platforms. You know, and with AI technology, if you got a product or something like that you want to sell, with the AI, you can make really videos, really quality stuff or whatnot, and then you know, send it as a to me, and when I download it, I upload it, whatever, and then I'll play it on my show. You know, I'll play it on my show. You know, and so therefore, you know, whatever it is, just say you got a business or something like that, you want to reach a audience, or you got a message. You could have a political message, right? That's another thing I don't see in Black America, right? That's like because I don't know how we ever gonna get someplace being a minority, right? It's all about projection, right? The reason why white talk radio and stuff like that is so important is because everybody else in the planet understands numbers, right? Donald Trump could be long as 2 left feet, but they look at numbers, right? But there's enough people, if they believed him, that could bring him to power. The difference between the black people and white people is we're a minority group. We haven't understood that numbers game. No matter what we believe or whatnot, no matter how many people we believe, we're never going to come to power because we're not a numerical majority. So I would like to know who was it in history that decided to make us a numerical minority forever in this country at the mercy of another race. Think about what I'm about to tell you. I would love somebody like Rico Miller and Baby Rodriguez understand that, right? How do you basically, what's up? Thanks, John. How do you basically think it's okay to be a permanent numerical racial minority? Unless in your mind, you're one of those black people who secretly thinks they're white and whatnot, and you front like you're black online, but in your mind, your subconsciously, you think you're white or something else, So it is what it is, Baby Rodriguez. It's like I don't understand it. In America, as a group, you're never gonna have power collectively because it's a numbers thing. You can talk all the black power and all shit like that you want to. It's a numbers thing, It's a numbers thing. Everybody else, even Africans, understand numbers, right? But Elvis said, yeah, but us native people, we're in power because we got the numbers. We ain't gonna let no Congo people get rid. They understand numbers. Only the African American, for some strange reason, don't understand fucking numbers. Or when he has numbers, he doesn't use them. He's too scared. He's so emasculated, he doesn't want to use his own power, whatever like that. He doesn't want power. That's why I don't understand ADOS FBA. All they're doing is we're a powerless organization. The ADOS FBA are the most powerless. That's the ultimate symbol of Black Americans' powerlessness, You never heard me say I wouldn't live in America. It's not, Africa's the best place. Now, Baruti says to me, I agree, ecologist, I agree. He was agreeing with Elvis, man. What the hell is all that about? That your use of the term black nationalist. Yeah, I deliberately use the term black nationalist, right? I deliberately do that, because the Pan-African stuff is becoming so soft and watered down. I had to bring it back to this, maybe a misnomer, positioning your facts, your focus, right? Black denotes race, no shit. Black African. If you're gonna call me anything, call me a black African. Really, that's what I go by. They call it, what are you? Because I'm a black African. I'm a black African who resides and lives in the United States because of the history of the transatlantic slave trade. I'm black. My ancestors are from Africa. I'm a black African with a K. That symbolizes I'm somebody taken in the transatlantic slave trade. Brother says, Kyle, speak for yourself, you feckless, jaded. You know your lesson served by those new American government when they don't let your ass. I love you too, baby Rodriguez. The love, woohoo, the love I get in the chat room, right? Look, come on, Rico. Pan has never been tried. I'm a black nationalist. Rico, you haven't listened to the show the other night. I said black nationalism is the mother of black pride, black success, black excellence, black achievement, and Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is a mere child, man. It's like Pan-Africanism is this little child running in the playfield trying to get itself, find its way in the world. And all y'all bullies do is go bully the Pan-Africanist child, Leave my Pan-African child alone, man. Come to the black national. We're the parents, We're the adults. The Pan-Africanism is the children, not offspring, But Rico gonna go there and body slam the Pan-African. It's like a grown man body slamming a 10-year-old kid and whatnot. Pan-African is new. It's kid. It's like the child. The Black Nationalist movement has been around for 400 something years. Oh no, I'm not trying to. Nice try, Rico. I'm trying to rebrand my bullshit, man. You think I'm trying to sneak Pan Africanism past you? No, I ain't trying to do that. I'm saying we're black nationalists. The black nationalists want a black nation, right? Pan Africanism is just an afterthought, something like, whatever we can achieve that by cooperating with other black people or whatnot, but having a black nation in America and in Africa is important to me. I want to see the black man in America achieve what we want to achieve in America and have wealth, prosperity, and all stuff like that in America. And I want to see us build our own base camp and getting to the point of independence in Africa, I want both. I want it all. Bruce says, Kala, read the rest of the statement regarding use of alternate term for your focus, cultural, national, or look, Rudy, I don't understand what you're talking about. When I say black national, it's very clear. I'm talking about black America, black America, black African American, that's all. That culturally, spiritually, we're a nation, we're a nation without a government, a land. We're a landless nation. We're a nation in captivity, Rudy. You understand that? We're a nation of captivity, but but I'm not like the people went out there and started, jumping out there with the Pan African thing without talking about a nation. You can't have a nation without blood and soil. Blood and soil. People say, well, we said, look, the bottom line is this: the white man spilled our blood on this soil, so it's his. He paid for America and our blood and the Native Americans' blood, and the British blood. There's been no blood shed by the black man in America over any soil. That's why we're not free. We're not a free people. We're nothing but a bunch of goofballs online, Actually, the father, Martin Luther is the father of black nationalism. I give him that. He wanted to be a black man. Martin Delany wanted to be a black man. He said we need a black, whether it's here in Africa or in America, we got to become a black nation, whatever like that. I love Martin Delany. He said I want to be a black man. Frederick Douglass was a coon. You know more about Frederick Douglass than you knew Martin Delany. History books try to write him out of history. They told us all about Frederick Douglass or whatnot. Yeah. Yo, Rico, man, cut it out, right? Collar serving black gumbo with Pan African FBA talking points in a big bowl of bullshit. Man, stop it, Rico. I'm telling the truth, bro. Your favor, and you turncoat becoming more useless. Man, my fan club, man. The love I get, man. Frederick Douglass was a bum, I knew he was a bum. Frederick Douglass was a freaking bum. He was a clown. Divorced his black wife and whatnot, married a white woman. What say about that, man? All these people are imposed upon us by Jews who write our history for us and tell us who we need to omit and who we need to reverence. Jews. Jews wrote most of Black American history. I realized that back in the 80s, late 80s, and whatnot. So no, he was half black. The bottom line is this: look, we don't care about his soul was white. So okay, Brico, do you want me to play some real picture of housing in Liberia? Probably better than how you got housing in Liberia, better than your houses right there. So since you asked, we're gonna play some houses in Liberia. We're gonna show you real Liberia, Since you asked, Oh, this is a video I want to play, I wanted to play this last night, but we had so many people on the damn line. I couldn't get this video in because everybody kept talking. I'll play it tonight. This is honor of Liberia with the Liberian flag.
Understood that their new nation needed more than a constitution and a government. It needed a powerful symbol that would speak to the world. To design this symbol, a special committee of 7 black women was appointed. This was extraordinary for the 19th century. These women were descendants of freed African Americans, and they were trusted with shaping the identity of Africa's first modern republic. The committee was led by Susanna Elizabeth Lewis, who served as chairwoman. The other members of the committee were Matilda Newport, Rachel Johnson, Mary Hunter, Sarah McGill Russworm, widow of the famous Pan-Africanist John Brown Russworm, Kermit Teague Ellis, and Sarah Draper. Together, these women designed and hand-sewed the flag that would represent Liberia to the entire world. The flag they created features 11 red and white horizontal stripes, symbolizing the 11 men who signed Liberia's Declaration of Independence. The red stripes represent courage, struggle, and the sacrifices made to establish the nation under harsh conditions of disease, resistance, and political uncertainty. The white stripes symbolize moral excellence, peace, and the hope that Liberia would stand as a just republic. In the upper left corner of the flag is a blue square, representing the African continent. At the time of Liberia's independence, Africa had very few self-governing states. Liberia stood almost alone. The blue square was meant to declare that Africa belonged to Africans and that black people were capable of governing themselves. Inside the blue square shines a single white star. This star symbolized Liberia as the first independent republic in Africa and served as a beacon of hope for enslaved and colonized black people around the world. To many across Africa and the diaspora, Liberia's star represented freedom in an age of empire. The Liberian flag was intentionally modeled after the flag of the United States, reflecting Liberia's historical ties to freed African Americans and the American Colonization Society. However, this resemblance also reflects a contradiction in Liberia's history. While the flag symbolized freedom internationally, many indigenous Liberians were excluded from full political rights for generations. That tension later shaped much of Liberia's political struggle. Over the decades, the Liberian flag has flown during major moments of world history: World War II, the founding of the United Nations, African independence movements, civil war, and peace building. It flies today on ships across the world through Liberia's maritime registry, making it one of the most recognized flags globally. Today, the Liberian flag stands as a symbol of freedom achieved, sacrifices remembered, and unity still being built. It carries pride, pain, and responsibility. Behind its colors and star are the hands of 7 women who stitched not just cloth but history. The Liberian flag is more than a national symbol. It is a statement of Black independence in a colonial world. Like, share, and follow for more untold stories of Liberia. The story of the Liberian flag.
Yeah, beautiful story. That's my country, you know. You know what I'm saying? I got my good friend Nack Measy here, you know. You know, Nack, I'll be in Liberia in a few weeks, man. You know, who knows? I might stay there. I might not even come back here, you know. You never know, you know. If I could get used to Liberia's rainy season, you know, what I'm just trying to think, what would I do in rainy season, right? What would I do? I got a nice crib there, right? I could just stay in the house all day with the wife, right? You know, we can order out, you know, have her cook every day and whatnot, you know. When we get some sunshine, go out there and fucking yeah, but I'll still be doing my show when so I'll be still reaching the world, you know. So I'll be still doing my show. So I'll still be around to annoy everybody, you know. You know, so the bottom line is this. So I can, you know, okay, you have to give yes. Look, no, I don't look. The bottom line, if you're Black American, you don't have to do it. They see their whole thing is they bend the rules for Black people, Black African Americans. They bend the rules for Black African Americans. You can go to Liberia as a Black African American, right? You know, just get if you want to be a citizen or whatever. I just want to get residency. I don't know what I would do with a citizen. I could just having being a resident there. I could own a business and own property. You know, you don't have to have a citizenship to own property in Liberia. You know. So it is what it is. You know. Every documentary about Liberia seems to take subtle jabs at African Americans. Yeah, of course they do, because the bottom line is this: it's done by because that's why the reason why I'm here. I'm trying to I'm the ultimate defender of Black America, right? I defend Black America in America. I defend us when we go to Mexico. I defend us when we go to Europe. I defend us when we go to South Africa. I defend us when we're in Liberia, right? Wherever we're at in the world, where I'm there, that's what I'm saying, so it is what it is, They always take these subtle jabs at us because the bottom line is the fact that we did something that remarkable, in a time where most countries were enslaved or colonized. We was able to carve out a republic, right, and stand on our ground and stand on our own square when on that piece of territory. So the world has never forgiven us for that shit, They've never forgiven us for that shit, Oh, they want us to be a bunch of Captain America Negroes running around with the American flag, being the white man's bitch and whatnot, the white man's son, being son by the white man. Oh, good, massa. I'm so happy to be American and whatnot. Man, I be happy and whatnot. What be better than America? Me personally, I'm like this. I just take America for all it's worth. I'm here to suck the money, suck the benefits, and give America no respect. That's just me, America gets no respect from me, While I suck the benefits dry, I say that's my reparations, You know. Yeah, residency is actually really good, Kyle be chatting sometimes. That's why you gotta be a white man. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, man. Look, there's something goes through me when I see, I just think of fucking Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley niggas and whatnot. These Captain American Negroes and whatnot. They're so happy to be American and whatnot. That's why I don't watch the Super Bowl. I cannot watch Super Bowl, right? Because if I watch Super Bowl, I do watch Super Bowl. If the national anthem playing, I'll just get up and walk out the room. I will. I'll get up and walk out the room until the national anthem is over. And then I'll watch the game. Like the Grammys is on tonight. You think I care about some fucking Grammys? No. Yeah, Stephen A. Smith, that coon. All these fucking coons. Anton Daniels, Stephen A. Smith, Jason Whitlock, man. Where the fuck these people come from? I love to be Black American. So you're Donald Trump painted black. So you have no identity. You're Donald Trump painted black. So in other words, basically take a cone of black paint and throw them on, dump it on Donald Trump's head, and then you got neck easy. That's it. Take the average white guy, put up. Well, I say I'm Black African. The next thing is African American if I have to be African American, right? But but just calling me a fucking Black American, no, I ain't I'm not Donald Trump or Sean Hannity painted fucking black. No, that's what you're saying. You're saying you're Sean Hannity, Donald Trump, and all these other Rush Limbaugh, but you're just painted in blackface. That's what you say when you say you're Black America. It's a fucking stop. It's like don't sound right, man. It just don't sound right, That's Solon. That sounds sissy shit, man. I'm a Solon. What the fuck is that, man? Everybody's come up with all this shit, like, oh man, Solon and whatnot. What the hell is that, man? We got the Solon flag, whatnot. But I'm not gonna. I think the Solon people are harmless, so I'm not gonna pick on them too much. I'm not gonna pick on the Solon people too much. They're all right people, man. I can't really fault them for trying, trying something new and whatnot, Yeah, I try to have a sense of humor, job. Sense of humor is good for the soul, man, especially when I got people like Bantu Mandinka around. You know, I got King Louis. You know, yeah, I think with King Louis. You ever see the Jungle Book with King Louis? That's King. That's Louis, right? King Louis, yeah. And we got a deal, and I. Now I'm the king of the swinger bowl, the jungle VIP. That's Lewis, man. You know, that's Lewis, man. You know, and so oopity doo. I want to be like you. I want to walk like you, talk like you. Ooh. You know, I'm a king of the swinger bowl, the jungle VIP. You know, that's how Captain American Negro sound, man. They want to be like the white man. I want to be like you. You. Yeah, he goes, I'm the king of the, you know, the guy that sing that Priva, that's a white guy, you know, that played King Louis on the original Jungle Book. The reason why he did that guy Louis Priva, it was a Sicilian guy, jazz player in the world. And he had the same sound and tone as Duke Ellington and Cat Bates, but he was white. He was right. So when they said they wanted to get the Negro sounding voice for King Louis, right? They didn't want to do it because that it was going to be racist, right? So they got Louis Priva, but he sounded so fucking black and whatnot, you know. I'm the king of the Singapore, the jungle VIP, you know. I want to be like you. I want to walk right into town and share myself around, you know. Yeah, I'm a king of the Singapore, the jungle VIP. Yeah. Yeah, it was a lot of racist, a lot of symbolism and whatnot. It's about assimilating. You know, the Jungle Book is what we're going through right now with the ADOS FBA people. You know, they suddenly want to be fucking white. You know, they want to be white. They want to walk like you, talk like you. Oh, you. I want to be you. You. Speaking of, as my brother Nak Meezy. Go ahead, Nak. What's going on? Let me have it, bro. Let me have it, Nak. You. What happened? Your Boost mobile phone's off? You know, let me have it, Nak. I know you're gonna get
Yo, can you hear me? Boost Mobile, God, why you start with me, man?
What did I say?
You said something about American flag,
Oh,
you
how do you know
know?
I'm talking about? How do you know I'm talking about
No,
you?
because you said my name.
I did.
Yeah, you did, brother.
Oh man, see,
Right
what
before
did I
you
tell you?
got at my sister, BB Rodriguez.
Oh, oh yeah, you know, I say you how popular. You're always on my mind. That means you must
Oh,
be
thanks.
popular. Yeah. So,
Ongoing
like we will
call.
say, like you before, so man. Yeah.
So let's
Oh,
talk, man. Let's talk. I don't want to cook you tonight. I'm feeling
go ahead,
gracious.
go ahead, yo. Go
I'm
ahead and cook
feeling
me, man.
gracious, brother.
Try it, man.
The
Try it.
last thing you want is me and you on a panel alone, brother. You will get
Oh,
smoked
okay. Okay, yo,
like
go ahead.
Liberian bushmeat, like Liberian bushmeat.
But we don't do bushmeat in Liberia, bro. You know,
Yes, they do. Come on.
no, they don't. No,
I saw the documentary where they was chopping up monkeys and armadillos and
yeah,
shit.
way up in the damn. Oh, that's
Ah,
Elvis.
but you said it wasn't Liberia. You see, I already
No,
got you.
Liberia,
Boom. One,
Liberia.
knock me see one, collar zero.
Hold on. No, Elvis. No, oh, Elvis. Same. What's the difference?
Got him
Well, look,
stuttering.
check us out. Look, there's Liberia, and then there's the other Liberia. My Liberia that I know, my wife, her family, and whatnot, are the Congo people. You know, we don't do that shit. You know, and we're the dominant culture. You know, even though we're the
Mm.
minority, we're the dominant culture. You know, so I got to say.
What do you mean we? You Black American.
Oh, look, no, my Black America don't end with the borders of America. You know, if I went to
Neither does mine. Neither does mine.
So the Liberian culture in Liberia is the African American or Black American or American Liberian culture in Liberia is my culture. So that's just my culture in Africa. Are we on the
It's your
plantation?
culture.
Are we on a plantation?
Yes.
So in other words, Mac, let me ask you a question. You know, Musa, the people in America, less than 1,000% eat raccoon or bush meat in America. They'll go there. When one person eats it, out of a billion people, Suddenly, everybody in America eats bushmeat. No, we don't eat that shit over here, bro. Um,
Of
what
course,
I'm
not
saying,
everyone, but the more Liberians eat bushmeat than Black Americans.
no. I never seen that. Anyway,
All
check
right,
us out.
yes, sir.
When you're in Liberia, right? There's
hmm
Providence Baptist Church. Where do you think that came from?
From America,
When the AME Church, the African Methodist Episcopal Church,
yes,
right, came from where?
from Black America,
All the churches in Liberia are connected to the AME Church.
yes.
The
Black
AME
black
Church.
coons, black coons worshiping the white Jesus. Yes,
Well,
let's go, let's
whatever.
go, let's go,
What about
let's go.
the Nation of Islam and the Seventh Day Adventists that's there? Jehovah Witness.
Black coons worshiping a white Persian, Nation of Islam. But shout out to what they did in the black community.
So in other words, basically, you're an atheist, right?
Oh, I'm an absolute atheist.
I'm not an atheist.
You didn't know that?
No, that explains a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
That explains a lot. I'm not an atheist. I'm a Christian. So what?
You a Christian? Yo, how you
I'm
a Christian?
And I look at it like this, Knack, right? My family's Christian, right, like that, right? But get
Mhm.
this, right? Oh, get this in New York, right? My family's tremendously successful. We came from North Carolina and we conquered New York City, right?
Well, North Carolina. What part of North Carolina y'all come from? 'Cause that's where my people from.
Hold on. A lot of people I see, they ain't Christian, whatever like that, whatever it is, like this, right? All I know is I look at my family, my cousin's side of the family, right? Who I'm rival with. We have two rival families in my side, my cousin side. We have my cousin Jerome on the other side, right? He's today was his last day of work. He retired sanitation department with $1 million pension, right?
Mhm.
His he's a fucking millionaire, certified millionaire. His wife's an accountant, right? My cousin Debbie, she went to school in college with Letitia James. Her and Letitia James are sorority sisters with their friends, right? Those are the inner circles. My cousins, they all know Russell Simmons, Run, and Russell Simmons' people, whatnot, in Queens, whatnot. They all know each other, whatnot. That's the inner circle they run with, right? That's my family, right? So the bottom line is this, and my family is all about the church. My cousin Kenny's a pastor. He knows Run. Him and Run are good friends. They look alike. They basically. So we grew up in the church. When I got, we were families after families, generation after generation, whatnot. Now the next generation, our families taking over. Whatnot. We got so many people. My brothers, kids, everybody in my family. Kids raised right and whatnot. We don't have a bunch of baby mamas in our family and shit like that. So the bottom line, say what you want about Christianity, whatever like that, it served me well.
Well, may I respond, brother?
Go ahead.
Speaking of serving, that was a delicious serving of a juicy nothing burger. Why I talk to you about Islam or about Christianity, you're a black nationalist praising a white Jesus.
Who says I'm praising anybody?
Your Jesus is white, sir.
Hold on. I said I'm a Christian faith. That don't mean I'm bringing I never said I was a practice.
You're a Christian. If I'm a Muslim, I revere Arab Muhammad. If you're a Christian, you revere white Jesus.
You know how many Muslims eat pork and drink alcohol, bro?
Yeah, exactly. But you revere a white Jesus, sir.
Hold on. Look,
you revere a white Jesus.
If you knew anything, right? I come from a black Pentecostal church, and we don't fucking have no white Jesus there. We have a fucking black Jesus in our church.
What Bible do you use, sir?
So it doesn't matter, but the Bible.
Yes. Now you don't want to get into it. Jesus is white. You worship a white man, sir, and you're black nationalist.
Hold on. This is what you don't say. This is how fucking uneducated, ignorant you are. Christianity came out of Africa, bro.
No, that came out of East Africa. You are a descendant of West Africans. You're a descendant of West Africans. You do not practice East African Christianity. You practice Christianity beaten into you from the slave master. But yet you call us loving massa. You love massa's ideology, sir.
I went to the Abyssinian Baptist Church. That's Ethiopian, bro. What are you talking about?
You went to the Abyssinian Baptist Church.
Yeah, they had nothing about no white Jesus in there, man. You know.
Oh, what Bible did you use? What Bible did you use?
It doesn't even matter because the
It
Bible.
matters. We're talking about is
Hold on,
Christianity. What
hold on.
Bible did you use, sir?
The
Did you use the Maccabee Bible?
was originally Ethiopian text. It translated.
You're not Ethiopian.
It
You're
doesn't
not
matter.
Ethiopian.
You said the white man basically created
Yes.
Christianity, and I just told you it did. So you just lost that debate. You know.
Wait, but hold on. Are Ethiopians, do they not self-classify as Caucasian?
The white man,
Ethiopians are dark-skinned Caucasians, my brother.
No, okay. All
Yeah.
right. Ethiopia and tell them that. So now you're moving the goalposts.
No, I'm not moving the goalposts. It goes all back to white people
You just lost the
and
argument.
white identifying people. Now you try to say that you're a member of the Abyssinian church. Brother, your Jesus is white.
I have many references to Christianity outside of Europeans. You just automatically assume,
Okay, well, let's talk about it then.
So hold on.
You believe in a sky god, bro. You believe in a sky god.
Hold on.
I don't believe in a sky god.
Hold on. You understand what the African Methodist Episcopal Church is? That says,
Man, fuck the African Episcopal Church. That shit ain't nothing but a remix of the white man's fucking Christianity.
Bottom line, it was created by our people. So I respect
No, it wasn't.
that reciprocal, just like the Nation of Islam was created by our people.
Wait. Is that a West African thing or an East African thing?
You don't even respect your own people.
No, wait, I'm asking you a question. Is that what you just named? Is that a West African or an East African thing?
It was born here in America among our people who were
Man, fuck that shit. I don't respect no white cracker, bro. That's the difference between me and you.
You don't have any respect for your own people. That's what it is.
No. You have a lot of white. You worship Zaddy, bro. You worship Zaddy.
You have no love, respect for your own race. You know.
No, you worship Zaddy. You come on here shitting on black Americans all the time while you worshiping white Jesus, claiming you're a black nationalist.
Knack, you got the American flag in your profile, bro.
Yes.
Okay,
after 1776, bro.
Oh, please. Yo, that's
yes. Wait. I got on another one. Let me show you my other flag.
Did that flag, and you're waving the same flag that enslaved your people, bro.
I wish I could turn my camera on because I got a camera. I got another American flag on right now.
Look, you have the American flag on there. You're still that slave all the way in Holland.
Wait, but you paying American taxes, right?
I'm forced to do it, you know, I'm forced.
You talk about symbolism, but you literally investing into the American economy that you so-called hate.
If I was you,
saving up your PTO every year so you can go and play Passport Bro Pan-African. That's what you want to do.
This is what you know, Holland flag. Let me see, whole Holland flag. This is just
brother, you save up your PTO so you can play like you are African every month for a month every year. You a PTO African.
Dak, rule number one is when you tell a joke, never laugh at your own jokes, bro.
I love that. I think it's funny. That's why I tell it. That kills that whole thing.
So
you know how many comedians laugh at their own jokes? Right, you know, I never saw someone who always beats the drum of war. Yeah, but you couldn't beat your way out of a wet paper bag. You couldn't beat your way out of a wet paper bag.
That is for you,
but you're beating the drums of war. Oh, there will be blood. There will be blood. Come on, man. Son, you couldn't last a Zumba class, bro.
That's for you, right there. The Holland
thank you. I would never wear that shit.
I think you need to turn in that.
I'm
American
not. I just rape their pockets. I just rape their pockets, bro.
Do the right thing. Do the right thing, right? You know, you live in the Netherlands, right? You've been there for a long time. You know, just get your citizenship over there and be done with it, bro.
Really. I don't want my citizenship, brother. Can you Google something? Can you Google? Hold on, brother. Can you Google Heliport Den Helder? So you can see. Wait. So you can see where I take off from and make fucking 20,000 racks in about 2 fucking weeks.
Well, that's good.
Google that, nigga. Google that.
What you gotta do is, if you making that type of money over there,
yes,
don't just become a citizen. You ain't making that money in America.
I don't need to become a
Well,
citizen.
why
I
you
can.
holding on to this raggedy ass country, America, man?
Wait, bro, but you call it raggedy, but you afraid to leave.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
say
yeah.
it,
I
you
got
say it has the
good.
blessings. You call it the blessings of America,
If I can make
and but
20,
you won't leave.
I can make 20
At
racks.
least I leave and I get money.
Yeah.
I leave and I get money.
If I had-
You stay there, you
if I had-
cry, and then you have no way to create a means of income in Africa.
if
You
say
can't
that,
make. You
okay.
couldn't rub two nickels
All right,
together
Matt,
in
all right,
Liberia
Matt,
and
all right,
create
How
something.
about this? How
Your
about
ass will be on the side of the road selling
Matt,
dried coconut and fruit juice, trying
Matt,
to provide for
Matt,
yourself.
look, I'm inviting you to Liberia this month. Are you going to be there?
Brother, I researched it. I really did. But the whole shit with they don't have visa on arrival. Sorry, I don't go to back of them countries
Bro,
like that.
if you were really serious, I can get you a diplomatic visa.
Man, you will have me in some goddamn prison.
Now I ain't gonna have you no prison. I'm saying, but you talk like
This is the nigga. This is the FBA nigga.
You say you make 20 racks a month, right? You should be more traveling. You should be calling me from South Africa once in a while. You know,
Oh,
you should be calling me
brother.
you know, when I make
Here's the thing, brother.
man, I'll be around
Here's
the
the thing.
world, like all around the world, same song. You know,
No, but you see, there. Okay, you don't understand my branch, but you can't just you can go, but why should I do that? I have a family, brother. I have to get my daughter's geography grades higher,
Oh yeah,
which is why she doesn't do dishes anymore. You see, I'm a father, so I create fatherly plans in my house so that my children can become my children can become respectable black people. Yes. I do my daughter. I do homework with my kids, bro.
There, I have all
Yeah, my son is a welder. You know, my son makes he's an apprentice and he gets more than 35 euros an hour.
Yeah, so
you know how many insurance policies you have to sell to make as much as my son does?
You know how many I make.
Do you know that my daughter has more money in her bank account than you do? 100%. 100%.
If you got all that money and stuff like that, then why do you still fuck with America?
I'm not there, but I love black America, sir. I love black America.
Yo, you can't make that money in America.
Oh, I absolutely could.
No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for pocket watching, but I know my industry better than you do, sir.
Hello, if you can make that much money in America, what the fuck you doing in the Netherlands, man?
I have a family here, sir.
A raggedy ass country.
Like I'm married to a fat white Dutch woman, sir.
Yeah, so, I don't know. So like I said, man,
I massage her big fat corn feet every night, sir.
I don't know about Negroes, man. I get some weird motherfuckers that be calling me, man. You know,
well, brother, I'm not weird.
Man,
I'm just keeping it light with you, bro. I'm keeping it light.
Weird, man.
Because you ran away from that white Jesus conversation. I'm gonna let you get that though.
You know, I'm like, I can't understand how, you should have the Netherlands flag in your profile, giving respect to the country that's paying you 20 racks a month, man. Shit, I would. Shit. If Liberia was paying me 20 racks a month, I have the Liberian flag in my shit. Yeah,
I'm not a whore. I'm not a whore for money though. You see, that's the difference between you and I.
So whatnot,
and let me explain something to you. My American passports give me power here, sir. There is a certain prestige that carrying an American passport has. If I had a Dutch passport, they would think I'm some coconut. They think I'm some coconut from fucking the Caribbean or some goddamn Suriname that just crawled out the fucking jungle.
Basically, you want to be a special Negro.
I am a special Negro. My mom told me I'm special.
Nat wants to be a special Negro. When that's
Negro.
It's like he says I ain't like these Suriname motherfuckers. I ain't like these fucking Nigerians. I'm not America, man. That's sad, man.
But brother, you know we're a different breed, brother. Come on now. We are special Negro. Are you not a special Negro?
There's all the type of thing is you admit nothing, you say nothing, right? There's some things you don't say.
You know we a special Negro. You say it on your show.
When I go to fucking When I'm in
I walk
Liberia,
around Liberia like I own the place because my ancestors. I'm
not
different.
not because I'm American, not because I'm American. I tell you that right now.
Yes, yes, yes. That's our culture that they running over there. That's why I feel so good at home. This Black American culture.
No American culture. We can't tell the difference between a Liberian and a fucking Black American.
Yes, 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 sir.
They all sound the same. Got the same accent, same everything. You can't tell really a difference. This.
Colin, you know what I love? Because I'm in the parking lot. I call you from the parking lot every day. When all these white people walk past and they look at my whip and they say, "Damn, oh, there's a Negro in that car." Yeah, there's a nice caramel colored Negro in this car. So get the fuck on, nigga, and clock in. But yeah, while you sit doing, you're happy about being monetized. Salute, brother. Congratulations.
I'm not monetized. I'm not monetized.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Well, when you get monetized, brother, you're gonna be getting them. I'm gonna super chat you. I'm gonna super chat you so much. I'm gonna purchase your ticket to go to Liberia and never come back.
It happens. It happens. It's on the review. My account's on the review, wherever like that. If it happens, it happens. It don't. I don't really care.
Bro, I was monetized, right? And I literally didn't give a fuck about monetization. I used to curse people out before they super chatted me.
I don't give a shit about none of this shit like that. As far as money, I make money.
No, but you don't make money though. You're broke. You're actually broke.
Yeah, okay. I'm broke. Yeah.
No, you are. And then you're talking about building an African nation. To build anything for black people, you have to have money, sir. You don't have money.
Hold up. So if you're gonna take ad hominem shots at me and whatnot, get it fucking right.
That's what we do to each other, right?
How can anybody who fucking could travel overseas 4 years in a row fucking be broke? Does that make any logical sense?
Because you're a PTO Pan-African.
Well, what the fuck does that mean?
A paid time off Pan-African.
That's a fucking
you take personal leave. You take personal.
I always said that you're not the most smartest shopper tool in the shed, right?
No, you're a PTO Pan-African, sir.
Hold on. How can anybody, right, if they don't have money, right, how can they take 2 months off every fucking year to go someplace or whatnot?
Brother, I've taken 2-3 months off. Sometimes I check into people's live streams from the Caribbean, from Europe, from Asia.
You got to telling me a few minutes ago that you can't take off work. So what is it?
No, right now, this is one of the busiest times of the year for me.
Right now, okay.
Yes. Right. It's seasonal, brother.
Come on, man. It's me now.
Yo, the oil don't stop, bro. It don't stop.
And so the bottom line,
I take break when it gets slow, but it doesn't get slow for me.
You're out of work, you could take off. Yeah, but look, I'm not out of work. I got an agency.
No, I cannot work whenever. But because I'm from Brooklyn, I have a hustle mentality, sir. I want to be home. I want to be home so I can have the conversation with my daughter as to why the fuck she's not, as to why my daughter's only getting a 9 in English. I have to have those conversations because I'm a father. My gene has been passed down, sir. You haven't passed your gene down to anyone. How can you build a black nation when you can't run a black household, sir?
But the bottom line is this: how are you going to talk about building anything? You live in the Netherlands.
Yes, because I build wherever. I'm global.
Oh yes, that's the same thing I do.
Well, black Americans, like you mentioned, our dear brother Martin Delaney, we've been international. That's why we're different. We're international and we ball out everywhere. Pause.
Talk about black countries, not white countries, bro.
No. It doesn't matter. Black, white. I'm a globe trotter.
I would not live in no fucking white country, man.
You live in a white country right now, dummy?
Because I was born here and I was forced to.
But you can leave. You got money, right? You got money, right?
Get on a plane and say, I'm going to spend the next 10 years in this fucking white devil country because of whatever reason, I'm like,
bro, you know what? You got a point, brother. I go home, right? And it pains me to go out and deal with these crackers. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, right? And wait. Hold on. Let me explain. My wife said, yo, these crackers have heaven on earth. we should as well. Don't let what they think about us stop us from enjoying life wherever it is on the planet. I said, you know what? You're right. We going to France.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying? That's what
well,
niggas with money do.
I tell you right
You
now,
you stuck. You stuck. You
my
stuck in America and you hate it. I'm enjoying my life, brother.
my heaven starts in 4 weeks. I'm in Liberia, right? And I
Right?
might,
So that means you're in hell for
and
11 months a year.
I
You're in
might be.
hell for 11 months a year. That is a horrible ROI. And ROI is return on investment. That is a hard return on investment.
Can't all talk at the fucking same time. By the end of the year, hopefully, I'm going to be in Angola, in Zambia. By the end of the year, so I'm spending my blueprint in Africa. Sorry, Liberia. By the end of the summer, I want to be in Zambia and Angola. And so next year, I want to hit 3 African countries, whatnot. So the bottom line, I'm living the life I say I'm living. That's why people actually listen to me and people that follow me. So whatever you say, you can say whatever you want, whatnot. I must be doing something right because there's a lot of people basically supporting what I'm saying and whatnot. I got a lot of well wishers and everything like that. And so I'm humbled by all the support, whatever like that people give me and everything like that. So it is what it is. So people can talk all they want. They can take all the cheap shots they want at me and whatnot. Look, I'm here. I'm like a public figure. You can judge me all the fuck you want. It's not gonna change one way I see the world or one thing I'm doing. As simple as that, So
Hey,
yeah, Dave,
man.
I want to make it to Angola. Hopefully this year. Hopefully everything goes right. Everything goes right.
Hello.
Yeah,
Why you mute me, bro?
because I was talking. When I'm talking, I'm trying to say something, and you just kept
Okay.
going on. You have
No, I
conversation.
thought I had technical issues. But
No,
nah, expand your blueprint of Africa, brother. I support you. Just stop taking shots at people when they're not on your panel. Then you're
look.
gonna get roasted.
Bottom line is, like I said, the world is big enough for everybody. If you person wants to be a Captain America Negro, hey, that's on them. I said I have
Now you're throwing shots. Now we going back to that.
no. I'm saying no. Look, okay, look. I don't think that's a freaking a shot. You think that's an insult?
Well, I'm Captain Black America. You always got to put the black in with me, sir.
Well, I'm saying like this. My whole thing is this: if you are representing America to the fullest, and that's what you
I'm
want. Look,
representing Black America, sir.
no, I represent Black America, bro.
No. I want to offer you a chance to get down with my movement. Listen to it. It's the Mbaga movement. It sounds African, right? Mbaga. Make Black America great again. Do you want to get down with Mbaga?
No,
It's not
no.
MAGA, it's Mbaga.
Now, let me tell you something. Look, Nat, with all due respect, right? Most Black people in America don't give a two shits. That's why we're sitting silent right now. We don't give a shit. This
Right.
country burns down tomorrow. We don't give a fuck. That's how we are.
Yes, they do. That's why there's so many Black Americans in the military, brother.
Nobody protesting nice. We're letting Donald Trump say whatever the fuck you want to do, Mr. Trump. Right? In fact, we've given up on this country. We have,
No, you have, but you scared to leave.
Say no.
I'm a trailblazer.
Look,
I'm a trailblazer, sir.
Logically, we've given up on this country. So the bottom line, if I'm here, I'm actually my mind, heart is someplace else.
So then you're not focused, brother.
Well, I do what I could do. I'll be in Liberia in a few weeks, and hopefully by the end of the year,
Go along to get along.
Well, that's what it is. That's what our ancestors left us, right? They left us a
No, it's on us to carry the ball and keep going, brother.
I'm at the point where, like I said, these people trying to contact me. I don't want no fucking support from these other Black organizations. They're all useless. I said that. The Republic of New Africa, all these goddamn useless groups and whatnot. I've been a part of for years and whatnot. I've had it with all these other people. All these people want to do is, like I said, if people I would say like this, right? Don't do any pretense, right? I tell all these so-called Black militants, whatever like that. If you really love America, just get up there and say, I'm proud to be an American, and at least I know I'm free. Don't freaking give no like you a Black American. No, you're proud to be that.
Brother, so you're not proud of your people in America?
No, I'm proud of Black America, right? Black people
Just
in
like
America.
me.
And it has
Now we're getting somewhere. Now we can work together.
Look, this is why I'm trying to show you, right? When I go to Liberia, right? Those are still my people, even though they came over here 200 years ago to Liberia, right? Those are still my people. You know, I
They
don't
were
have
colonizers, brother.
my people. No, they were not colonizers, bro. You know, my
They were
people,
colonizers.
my people did not stop at the borders of America. We didn't stop in the plantation. You basically a slave catcher. You want anybody trying to leave the plantation, you're gonna come and hunt us down and bring us back, whatnot, you know?
But how is that when I'm telling you, I'm asking you to leave? Now, give me 30 seconds and I'll show you why they're colonizers. They went there literally with the American Colonization Society,
That don't
right?
mean anything.
And their purpose, hold on, brother, let me finish. I'm almost done and I'll pass it back. And their purpose was to colonize and to civilize and Christianize Liberia. That's in their writing. That's what they was going there for. So you literally jumped onto a legacy of colonizers who were getting the side eye in Liberia. So your minority status in America is quadrupled in Liberia when you represent you're an American Liberian with no real roots in Liberia.
Hold up. Anakbita, you done?
Well, okay, almost. You're a Johnny come lately Liberian. You're a Johnny come lately Liberian. Now I'm done.
First of all, there was never any such group called American Liberians. That's first off.
Well, you just said it. You used that 40 minutes ago.
I use that term to describe a people, right? But
so did I.
Well, what you said was they came over. The American Liberians came over the American colonization. First of all,
no. They were Black Americans.
No, they weren't, because they were not considered.
They came from America, or then let's call them what they really were, which is fucking washed out mulattoes. Them was some mulatto ass niggas that went over there to colonize shit for America. Let's keep it on it.
Look, Knack, man, we're not gonna talk over each other. We're gonna have a conversation, right?
All right, brother.
Let me correct you on one thing, right? First of all, Black people that were in America were not Americans. They were not American citizens. There were people left over from America's colonial era, that basically were not given citizenship, so they were stateless. That's the reality. And the American Colonization Society was a charity organization to remove unwanted non-citizens of Black African descent to their ancestral homeland. That's all it was, right? In fact, my guy Sando Morris is going to be on the show, right? He has a book coming out, right? He's a scholar, Liberian scholar, right? He'll break it down to you. The American Colonization Society was a failed project. It failed. The society, Liberia was picked up by men like Stephen Allen Benson, J.J. Roberts, Hillary Teague, those remarkable Black men from America. They're the ones who crafted Liberia and made it a country, right? The American Colonization Society was a flop. They did nothing. They accredited for getting the initials started, right? But it was actually those who created a republic.
They got the ball rolling. They were the genesis. They were the college genesis.
The only reason why that was true, because at the time there was still the slave trade going on in the Atlantic, and they had to have some sort of protection crossing the Atlantic, because there were several ships that were intercepted by slave ships, and people sold back into slavery. So they had to use.
What year did the ACS go there, brother? What year was that?
1822.
But there was a pirate trade going on.
Yeah, pirates, people ride. The North Atlantic was dangerous of pirates and slavers and all stuff like that on the sea. So the bottom line, the only safety was, and then you still at the same time, you had in the Mediterranean, you had the Barbary pirates. Piracy was big at that time period, right? So the only safe passage was the United States Navy escorting there. That's why the Americans' colonization was important. But they didn't build a colony. They got safe passage under the white man's nuts. Oh, okay. You say that. Well, you're under white man's nuts right now,
right?
Right.
No.
Let me get Elvis on. I don't know what Elvis wants to talk about, but I really don't feel like talking about Liberia tonight. But go ahead, Elvis. Go ahead.
So
wow,
that's like music. Yeah, man. I had to
peace,
take a
brother.
Tylenol, man. I had to chill out for a second. But nah, I mean, you say you don't want to talk about Liberia, so I'm
Oh
gonna
no, go
skip.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Nah,
So
we want to hear from a real Liberian,
I
brother.
don't mind talking about Liberia with you, Elvis, because you know a little something, right? When you talk about somebody next
Yeah,
me,
he's a real Liberian.
hold on. So is my boy Dave. You know, so what?
Well, not you, not you.
Oh
And
man,
so that's another Nakmeezi's
You a Johnny come lately Liberian.
somebody is not a real. He should be talking like so. In other words, basically, Nakmeezy, you're not in America. You shouldn't be talking about America right now. You're no
No,
longer.
but I am an American though.
Oh no, yeah, you're no longer in America, so you shouldn't
My
even be talking.
people are from the same place,
Hold
from
on.
North Carolina. We
What
might
if
be
we
related, Kala. You and I might be related.
What if we say we don't want you anymore? You're in the Netherlands. Go ahead, be on. We don't want you. We disown you. You know. Then we
Well, you can. Well, who's we? You're an African.
Black America. Black America.
You're in. You don't know. You're not. Well, choose one. You're an African, right?
Well, I'm
You're
a
a
black.
black African.
I'm a black person.
I wouldn't give two shits what a black African has to say about my Americanism.
Look, black Americans are black Africans. So same thing. You know?
No, no, we're not. No, we're not.
I'm saying
We're descendants of Africans. We're descendant of Africans.
I'm an
We're not.
African.
We don't have the same genetic makeup.
I'm
We're
an
not
African.
like Haitians and Surinamese who are almost 100% still African. You got a lot of white man's DNA swimming through your veins, brother. And it comes out in your talking points where you always look at them with shiny eyes and roll through rose-colored glasses. Oh, those pink people are. Oh man, he used to mentor me. Oh yeah, they're better. Oh, white man, white man, white man. That's you.
Look,
White Jesus,
but
Jesus.
I didn't voluntarily go to a white country though.
Well, you're in one. You're voluntarily staying in one.
I ain't voluntarily say I was born here, bro.
Brother, you and I, we're gonna have the Coon Fest. Who's gonna win the Coon Fest? You or me?
One white country to an even more extreme white country. I mean, that says
No,
a lot.
well, there's a lot of money here.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, but you went from the white country to the whitest country on the planet, Netherlands.
Brother.
Go ahead, Elvis. You know.
Yeah, Elvis, save him. Be a Pan-African, Elvis. Save him.
I had a question for you, Carla.
Go ahead.
And to Carla's, credit, Nakmeezy, he does know a lot about Liberia. So credit to him for that. But Carla, what do you say about people like Nakmeezy who have a different perspective and they do think that it was a form of colonization that happened? What do you think about that perspective?
Well, I would say like this: colonization means suddenly that you would have to say that let's put it like this, Elvis. Right? Let's see what we could agree on. Right? The black people that came to Liberia were not citizens of America, right? Were they citizens or not?
No, you're right. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Well, they had no status with America. America didn't recognize.
No, but certain people were citizens, Carla.
Oh, no, not one.
Yehudi Ashman, those first governors,
those were
citizens.
white men.
That's what I'm saying. So there were people amongst them.
Oh, yeah, but they were the ones. Like, we're not talking about them. We're talking about the people. When we talk about Liberia, I noticed that nobody ever basically talks about the white collar. So let's not even talk about them. The beef is with my ancestors that settled there, right? So let's talk about them. Were they citizens? No. Of America? No, right? The bottom line is this: America. They saw, particularly a lot of black people in America were on the East Coast of America, and because after the War of 1812, where a lot of slaves or free black people helped the British, right? Some of them became loyalists and sailed to Nova Scotia and Jamaica. The United States said, "Man,
they didn't go to Jamaica."
Yeah, someone went to Nova Scotia, whatever they went.
They went to Nova Scotia and Bermuda and then Trinidad, sir. Open up a book.
Whatever they went. I have no idea.
Exactly. Go on, brother.
Anyway, the bottom line is this. The bottom line is they left America under the British as loyalists, right? Whatever it ended up, I never studied where exactly they went, whatever like that. But the bottom line is this, though. The United States said, you know something, we got a problem. We got the majority of black people at that time. There's two things they wanted to do, right? They said, those black people that we could put permanently in slavery, we're going to have another mass migration, right? One of the migrations they had was moving people from the eastern seaboard to places like Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, Alabama, the Deep South, Louisiana. Understand? The rest of the people, that was a long-term plan, right? The rest of the people, right, that were like that were freed, that were never slaves, or something like that lived in places like Baltimore, we would encourage them to emigrate, right? We pay for their passage, and that would solve the black problem. The American Colonization Society was created to preserve the institution of slavery. It was not trying to colonize Africa or anything like that. It was to preserve the institution of slavery, because it's the threat. The free blacks in America were a threat to the institution of slavery. Just their presence alone, right, gave slaves the hope to rebel and uprise. So you had to remove these people from America, and a lot of these people had already built communities that were really old. You had black communities in America that were 200 years old at the time.
What was the purpose of those white people coming with them? Could they have came without the whites?
To Liberia, no.
Why not?
No, because it was like 80 years, right around the time America became a constitutional republic, there was a set of black men that went over to where it's now Bossa Cove in the 1790s, right? And they were trying to say they had the idea, even before Paul Cuffey, of settling in Africa, right? And what happened was these were businessmen, right? These guys were kidnapped by the local Bossa chief and sold to the Portuguese as slaves and re-enslaved. These were free black men, educated, and they were taken and sold slaves. So therefore, black people said, we can't cross this Atlantic without help.
So they needed the white people for protection? Is that what you're saying?
Of course. Because the United States, just like the Barbary pirates on the coast.
So that means that the white man had a lot of hand in the creation of Liberia then.
I'm not going to doubt that, because the bottom line is we didn't have one country in the world. Show me anywhere where any black man had a steamship
these conversations we have about Liberia, you barely give the white man credit. Why is that?
Okay, because hold on, I'm saying like this. I don't know about his credit, because the white man's his motive wasn't trying to help Liberia. His motive was just to rid America of black. Also, they were trying to stop the importation of blacks by intercepting slave ships like the Crotilla. They were trying to intercept slave ships at sea and recapture them and get the territory of Liberia to take recaptured slaves. The whole idea of Liberia was to preserve the existing, the whole American Colonization Society was to preserve the existing slave system in America, right? Get rid of free blacks and then prevent other black people from coming to America. So slowly the slavery would be concentrated in a few states and it would die off. And right around that time it did. It started dying in places like Massachusetts, New York, Delaware, Vermont, and stuff like that. They thought that was going to be the trend, but slavery in the Deep South actually grew. Even with all this slavery, it still grew in the Deep South, and they were not going to.
So let me just get some understanding, Colin, to the crux of the matter, right? You said, effectively, you're saying, without the protection of these guys, if black people went to what is now Liberia, they would have been slaughtered, or maybe sold into slavery.
Yeah,
so their protection was essential for them settling.
The initial part of Liberia, yes, I am not going to doubt that. Okay. Well, if they would have landed over there by themselves, whatever like that, without the backing, the American Colonization was a private organization backed by the United States Navy. I did not.
Which means that the black people had to still depend on the white man, just like you accused us of right now.
See, that's what Nakmizi. Whatever
that's true.
They were more independent than black people that stayed in America ever was. They reformed the republic.
No, there is no independence if you're riding on the sack of the white man.
Hold on. Black people in America never had independence.
Neither did these people.
Word independence in your mouth.
Colin, let me ask you a question. A nice, real question. Is there any documentation, or is there like a charter of the American Colonization Society that gave their mission statement that comes from them to say what they were about?
Yeah, it says that. You look at the American Colonization Society; they were about taking free black people of color.
Well, can you pull it up, please? I don't want an explanation. I want you to pull up their charter and what their mission statement.
Let's be honest. You already know what it is, and you know it exists. So let's not play the game.
No, wait. But hold on, Elvis. I want Kala to pull up the mission statement of the ACS for me.
Look, yo, Nat, right? If you believe you got
Now
the
you don't
truth,
want to do it?
I'm not gonna do nothing because it's my show. I
Are you gonna take his ball and go
You're
home?
not gonna make me do work. I'm sitting there
No,
doing.
I'm asking you, brother, if you could really just show what they were about, not what you.
Yo, look, how about this? You got a library in your city?
Now you don't want to do it because you know that they were about the Christianization and the civilization of Liberia.
Look, I could
They
give
were
you
colonizers, bro. Stop it.
No, they were not colonizers, bro.
Why is it called James Monroe? Why is Liberia known as an American colony?
Nah. First of all, stop yelling at me, right? And second of all, they were not colonizers.
Bro, I'm not yelling at you. I'm in my car.
They were not colonizers, right? I know you want to say that they were colonizers.
Well, just pull it up for me. Just educate me. When you tell me some real shit, I listen and I take it in.
You know what a colony was? A colony was Kenya. Colony was Congo.
Brother, can you just pull up their mission statement, please?
Yeah, look, no, I'm not gonna pull up shit, man. You look it up yourself.
Of course. Everybody, I want the chat to pay attention when it comes to actual receipts. He don't want to do it.
Kyler already conceded to your point, so it's not.
No, he didn't concede. He don't want to show it.
No, he
show
agreed
it.
that there was
Show that they were
a mission
colony.
statement.
So what
He
exactly?
agreed that there was a mission statement by the ACS.
So what was the? Can you tell me the mission statement, Kyler, please?
The ACS was to help people, a charity to help black people in America who want to go to the ancestral homeland.
That wasn't the mission statement.
But,
you're freestyling the mission statement, sir. Can you show the mission statement? You went through all the trouble of putting a Dutch flag to troll me, but you won't show the mission statement for the country you love.
Look, I am not going to sit here and fucking.
Of course,
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know.
Oh, now he's dropping F-bombs. He's losing.
I'm saying you don't know what you're talking about. All you do is fucking rambling.
I'm not rambling, brother. I'm asking you for actual mission statement.
You're rambling and you're filibustering and you're rambling and it's getting on my nerve, man. You're not.
No, you don't. You have no emotional control, and you can't have a real debate.
Again, you're filibustering, right? You didn't give me a chance to fucking talk before you start interjecting. If you want to hear what I gotta say, sit back.
I want to hear you. I'm going to be quiet. Please tell me the mission statement.
Listen to what I got to say. God damn.
All right, let's go.
All right. This is very simple, right? The American Colonization Society was a private charity, right? It was not any military government agency or any military stuff. It was made up of a bunch of charity people, founded by groups like the Quakers, right? Unfamiliar groups, but it was also supported by slaveholders, right? You had two groups of people, slaveholders and charity people in the Northeast, where it's sort of conditioned to free black people in the country, and said, you know something? We said that the only way we could rectify this problem of the black people was to give them a chance to have a home of their own where they could live out their dreams and everything like that and pay at their future. Now, some black people met and said, "No, we're Americans." They met in Philadelphia and said, "No, we oppose to this, whatever like that. This is our soil. We're going to be here like that." That was a debate in Black America, right? Black America was ripped in half over this whole thing. Right? Some people say, yeah, let's take this up. Let's get the hell out of here. Some black people said, no, this is our country. We're going to fight for rights here. Right? We're not going to leave our kinfolk in bondage or whatever like that. That's what they said. And we're going to stay here in America. Right? So nevertheless, right, those who said, I want to take up this opportunity, I see the possibilities, they went on the Elizabeth in 1820. Right? They landed in 1820 and was now Cherbourg, Sierra Leone, right? They were initially wanted to go to Sierra Leone, right? It was not a colonization movement, right? Because they did not try to get land initially. They wanted to dump them in Sierra Leone or Freetown. What happened was the governor of Sierra Leone said, absolutely not. We don't want these type of black people here because they're going to cause unrest and eventually take over the colony, right, of Freetown. So therefore, they had to wait for 2 years while Stockton and Ashman negotiated territory down the coast, right? Then when they got an agreement and everything, they sailed down the coast after 2 years, right? and they got a strip of land, 40 miles down, like 20 miles out, in the island of Providence Island, right? And they began to erect their own settlements and stuff like that, right? At the same time, the American Colonization Society set up a journal and whatnot. Over the time, they started getting the first. It was run by all nothing but white men. The first couple of years, 5 years, right? Then after a while, they started bringing in more. They saw that some of these people had education. They started putting them as clerical skills and stuff like that. And then after about 10 years, a colony that was thriving, that was trading with the local people and trading internationally, thrived, and the colony started having revenues, right? Then what happened was the funds started drying up from America, right? And Judai Ashman died. He died, right? There, a lot of
Yehudi.
Yehudi, I call him Judai, whatever. They died, right? A lot of people died. A lot of white people got sick. They couldn't stay there, right? So they began turning all the operations over to the black people, you know? And so therefore they began withdrawing, right? They were only there for like 10, 12 years, right? Then but they still maintained a relationship for 25 years, right? And then by the time they basically withdrew, Liberia was saying, you know something? We know how to make money. We know how to negotiate, stuff like that. They looked at it and said, you know something, the British not paying taxes in the Galenas, stuff like that, and on the Mono River, that's only because we're not a republic, right? So they said, you know something, what would happen if we declared ourselves a republic, right, and got recognition, right? So they did the untolerant thing. In the world of all colonies around the world, they declared themselves a republic, right, in 1847. And guess what? The first country to recognize them was the Queen of England. She recognized the republic. That means all the traders and businessmen had to respect Liberia's sovereignty and law by treaty. Then Portugal came, France came, Spain came. All these countries that rule the world, the Netherlands came. They all recognized this republic, and they called Liberia the black race's Lazarus. The black race has arisen from the dead. In fact, in Spain, there's a holiday called Liberia Day, because Spain was so impressed by the story of Liberia that came from the friggin' bowels of slavery to build a republic. Spain initiated a holiday in the 1940s.
The white man.
Oh, whatever, Knack. You know. So
Tyler,
I asked for the mission statement. I
posted it. I posted it. Right. It's
on my show. I want to have a telecast. Oh, the white man. He got his fucking white man's nuts so down his fucking throat. Everything's a white man. We're talking about the 1800s. Most black people, 99% of black people, in chains. Yeah, the white man. That was the age of white supremacy. Of course, you're gonna have fucking white people involved in everything we fucking do. Dumb nigga. You know, goddamn. Go ahead, Bantam Mandinka.
What up?
I told you last night, I'm not arguing with motherfuckers no more. You know?
I didn't really come to argue about Liberia, but you know.
Oh, that's what Knack. You come in here. I just broke. Do you like the way I broke that down to him? The history.
Oh yeah, I mean it was a good breakdown.
Was there anything else to say? But the white man. So that means he just wants to fucking argue with me and bull. It's like that. He ain't trying to have.
He wants that smoke with you, Kyle.
Yeah, he just wants to fucking smoke with me. I'm fucking sick of it. You know, I'm not here for nobody's fucking smoke. You want to have a discussion with me here like this? I'm above you, little Lilliputians. You know. You know, go someplace.
One thing I seen where you showed that AI video, it support Elvis' claim about when they said they was fighting for political seats. Play it again.
You talk about when they said indigenous people weren't represented. Yeah, we all know that. We all know that. You know.
Yeah.
We all know that. You know, say the indigenous people were neglected. Everybody knows they were neglected in the building of a nation. They were neglected. You know, they were ignored. They were neglected. They were dismissed. Whatever. You know, that's what it was. You know, which life would have turned out better, but it was what a history. When we just thrown together slave. Remember something? You're coming out of slavery. You're coming out of the worst situation human. So they had to navigate that. You don't have to worry about being conquered by the British. They had to worry about rebellions. They have to worry about fighting among themselves and whatnot. So of course it wasn't going to be a perfect situation, you know. I understand that, you know. So
all right, Elvis, he admitted it. There you go.
I've always said that. Elvis heard me say that before, you know. But I'm saying like this: where would Africa be without Liberia if that experiment never took place? There'd be no independence in Africa, you know. Because Liberia showed the world that black people can govern themselves.
But the ACS was just trying to get rid of, you know.
They were just trying to get rid of black people, you know. That's what I
They're
tell
trying to get rid of black
he
people.
thought it was the ACS would colonize.
They're trying to get
all they
rid of,
wanted to do was get
free
rid of
black,
it. It tells something about white
because they
America.
was trying to, you know, keep the slavery intact.
Right. They wanted to keep slavery intact by getting rid of free black people in the country.
Yeah.
That's all it was. You know, they weren't trying to colonize Africa and shit. Like, they didn't give a fuck about Africa. Right? America has no colonies in Africa. None. America was spanning out west. You know, America was spanning to the Pacific, coast to coast. It was not trying to go do anything in Africa. You know, anybody told you that?
But you know, some people look at it like it was like a trick. You know, they was trying to trick the free blacks to get off the land.
Well, but the bottom line is this, though. You know, at the time, you know, there was a thing with free blacks: either you leave, or there's a good possibility that you can be taken. Remember that movie, 12 Years a Slave?
Yeah,
There was stories like that circulate around people. That kidnapping was during that time period was very common.
Yeah, shit was real.
You know? So therefore, a lot of black people left America out of safety concerns. You know, the worst fear was like in Boston, some Southern slave catchers would come all the way up to Boston and go to black district in there and kidnap black people and bring them down to the South. You know, drug them and kidnap them. That was common in northern state, New York. And also there was also white New Yorkers and Bostonians who work with because the bottom line, if you sell one slave, you're set for the rest of the year, you know?
Oh yeah, I like that part where you played about the AIG and
you know, so the bottom slavery was the most profitable cargo was the most profitable thing in fucking history. These are fucking Nakneezy loves these fucking people so much, you know? You know, human cargo was a fucking number one thing. They assured risk, you know, the bankers, everything. The Lehman Brothers, Jews, when I know Jews are fucking, they're the ones who fucking provide the banking and the insurance for the slave trade.
We got all the, you know, the culprits that we need to sue for reparations right there. That's
but the bottom line is, you go try showing the Rothschilds and whatnot. Okay. Good luck with that, you know.
I know you wind up missing somewhere.
Yeah, good luck with that one, you know. These people run the world. You know, these Jews run the fucking world, but they ain't giving shit up, you know. They ain't giving up a nickel, you know. But yeah, like I said, when people come at me, I don't mind discussion and an honest debate. If I basically break it down to you, tell you something, but not, you know, you say, okay, Kyle, I understand. But you're gonna sit there and go back with the same thing. Blah, 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 blah.
Try to make you stick on that one point. That's all.
Yeah,
just
so
like,
that's
just like how they try to make you stick on that point about the language shit.
Yeah, all this stupid shit. You know, like I said, some people just like call here and argue with me and shit. You know.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't call it argue unless you say you want that smoke. Then.
Yeah, I don't mind people debating me when we can have a good debate. But if you're trying to like every second. Everything I say, you're trying to like, oh man, Collie said this when I, you know, this just gets annoying after a while, you know. After a while, it gets annoying. But yeah, so I prove my point. Look, Liberia was was an experiment, right? And the experiment was like I'll say, you got to give it to our ancestors. They took that experiment they really helped us to Liberia to fail. They thought the natives would kill us off when they'd be done with us. They're dumping a bunch of people there.
That was dangerous. Just even try to go back to do that.
Yeah, it was very dangerous. You know, people don't put that in context, you know. And now that when you talk about Liberia, you're talking about the most dangerous part of Africa. Those tribes in Liberia were the most dangerous tribes on the continent, you know. That was the most fiercest place. Liberia would have been a better place if they would have went to the Congo, Gola, stuff like that. You know, with plenty of space, or Namibia, like that.
You said those were the other places they were trying to get
on that coast right there of Liberia. Tribes that have never been conquered, you know, by any empires or anything like that. You know, that's what you were dealing with. You know, that's what you're up against. You know, so the bottom line, the fact that they was able to prevail after everything whatnot is remarkable. You know,
yeah, I would say, yeah.
You know, remarkable. So I gotta let people come in here and freaking just disparage. These are and we get to be these were black, and people call themselves Black Americans, right? why is Nakamizi disparaging? They got independence, right? Black America's never known no guy. Knows how you couldn't answer that shit? You would never know no damn independence, right?
I thought he was gonna say civil rights or something like
No,
that.
no. That's what I said. I began this campaign like 3 weeks ago. I
Or
said
that,
the Black
my
nationalist movement, right? Versus the integration
shit.
movement, right? Nak is an integrationist, you know. I'm a Black nationalist. So that means I favor anything where Black people are independent, you know. That's why I like Liberia, because it's independent. They built the independent republic, right? I like Black independent media. I like Black independent everything, you know. I like when we have our own shit, you know. So the bottom line, if you don't like that, you know, the fact that your people established a republic, right? You ain't no fucking Black American. You lying. Motherfucking acts a fucking fake. He's fake. Niggas lying. You're Black. You like Black America back too. I can see, you know, more than he does.
Yeah, I mean, that was a remarkable thing. Shit.
Yeah, you gotta admit that was a remarkable thing. You know, our ancestors.
Anybody with any sense gotta admit that.
Yeah, anyway, that was remarkable. Liberia was remarkable in history, you know, feat in history, you know. You know, when people start attacking Liberia or not, I know one thing, they don't like Black America. They don't like themselves.
Well,
you think Black America only exists in the context of the white supremacy system in America, there's something fucking wrong. There are Black communities and Black Americans that like he was trying to disparage the Black community in France. You know, but yet you go to France, you got monuments of all these Black Americans that went there in the last century and whatnot. You got Black Americans that went to Russia, you know, established themselves. You know,
I didn't know Nina Simone. She went to Liberia.
Yeah, she went to Liberia. She played at the Ducor Hotel. Yeah, you know, Liberia attracted Muhammad Ali, Red Fox, John Amos, everybody. You know, Bill basketball great Bill Russell has a farm there. You know, Liberia always attracted Black Americans, you know. So, you know.
Yeah, I was just here, celebrate the subscribers anyway.
Yeah, I'm glad you call in, man. So, like I said, I like my supporters, even if you don't agree with me, man, you know.
I you can't agree with everybody on everything.
But I'm just saying, when the bottom, even if you're, let's say, FBA ADOS, I do think I make the case about Liberia, why we should support Liberia, right? You know, it was our ancestors. You know, if I was an FBA, man, I'll say, okay, well, those are our. You should see yourself anywhere your people go. You know, your people went to Liberia and whatnot, and Freetown and whatnot. You should represent that shit. You know, and like this, like it's like learning about Nicodemus, Kansas. Say, I don't know about that, man. The niggas went out west. They ain't my people. No, they're still my people. The African Americans that settle in California and Oregon, those are still my fucking people, you know? The ones that went to Chicago, those are my people. No matter where the fuck you went, you know? You're my people, your blood. The African Americans that went to Mexico, you're still my fucking people, you know? Where you go? You know, I don't fucking have this thing where somebody leaves America, they're not a Black American. That's that corny Nakamizi shit, you know? Yeah, Liberia. Oh yeah. What do you think about this, Elvis? We find out this guy told me. Would you listen before when I was telling about how Ghana does not have a large number of African Americans? Don't have a large number of African Americans.
I saw the comment. I think it's the guy from South Africa. I wasn't listening.
No. That was actually Eddie Thorne.
Okay,
He's from North Carolina. You know, it was from North Carolina. The thing is, he said, let me read this comment again from last night. That's just freaking amazing, you know. Man, that's just amazing. 900 views one night, and that's a good show. He said that he did some research. He said Ghana, regardless of the year return, have 800 American expats, right? You would say about a good 90% of them are Black, right? American expats, or immigrants, But these African nations have more than Ghana. South Africa, he says, has 6,700, right? Damn, I knew that. South Africa is a developed country, right? Zambia, Mali, no, wait a minute. No, that was What's another? It can't be Mali. 1800.
Cameroon.
Cameroon.
Ivory Coast or Senegal or something.
No, it says Uganda. Zambia has 1500.
Tanzania.
Tanzania has 1200. Uganda has 1400. Damn. Namibia has 1100. You know.
But Kyle, be honest, does that sound right to you that Ghana only has 800 African Americans?
Look, hold on. It
800.
says, look, the thing is, look, Elvis, right? A lot of people go to Ghana, but they don't live there. You know, a lot of people go there and visit whatnot. It's that look, Ghana is very tough to live. Their real estate's out off the chain in price, you know, and everything. You know, it's not easy going to Ghana. That prices in real estate is expensive. If you want first world real estate prices, man, you gotta have a first world economy. You know, you go to Thailand, you can get a fucking a luxury apartment for $400 a month, right? Same apartment in Ghana, they want like $5,000 a month. They're like, what the hell, you know? So I don't know. I don't know. I think Ghana we oversold Ghana. I think we overestimated Ghana. I knew for a fact that the matter is South Africa. Most black people that really settle on the continent and want to do business, they go to South Africa because of the infrastructure, you know, the modern infrastructure, you know. You know, I was surprised. Liberia has almost 400 people, you know, like damn. You know, that's good, you know. Yeah. Most of the people who go to Ghana, what gets me are from the Caribbean immigrants, right? But Ghana always says Black Americans for some reason, you know. They completely ignore Ghana has, Jamaicans love Ghana, you know. People from Barbados in the Caribbean, they love Ghana, right? But Ghana seems to be fixated on Black America for some reason, you know. You know? Oh, look, this Philly goes 10,000 lived in Ghana. Oh my God. These guys always be exaggerating. What did I say? This Philly yard guy, you know.
That might include, you know, Jamaican, you know, people from
American.
England.
Yeah.
Maybe that excludes African American.
Americans are only 800, bro. I said that. It's only a small amount of Americans there. Look, exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm, you know?
No, but what I'm saying, Carla, he might be right to a point. Maybe the bulk of the people living there are not African Americans, but they're other expats.
Right. But Ghana,
from Jamaica and England.
Ghanaians always sell it as they'll seek that number and say, we got 10,000 African Americans living here, you know, and you know goddamn well.
They might just be diasporans, you know.
Yeah, they're diasporans.
Jamaicans from New York.
Right, you know.
From Britain.
Focus Dave, what's going on, brother? Will you listen to that debate, you know, that discussion, whatever?
Yeah, man, it was just a troll. It was a troll session.
Yeah,
it was a troll session.
You know, trolling me and shit. You know, look, the bottom line is this. You know, like I said, I'll be the first to admit, right? There would not be a fucking Liberia if
I sent you a video, Carla. The Aboriginals are saying that Liberia was kicking the Aboriginals off their land in America. That's why they went to Liberia. So the Aboriginals are trying to hijack Liberia. I sent you a video. Go look at it.
The fuck
they said they was trying to kick them out of America, kick them off their land.
You know so funny.
I'm telling you something.
I met a Liberian, basically. I forgot his name, but he was related to that guy that was a senator from Grand Bassa. Remember that guy, Elvis, a tall dude, the Givers on, whatever his name is, that clown. Remember
Western guy Finley, Milton Finley is a civilized name. Milton Finley.
Anyway, his brother.
He's still a senator for Grand Bassa.
Okay, he
got reelected.
His brother, I didn't answer the question. He said, "Yeah, we're mostly Cherokee or some shit." I'm like, nigga, you know.
No, but Western guy Finley is American Liberian. That's what you don't know.
Yeah, but they were trying to tell me he was Cherokee or some shit. I'm like, nigga, you ain't.
Yeah, that's what they saying now. They saying they was trying to kick the black Native Americans, the indigenous off their land and send them to Liberia. It's a lie. You know, most of the American Liberians, they black Indians. They Aboriginal to America. It's nuts. It's nuts. I sent you a video.
His name is Milton, right? His first name is Milton.
Yeah,
but for
Finland.
political reason, he goes
Yeah,
by his Basa
he
middle
go by
name,
his boss's
Western guy.
name. He just he chose the Gibbazon, whatever his name, so he could get elected. You know, man, these motherfuckers are slick.
You know what? You know
What?
what Western means, Carla?
I don't know.
Western means man of the forest.
Yeah, so
Because God means man. Western is the
yeah, that's
forest.
everybody in
Man,
Boston.
man of the
Everybody,
forest.
It's perplexing
everybody in
about that.
Buchanan's name
Dude.
that has that name. Everybody in Buchanan
Is
has that name. But the bottom
how
line,
come? Go ahead.
go ahead, Bantu.
No, I was asking Dave. You go ahead.
No,
Nah,
yeah,
what you gotta say?
No, I was saying, how come you can find indigenous black people all over the world except for North America? How come is that?
well, it's like
No,
this.
no, no, I'm asking Dave. I don't want you to say
I
nothing
mean,
yet.
it's
You
I
ask.
don't.
You next.
It's impossible, bro.
You ask the
You
next
got to look
one.
at it. How could you retain your phenotype in North America? How did you survive during the
I'm
ice
just
age?
saying,
Okay, no, it's
man.
so many holes in it. How can you claim to be enslaved on your own land and forget about all your culture, your thousands of years of culture, your language, your way of cooking food, the way you're surviving? You can't. It's impossible. You can only forget those things if you're out of your original land. You can't say you got enslaved on your land.
So you think it's
It's impossible.
no? So you think
It's
it's impossible?
impossible. Most
Fine. I'll take that
Native
answer.
Americans, most
Right.
Native Americans migrated from other parts of the world, and that's just a fact.
Okay.
Like
So wait,
Okay,
hold on.
Bantu.
Wait, Carla, before you go, let me go ahead.
No, Bantu. How did black people survive during the ice age if we're indigenous to North America?
I mean, that's just like saying
No,
how the
they can't answer that.
Bantu.
Well, I mean,
Black people are from the
Can't
equator.
answer that.
one thing.
We're from the
I mean, if the Eskimos can do it, how come they can't?
Eskimos have light skin. Eskimos have light skin.
You said that the indigenous
Black people
migrated from everywhere. So why couldn't they migrate from?
Hold on. First of all, let me
You hear
tell
me,
you.
Dave?
Hold up, Bantu. Let me.
Pardon me?
Okay, go ahead, Carla.
If you look at Africa, right? Africa has abundance. You don't need to migrate no place else. People who migrate come from areas that was starving and depressed, everything. Africa was not that place, bro.
All right, Carla, here we go with this African utopia shit. Okay.
No, I'm just that serious,
All right.
West Africa, up until the slave trade, was
everybody else migrated everywhere else.
Everybody else, not everybody else migrated, right? Not everybody else migrated. The Chinese didn't migrate.
Okay. Here's a simple one. I like to catch y'all on the language barriers, all in the cultures. How did you lose all your culture in a matter of 400 years of the European arrival? Thousands of years of culture in North America, but when the European arrived, what do you mean? What do you mean?
All of
No,
it.
you have not retained no indigenous culture. You have not retained any indigenous culture as a black Indian or a black Aboriginal.
Hey, this is
where's the indigenous culture? We're talking about what's your indigenous name? Elvis is a native. He has an indigenous name. My mother has an indigenous name. What's your indigenous name?
Okay.
You see? What's the indigenous? You forgot it in 400 years?
I'm not saying I have an indigenous name.
400 years, you forget it?
I'm just trying to argue the point.
You got an indigenous name too, Dave?
No, I don't have an indigenous name.
Oh, I thought you said you had an indigenous name.
All right, let me
but I know you have an indigenous name. I know when you're part of a tribe, you have your indigenous name, right?
That's what I was asking you.
Grandmother. Yeah, I don't have. I didn't receive one. My father didn't give me one. They didn't give me one.
Let me get Kidola on, man. The funniest, my funniest contributor. Go ahead, Kidola.
Yeah, man. Yeah, congratulations for your 1,000 subscribers.
Thank you, Kidola. I couldn't have did it without you, bro.
Yeah, man, you're a great guy. I've been listening to my friends from talking about Indians and everything. You see, most of these black people you see, the skin might be black, but the genetic is different. Australians, Fuji's and all these territories, Solomon Island, they look black. But the truth of the matter, they're far more closely related to Indonesians and some of these people in terms of genetics. The African man blood or genetic is totally different.
That's what I'm trying to tell
You know,
you got
the
people
white man
that are not Africans. You got people that are blacker than everybody on this panel, but they're not Africans, in parts of India. Yeah. They're not Africans.
You will know. Is it because America, you have a lot of all kind of mixed up for there. So when you see black, all these type of black, oh, it looks a little bit close to black. Oh, it's a black. We Africans actually know who is.
Kidola, when I was a kid, right? We used to have these people. We used to have these people that migrate in our neighborhood, right? They were from some part of India. They were blacker than everybody in the neighborhood, right? Blacker than all of us, right? But they had straight hair, and they just kicked it with us and whatnot. They assimilated into our culture, saying the N-word and everything like that. Dave, you remember that? I don't know if you remember this, right? Remember that guy that got the dudes that killed that cop out in Queens in 1988? Remember that dude, Officer Bird, that got killed by Queens crack dealers? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that story.
Mason, all them.
I read it in middle school.
Yeah, okay. Pappy Mason, all them. Get this. The guy who first were reporting them drug deals was an Indian guy, right? They said, such and such been in my neighborhood. South Jamaica, Queens. I was right with it. And the dude was a black Indian, I said, he said, my neighborhood, I left my neighborhood and whatnot. And a lot of Indians, the real dark ones, moved into black neighborhoods and assimilated like they were Black America, That's what we had, man. We had that shit, man. We had motherfuckers.
But you could tell they're not black from their hair texture. They got straight hair.
Hair texture.
Hey, you see my great grandpa? See that?
Man, what are you talking about, Bantu?
See my great grandpa?
Bantu, you like 60% white, bro.
You see that? Who said
Let me
that?
see.
I said that's my great.
Well, he's saying, he must be mulatto, but that's the woman sitting next to him as a black woman. That's an African woman right there. Facial features.
Bantu got a lot of white blood. Nigga, 60% white, man.
That's an African woman sitting right next to him.
That's an African man.
So
He's a light-skinned African man.
Nah, it's the picture. He really dark.
The pictures, man, it's black and white, man. You got a difference, man.
So my whole thing is all this nonsense about what you call you got
the Aboriginals is trying to hijack Liberia, man. You gotta nip those guys in the butt, man. They trying to say they moved them off their land in America and moved them to Liberia. I'm telling you, they trying to hijack Liberia.
Showing up in Liberia with their fucking their bullshit and whatnot, don't let me see him over there, Dave. Man, I'm gonna fucking stomp on him,
Yeah, they're trying to. You got to look at that video I sent you.
I'm gonna go to.
You gotta look at the video.
I'm gonna go to Old Road and get my Zogos up, man. Say, you see these niggas talking that shit? Take your handler business.
They're talking about I Show Speed. She was talking about I Show Speed grandfather. He an Indian who came back to Liberia. This is crazy, man. This is nuts, man. This is nuts.
Say something, man. That's why the internet is so dangerous, man. That's why.
This is what's going around. They're saying, "Oh, he's an Indian. He went to go find his people in Liberia, and they Indians over there." It's madness. It's madness.
Let me give you a very good example. It seems like or to avoid that. It's not just some of these black Americans are doing it, Kara. Let me just tell you, if you go to some other places also, what you're seeing, only that the American blacks are bringing it out a lot on the internet also. If you sit, right?
I say Haitians talk.
If you sit with some Surinamese, let me give you the example of Surinamese. Surinamese people, they say mostly they're from Ghana, but they did a amalgamation of all kind of Africans, there's people over there. Those that are mixed with what they call the Hindustans, right? They somehow ought to avoid Africa that they're not African because it is something that was being passed to them. Because I was talking to one chick also. It's a mix of Surinamese and Pakistanis. Then I said, why is it that you people are avoiding Africa? You people when you people see Africans, you people say, oh, you don't know nothing because you're from Africa. That's what they have in their mind. So because you see this thing, they would like to tell you much about their Hindustan. When I mean India, from India. About some of them mixed with Java, with Indonesians and everything. Then they would like to tell you about the ancestors, about the Hindustan, the Indians. But you'll be looking at them, but you really see that they really mix with Indian, really, with this with India or Indonesia, what they call Java people. So they hate also be African. You understand me? As why? It's because in classes in some of these schools, which I'm telling you now because of some they grew up in the Netherlands, right? They will tell you that in classes that they portray African as a starving territory, wars and everything. So in classes, right from when they like in this kind of like kindergarten school, they'll tell you, oh no, you're not African because you don't get hungry. You have to be lucky that you're here. Little things they measure Africans as a point of reference. You understand me? So the guest told me, till she dated a Nigerian guy, she now found out, whoa, these people are very sharp. They can spin you around, Until they started meeting the real Africans, started talking to them, YouTube came out. YouTube saved Africa. YouTube. This YouTube they brought saved Africa. You understand me? Then she's have a different perspective and everything, So it's not just people in America have this kind of things that actually be working heavily in their brain. That's why sometimes we Africans, when we sit with some of these people, we kind of like look at them. Oh, why does Africa do that? No, we just study. Like, we already know what you want to project. Like, oh, you don't know much because you're African, and they have the belief that we are not educated at all in Africa. You understand me? That's why African people can easily run games on them. Easily, because you already. Oh no, it's not educated. It's from Africa. He live on the bush, because they don't know much. They only know about what the white man is, the white woman is serving them, because a lot of them live on welfare too. If it's, come and eat pancake, they give them pancake, right? Oh no, you don't. You want to go on vacation? Because some of them don't have job too. You want to go on vacation? Oh, I can give you a chance to go on vacation. So the ignorance of most, especially if you miss, is a very dangerous thing. And before they start realizing that they're being lied to, it's just too late. And they look very stupid sometimes. That's what I'm trying to say, Kyler.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question for you all. How long do you have to be somewhere to be indigenous? How long do it take? How many years?
You know what I'm saying? Something, Bantu. I'm sick of that term, indigenous.
Whatever, Aboriginal, or whatever you want to call it.
The whole thing is this.
How many years, Colin?
I could explain it.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah, that's an open question.
For me, I will say you're no longer indigenous. You lost the war. So once you lost the war, that's it. You don't have right to the land no more.
Blood's been spilled in the soil. You're no longer indigenous to that land.
Yeah, you no longer is over. That's why you see all the Native Americans, they on a reservation doing their thing.
So you gonna say they lost the war?
They indigenous, but they accept the fact. No, they indigenous, but they accept the fact that.
Why do you keep
they don't?
Right, that's what how it really works, man. You basically that's why every civilization, right? I studied civilization for a long time, right? Every civilization have their scholarship class, except for Africa. They didn't have a written system, right? So they couldn't really put it. They could basically pass out book. Hey, remember this? This what happened right here. This was like, people study somebody that said something 300 years ago. Yeah, that's relevant. I see the same situation happening now. The Confucius, right? I studied Confucius, right? Confucius said the written philosophy of one century should be just common sense in the next. Should I repeat that? The philosophy of one century should be just common sense in the next. That means you're supposed to learn this stuff, right? Study it or not dwell on it, and then put it into practice the next session, like, and forget about it. Just do it, you know? But if you don't have a written language and stuff like that, you did. So therefore, a lot of times I believe Africans were not prepared. Other people were studying the world, studying geography, studying human trends, and they were studying stuff like this, and they put a plan together. And like what I told you about Lehman Brothers and whatnot, that video you guys were shocked by, Lehman Brothers, AIG, and stuff like that, that was planned. You know, slavery, the Africans didn't understand what they were participating in, you know, because lack of knowledge, you know.
You're right, Carla. That's why I don't blame somehow the Africans that took to America. They tried to reject Africa also because we were being. You see, sometime when you drove people away. Let me give Carla. Let's say you have a brother, right? From nowhere, you drove your brother out of your house. You say, get the hell out of my house. I don't want to hear. Go. I don't want to hear. Go. You're bad just for not to not happen. That brother will never want to come back to your house again, no matter how you could try to solve that problem, right? It will see that you drove him out of your house, kind of like a disgrace, or you traumatize him, right? You might be body, but he would never want to come to your house again. And that's what you're seeing right now. What the African chiefs and kings participated on, right? He is the one that is causing this problem right now. You know, you sold people to the Europeans. You know, I don't want to believe, oh, they kidnapped them. No. The Africa was fully involved. The kings and the chiefs, not just the honorary people, because neither you beat, especially the larger tribe. The larger tribe can dominate the little tribe. The little tribe is the really victim of all these things. So we used to have to say, oh, I'm this, I'm that. Check, is there a very large tribe? And some of these large tribes are still doing role in the country today. You understand me? So the kings of these large tribes, it's not everybody that large tribe, but the kings, they participated in this big atrocity. Then we start seeing, I think they thought they would never meet or come in contact with people they sold long time. But as time goes on, technology, faster plane, ship take 2 weeks to be in somewhere, easily technology, you can communicate. Then boom, we start seeing the scenes of the African kings now coming out. Then those that are being traumatized, you don't expect them to say, oh, I'm an African. No, because for them, that's a cost word. You understand me? They would try to talk and negotiate and be together. If you think what happened, it will be very difficult for you to say hello to somebody that come from the continent, especially West Africa side, where that big atrocity happened.
See, Colin, that's where you fall off at. He just told you they knew exactly what they was doing. You trying to tell
Well, I
them
know that, but I don't think
they tell them they didn't know what they was doing. They was stupid.
I don't
He
think
just told you they knew.
Extent of what the Lehman Brothers, AIG, the whole capitalist system, and financing the Rothschild banks and all stuff like that. I don't think they knew all about that. You know, but yeah, they are culpable.
What the fuck would they know about that? They wasn't doing that.
Like I said, the bottom line is this, you know, it's just a sad situation. That's why I said, we talk about Liberia, these people were trying to come back and establish something in the midst of all that, in the midst of Africans and Europeans and this chicanery, the whole entire black race. Like I said, what I want to do is this, right? I'm looking at the fact that the whole entire black race is vulnerable because the people that should be protecting us are fucking corrupt. I played that video about Nigeria. Did you watch that video? Listen to the video I played about Nigeria earlier, Kidola?
No, this is.
Okay, it was basically a guy just going in on Nigeria. He said, man, it was like really depressing. You know, how corrupt the country is. So the country is just so far gone, there's no bringing it back. It was like, oh, he said people fist fighting in the streets. He got diplomats. He showed pictures of diplomats fist fighting in the streets. He said Nigerians 7 out of 10 Nigerians have gotten into a physical altercation in public. Where Nigerians love to fight, whatever like that. He said Nigerians have the highest number of prisoners around the world. When not, in every country. When I was like, damn. But he said the number one professional Liberian is trying to get out of Nigeria when I saw. But the bottom line, what I'm trying to say is, this is the after result of slavery. See, Nigeria, like all these other countries, were built on a lie. You can't just say He said, look, he also said that what you have literally is 3 different countries in Nigeria. You have Igbo country, Yoruba country, and they hate each other. That's not a real nation state. So it's just something thrown together, and the country does not work at all. So he said every time the ministers appoint government officials, not even based on qualification, they got to have a certain amount of tribe groups representation in the government. You can't have a government like that, And you got to have a certain amount of Igbos, a certain amount of Hausas, a certain amount of Yorubas and whatnot, or all hell breaks loose, So it is what it is. So
Kala, let me give you something about Nigeria. You see, all these Igbo, Yoruba, and all these people, right? They sold themselves a lot also, especially the Igbo people. The Igbo people, look, the Gulf of Guinea, what you hear today called Port Harcourt, right? Because, you see, we didn't know much about this history. But when you start looking deep, you start seeing the footprint of slavery that happened in Nigeria. You understand me? Slavery that happened in Nigeria, especially came from different zones. The Badagry zone, which the Benin and the Yorubas, root. But the larger side of that slave trade also came from the Gulf of Guinea. What you hear today, Port Harcourt, Calabar, all this territory, we call the Calabanarians. These states are formed under slaves that they could not actually ship to America or to the Caribbeans. These people are actually be kidnapped by their own people, right? And shipped to a place called Port Harcourt. Then, due to some certain things, maybe because of the large population of slaves they brought there, maybe they could only take few. Then these people started forming what we call the Opobo. You hear about called Judge of Opobo, Bonny Island, and all this stuff. Some of them now become kings and everything. But they still retain their names, where they're coming from, their traditional names, their native names. They even speak the languages also, mixed with other languages they met there. You understand me? So when you start looking deep and start checking about the history, you start finding out, okay, these are not the indigenous of this place, because the indigenous will tell you these are people they brought here during the slave trade. And if you look at Igbo, also, I'm talking about Igbo land now, they will deny this. Slaves that run away, no, they're not slaves. These are people that they wanted to kidnap, that they run away, that they run to the gods and ask the gods to protect them. Some of these people now become like children of the gods, called the Osuns. These people, the other people don't want to marry them. Now they now become like untouchable. The ones that didn't be kidnapped, that maybe they were free from the hands of all these kings, they now call themselves the freeborn. So when you want to marry, right, which is we didn't know as somebody that not from that zone, but we start finding out later that when you want to marry, they start asking you your family background. If they find out that you are from those people that they run to the gods for protection, so that these kidnappers, I'm talking about, this is not white men now, this is black people, that they want to kidnap them, right? They now find out you are from that clique of those who run to the gods. They will say, no, we cannot marry you because you already, if they marry you, they will not progress. Those people cannot be mayor, those people can never be governor. So those people have to, when you say Igbo, these people have to like migrate away from there, maybe marry people like us that didn't know much about their history, what is going on there, right? To us, it's kind of like strange. What is going on? Because that person, so when you start coming to close to the Igbo society, you start seeing what happened is that slave trade
That's a
is actually
bit
still having root.
tribalistic.
Yeah, it's still having root in that place. So,
Can you guys hear me?
So the moment they start regretting,
Yeah, what?
right?
Yeah.
The moment they start
I
regretting,
don't know if you can hear me. I mean,
I can hear you.
what you're saying is tribalistic, bro, and it's
No, it's not about tribalistic. This is absolutely to do with the slave. This absolutely to do with the slave trade. You understand me? They have named from them there. They are freeborn.
Well, you have Madame Tinubu right there. I think
Yeah. No, that's what I said. That's why the Yorubas also participated.
selling slaves.
Yeah,
So why
that's
are
what I said. The
you fucking on the
Yorubas.
Igbos?
You think? Yeah, Evis. You think what happened to what Mother Tinubu was doing? The Igbo people were also doing it. You know what I mean? You know, the Igbo were also doing it. By the time it's when the Brazilians started returning back, they started regretting actually what they did. That's why they could give a mighty land to the Brazilians returnees. That's why if you come to Lagos today, the returnees control the economical hub of Lagos. All those what do you call it, Lekki, all those territory where the capital of the trade business, where I mean, you know, business center is, you know what I'm saying? Because the king at that time, Akitola, started regretting it. You know, started giving them big land and everything. Because some of the majority of them were also speaking the language also, Yoruba. So it wasn't like, oh, the white man came to the inner land. No, it was they said that were doing this evil thing with the kings and everything. And you can see the common man in so-called Igbo land as he paying the price of today. But the Igbo man will tell you, they will deny it. They, no. They don't exist. Just go deep and ask, who are the Osuns? Who are this? Who are this? They'll tell you, they will not tell you they are slaves, but these are people that run away from their houses to meet what called God, their own God, that they worship to protect them so that they will not be kidnapped and be sold to the white man. That's what I'm just trying to say. Carla.
Are you watching TikTok videos again, Carla?
Carla's investigating what I just said.
Somebody have a TikTok video. This guy, full Negro academics, right? He has a video, man. How these black people invite a bunch of white people to the cookout, and let me this lady's dancing and whatnot, and all white people dancing. And look at let me play the video. Let me play a video. Look, it's called Coons and Jigaboos.
And a little bit about the jig is up.
I perfectly describe you. We can't do nothing.
You're not welcome here, and we don't rock with you.
That's AI, Carla.
You ain't no AI.
The voice is AI. I'm telling you.
We can't do nothing. We can't see it. We can't see the video.
No, I hear the voice. That's an AI person.
Yeah, the voice sound AI.
No, it's a somebody singing. You know.
No, it's AI, Carla.
It's AI, bro.
The song is AI. That's all. You don't know that it got AI singers now.
Yeah, a bunch of black fat women with a bunch of white people.
Yeah, it's AI. They made it in AI.
Carla, what do you have against fat people service? So that you use the word fat most of the while.
I don't really against fat people, man, but everybody has their place, man. You know, it's like if you're fat, just still go out and play it cool. But I don't like when fat people just get out there and draw attention to themselves, whatnot.
No, Carla, Africans never really use that word to kind of like to describe their people sometimes. Some of this word came from these systems from the white people, because when you start living long with them, you start using that word because for a typical black woman, right? They come in different sizes and different shapes. And we know black people come. Hold on, Carla. Have you seen Africa? Go to Ghana?
Yeah, no. Most of this, I like Liberian girls are thin. I like those. That's why I like.
No, forget it, man.
Liberian women are thin. Stop it.
Carla, African women came with different sizes, Carla.
And Haitian women are big. You know, you got Haitian women are big. You know,
You know,
Yeah,
not
but
because
we're not all the same, and you fail to understand that we're not all the same.
this,
We are a different ethnic group of people. We're not all the same. Just because we are black, that don't mean all of us are the same.
African women work hard a lot. You know, so they go to farm. They do a lot. They break that big wood with ass and everything. Their necks are far more stronger than any other female and everything.
Driving a horse. So I'll just go there and get a horse. You know.
You know, but still, you know, but still, they still carry this. They still carry this large hip bodies and everything because it's their genetic. You can change that because the white people now start thinking about, oh, you need to look like a hanger, and to be sexy. People like the Naomi Campbell started coming out. The other guy called Tyler started coming out. Everybody started because you want to play to the gallery. But let's just be honest, black people don't really care who actually. Some of them like big women because that's what they see in their family. You know, what you see in your family, that's what you're gonna like.
Brothers like Musa, y'all, look, I'm saying, look, y'all, we could think, all our big women, y'all can have them. You know, it's like, you know, everybody's happy.
There's a big market. There's a big market for it in Ghana. I think there's also a big market for it in Nigeria.
Let me tell you,
I have a preference in women, man. I like my women like to be like thin, you know, like skinny, you know, like tall.
Whatever.
You know, that's my type of that's my type of woman.
Is this. Look, most of the women who black women go to Ghana are big women, you know. That's like this. Like I had a couple sisters, right? She was she went to Ghana and took a picture one night, and I didn't know who she looked like, right? And all of a sudden, she was with a bunch of one sister from America and a couple of Ghanaians. All the Ghanaian women like were small, whatever like that. The sister from America was huge. All these black women from America, they go to Africa and they feel beautiful all of a sudden. It was a black Ghanaian man be like, "Stop, like man, I'll suck you up with stop you up with a biscuit, man." You know.
Look, you want to be touching a woman that look like a man, bonish and everything,
like African superstar, right? Why do you think she's over in Ghana, man? She's over in Ghana because you know she's a big woman. You know.
Isn't she your type, Carla?
No.
African superstar?
No.
Carla.
She has a face. I like her face. She's beautiful.
No.
Carla. I hear Musa talking about Carla. The truth of the matter is, a woman is a woman. I don't think you want to be with a woman who is very bonish and it's, you know, it's not appealing. You start looking at her like a man.
I love my wife right now. I told her if she had put on weight, man, you know, girl, I'm gonna send her. I'm gonna give her a walking paper.
So we should not be deceived with our eyes. Genetically, black men like women that have some body. That's just the truth.
Not too much. I like women.
That's what you say. You put talking from the white man's side of view.
No, why is it everything? Why do we always go back to the white man? Why?
Yeah, because
unfortunately, you have European
women. Everything is the damn white man. God damn. We don't look. Are we allowed as black men to have standards? Do you ever, Kidola?
Your color, we all have European admixture, man. Except for African panel. I have it. It happens to me that it's very small. I only have like 2.9% European, but yours is like in the 10 or 12%.
Check this out, Kidola. You said you used to read Jet magazine, right?
Yeah.
Remember the Beauty of the Week?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what did you see when you saw the Beauty of the Week, man? You know what I'm talking about. Kidola, man. Come on,
Kidola. Kala, you see?
Yeah, slim, big women. So what?
Kala, I've never really have when I was growing up in Africa, right? I never really have description of a woman. I know they come with different sizes and everything, but I see them all women, right? Because these are the type of people in my family also. My grandmother is a chubby woman. Some of my aunties are skinny, very, very skinny. I also have my mother's side aunties that are also very big also. So I never really have a name from them until I came to, Europe, right? Then I sit one day, my friends started saying, "Oh man, my girlfriend look like a model." I'm like, "Huh? What's that?" Model? They say, "Yeah, model." Okay. Then I start seeing the girls, right? When they started pumping up, right? Man, I look at them and say, okay, what's special about them? So my girl look like a model, right? They could actually, they look and say, you like big women, you like big. So I cannot really define what they were trying to say to me as a model, as a yardstick of beauty. So what I told them, I said, look, you're just deceiving yourself because you came from a home that all fingers are actually not equal. There's some short ones, there's some long ones, there's some thick ones. We as Africans actually never really able to define the sexiness of a woman. So we define the beauty of a woman, but not on the base of her shape or the base of how beautiful she is in the inside and outside, and how strong she is.
Now I'm starting to see why so many big women in the Pan African movement. You know, a lot of big sisters. Now I'm getting it. It ain't about the culture or getting real with your roots. When it's like you can get big as a house, and then nobody's gonna judge you.
It's about the culture, Carla, because some African
Oh
men,
no, it's about the
they
fact
like their women to be big. They like
you
their
go
women
to
to
Africa
be
and
big.
be big as a house or whatnot, and you would still be accepted.
You know
No,
something, Carla, in Mauritania, like they like to give their women like milk so that they can be
Yeah, they
fat,
like
so that
they
they
like
can
fat
fatten their
women.
body.
They
I
like
mean, that's very appealing to the men. I mean, like beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so they like their women big.
that's what I said. That's why a lot
In
of our
Yoruba culture,
sisters
in
are
the Yoruba culture, they
right.
like big women. They like big, thick
A
women.
lot of our sisters are going to
There's
Africa.
nothing wrong with that.
Like I said, look, I said at the top of the show, right? How do I attract more young black men to Africa, right? Because the only thing I'm seeing to like 90% are black females. So anybody
Most
got
of the men don't want to leave America. I mean, can you fault them for that? I
but
mean,
they're
if you
going to
don't want to leave
Colombia.
America, like
They're
they
going to
love their hair,
Colombia. They're going
let
to
them
the
be.
DR. They're going to Thailand.
I mean, they like exotic women. I mean,
Well, African women.
what did you expect?
We need to start showcasing more African women exotic. That's why I said we can't have these big women being a representation of Africa or whatnot. Anybody going get no big.
Carla, Carla.
We know that a lot of black men hate themselves, man. They don't want to be with the women that
So why
that
is
give
it
birth to
self
them.
hate if a man wants a beautiful woman, man?
I mean,
Carla, what
to
is
be
Carla?
honest,
Carla, can I ask you
I
something?
don't
What is beauty, Carla?
understand.
Carla, what is beauty really?
Well, its beauty is basically contour, right? Women. I would say a woman, her body is petite, about no more than 140 pounds. Nice hair. What you call. Why does everybody got to think? Oh, you're extorting black beauty? No, it's like goddamn. It's like you're trying to make it so all black women look like fucking.
Okay, Carla, you see, when I was hearing about French women and Italian women, like, oh, they're so very beautiful. French women are very, very beautiful. Italian women are very, because of Romeo and Juliet, right? I was in the plane, Air France, right? I saw some of these air hostesses, some of these French air hostesses. They were as ugly as air. They were very, very ugly. The Italian ones, they have all kinds of a nose that look like Arab. You can't even eat with them. You feel me? If they cook for you, say, I ain't eating your food. But because the white man was selling these people to us, they were selling it to us. They're very, very beautiful. They're very, very beautiful. Until I was in some of this cycle, I met Italian women also. If you look at their nose, man, if you look the way they look like, babe, is this what they selling to us for a very long time? Oh, Romeo and Juliet. They are as ugly as air. You don't want to even sit with them in a room or in any even any restaurants. You understand me? But if you check our women, check the black woman. Look at her. You see a very beautiful woman, no matter the size. No matter the size. Look at Monique.
Man, I'm gonna use you as a recruiting tool, man, for women. Because like you got to give. Maybe look. They said, look, I did my analytics. 98% of my audience is men. And I'm like, I don't have no freaking female. What the hell's going on? Maybe because of stuff I'm saying. I need to have
Because
kiddo after talking like that.
because you're
But
chasing.
look at the way you are talking about women. You think women want to join, like, want to subscribe or join your panel? Like the
No,
way you talk about their weight, you talk about their beauty, you talk about their skin complexion. Man,
What about
in
Musa?
the right mind, not
Musa,
gonna want to join your panel.
Musa, I talk about women's weight, but I've never mentioned skin complexion, bro. Never.
I doubt that. I strongly doubt it.
So, but I never doubt that. You know. Hope simply says Africa is busted. You will smash her. You will smash Precious. He was like Precious. Yeah, Precious. Yeah, Precious was cute though. You know, Precious was. She was Senegalese. You know, Precious. She was Senegalese. You know. Precious, Precious. That movie came out, man. I was like, man, what the hell? That what's his name? Ron Daniels, whatever his name is.
Hey, that was based on a true story.
Oh man, I was like, man, I watched that shit with this one chick. I said, what the fuck you got me watching and whatnot?
Yeah, that shit was crazy, man.
Father came in and dove in the Precious and whatnot, you know. The father came, pulled his pants down, came in, dove in the Precious and whatnot. I was like, what the hell kind of shit am I watching, man?
Yeah, she was laying right there next to him.
He just dove in that shit and whatnot, you know. I was like, goddamn, man.
And the mother was very abusive, man. Like that, the mother.
That was the worst movie.
Yeah, and she got a fucking Oscar or some shit for that role.
Of course, man. They're gonna give you an Oscar for that shit, man. You know.
You see, you're right, Musa. A person like Tyler, it's just because that's what they want to say to people. You push your product, right? Tyler is a product, right? You push it to everywhere. Can Tyler sing like people like them, Kelly Price? No. Can Tyler? But if you check what they were doing with the Beyonce, Beyonce was also a product. Also, they were also pushing. But the real voice, people like them, Betty Wright, right? These are fantastic women who sing Tonight is Tonight. You know, the other lady that just died, I forget her name. Not Patti LaBelle. The other one.
You talking about Aretha Franklin?
Yeah, man. You know, can any of these girls you seeing now, this hunger they want to say to us, can you see them like Anita Franklin? Anita Franklin was a size lady, beautiful lady. You understand me? You know, but what did they give it to us now? A lady wearing a pint, dancing like if it's on the pole. You know, check that Anita Franklin. They were wearing dresses. You know, beautiful. You look at them, you'll be very proud to see these ladies. But what are we seeing now? Jeans, knickers that look like pints that you go in a swimming pool. You know, they started with Beyonce by throwing pints to her to say, oh, it's a warrior, get power. You see, these faggots will come with everything to cover the real men's eyes and sell it to us. You see, oh, this is get power right now. Then she said, I need a soldier. I need a soldier. Whose soldier do you need, man, when you look like that ball fucking shit? You know, you look like a shit. You know, they just spoil our destiny. You know, a lot of beautiful singers, they changed the whole game. Instead of giving us pole dancers. You know, just turn your waist, wear that high heel boot, and started rolling your waist. You get a Grammy. Tyler was a plant. It was never, she not so good, but just be planted there. You know, because of her shape.
Yeah, she ran like the bottom line. I seen her the other day in a video. That girl's fucking hot, man. That girl's fucking hot. I never liked her, but I was like, damn, man.
Yeah, because that's what they, you see, that's what they plant. That's what they plant. That's what they plant. It's a plant.
Yeah,
that's what they want to sell to you.
Whitney Houston was my favorite singer. I love me some Whitney Houston, man. That's a beautiful black woman right there, man.
You know, man. You know, Musa, up to today, you can still play Anita Franklin music. You still be vibing towards it, right?
Yeah, Whitney Houston.
Today you still be playing Angie Stone. You still be playing the other lady I just mentioned her name, I said Tonight is Tonight, right? You know,
you talking about Gladys Knight? Gladys
Knight. Yeah. You should be playing this music, you should be vibing towards it, right? But then they will not sell what's called image. But now they say image to you. It's not about the music, it's about the image. So video, all these video clips you see nowadays, it's about they give you image, how you're supposed to look like. It's not about the music, it's about the image. You know, and they're turning little girls now to be something else. People are dying out of starvation. You know, people tell you all kind of shit. You know, but nobody know what these chicks are passing through.
You got a hater in the chat, man, talking shit about you. You got people
That's baby. That's baby.
You know, because everybody, because I'm not, you see, I don't choose because you are, I have to see you sexy because you're looking skinny. It's a total package for me. Like, are you intelligent? Was your, you know, are you, you know, good person? It's not about you have to judge person, because, you know, you buy devil, man. You buy Jezebel like that, you know? Yeah. But the truth of the matter is, it's okay. I'm not disrespecting Tyler, but we have other beautiful singers. Other beautiful singers that are also very, very good also. Only that some of them never actually been given that opportunity because selling image, Puffy did it also. There's, she's, you know, Pop Daddy was selling image to us as a hip-hop lovers. At first, when hip-hop came, you start seeing different sizes of, you know, chicks there. What happened later? They throw away those women, you know, those African-looking women, and bringing out the Latinos that are very skinny. You know, they make it exotic. That's what Jennifer Lopez could pump out.
Yeah,
you know, and she was even lucky.
Mariah Carey. Don't forget Mariah Carey.
Yeah, but Mariah
Carey also is a poet.
They was not hip hop. They was not in hip hop.
Mariah Carey, you know, I know she could sing her ass off though.
Yeah, they was singing.
She can sing. She can sing. She can sing. Mariah Carey can sing, bro.
Mariah can sing. Nobody got a voice like Mariah. Not even Whitney Houston got a voice like Mariah Carey.
He can sing. Mariah Carey can sing, brother. Mariah Carey can sing.
Caller, you know, people always, you know, black people, we ain't together on shit, but we try to be. What's going on, my brother? We try to act like Mariah Carey is not better than Whitney Houston. Mariah Carey sings way. Listen, I like Whitney Houston. I remember when she came. Brother.
Finish, man.
Brother, can I finish? Damn, I just jumped on the show. You didn't even let me get 6 words out my mouth, bro.
Right.
We try to sit up there and act like Mariah Carey is not a better singer. You know what I'm saying? Whitney Houston at the time was the best singer. You get what I'm saying? I remember when she first came out, first album, everything, listened to it plenty of times. My sisters used to sing it at all. Yeah. But as soon as Mariah Carey came on the scene, even my sisters and all that, they all said it. They like, I know she white, but she's way better. Her voice is way more, her voice is more powerful than Whitney Houston, and it's more melodic than Whitney Houston, and it's more stronger than Whitney Houston. Don't get me wrong, Whitney Houston can sing, but she couldn't sing any song. Mariah Carey could go on hip-hop albums. She can sing hooks. She can do it all. Whitney Houston just was on her album. She was basically like what the faggot guy that died, what his name? Luther Vandross. She's like Luther Vandross. But nobody ain't gonna sit up there and think Luther Vandross is the best singer.
Yeah.
But he can sing. Go ahead, Carla. Hey, shout out Carla on this 1K for the win, man. Don't let these dudes try to trick you and goddamn dating Stacey Abrams' twin sister, bro.
Yo, check us out. What else about Mariah Carey? I tell you, her best song was the "Oh Holy Night" Christmas thing. I'm like, holy shit, that girl could sing. That's when I first noticed her. You know. I already knew she was good, but when she sung that shit, I was like, and when she had that note, way she raised her voice, That's like that. I said,
My song was me and with Old Dirty Bastard. I like that song, Old Dirty Bastard.
Yeah.
That was my track.
Mariah Harry could fucking carry.
Dave, you talk about Old Dirty Bastard. What about the one with Busta Rhymes when she did her? She made the whole song.
That was fire too.
She made the whole song on the hook.
Yeah.
Listen, man. I ain't gonna sit up there. It's the same way how motherfuckers try to talk shit about Eminem. You get what I'm saying?
Man.
They try to talk shit about Eminem, and
man. Fuck Eminem.
You know what I'm saying?
Black people just mad that a white boy came in there and can rap better than 90%. I ain't gonna say he the best, but he's better than 90% of black people.
These niggas say he the best, though.
Nah, I ain't gonna say he the best.
Look, you gotta take it. Hold on. You gotta take it from somebody from New York, right? In New York, we worry about rhyme skills and stuff like that, right? Now, before Eminem, right, there was Rakim, Big Daddy Kane, right?
Right.
Now, Rakim's in the ghetto, right? He goes, standing alone, nothing to lean on, or whatnot. He goes, that verse is up in the ghetto, right? And nobody's smiling right there.
Nobody smiling.
Eminem's answer to that was the 8 Mile Road, right? That right there, Rakim even said it. He said that's on the level of me, Kool G Rap, all that shit like that, you know?
Yeah.
Look, that right there, Eminem is that skill level, on that level. Kool G. Go look up that 8 Mile Road from the 8 Mile Road City, the song The 8 Mile Road, right? That was Eminem.
Eminem was just a white boy who came to diss his mother.
You better lose yourself.
Had skill.
Eminem was just Eminem came.
You better lose yourself.
Now, when people say something like Eminem's like good, when these are real hip hop heads.
Kala, Eminem came and went the hard because it was strange for a white boy to be on the stage. Started dissing his mother on that shit. You understand? So Eminem was just.
Hey man, they're trying to sell us an image, right, Kadola?
That's the part that y'all don't understand, Bantu. Let me explain something to him. Let me explain something to him real quick, Carla. In the summer of '96, I don't know how old you was, Bantu. You might wasn't even born. But the summer of '96,
I don't know, 15, 14, I don't know, something
summer
like that.
of '96, goddamn Eminem and about 5 or 6 other rappers was in the basement. On 106. You get what I'm saying? All them niggas rapped, and Eminem went last.
Oh, you sure it wasn't 99? I remember
it might have been 99. Might have been 99. Whatever year it was, but I remember. I'm telling you that when he was rapping. Hold on for a second, man. Hold on for a second. I'm telling you, when he started rapping, people was in there trying to be like, "Oh man, stop him from rapping." No, the nigga was in there rapping. All them New York niggas said kept telling like, no, they were trying to cut his rap short, and they let him go for 3-4 minutes straight. This Eminem dude said a wordplay, rhymed that wordplay for 3 minutes straight.
I think I seen that clip.
3 minutes straight.
Was they on the stage? Like it was like they was on stage?
No, they was in the basement.
Oh,
see, you don't know nothing about the basement.
No, that's a different one.
You're also smart. Let me ask you this: is Eminem better than Big L?
Yes, he's better than Big L.
Come on now, Hustle.
He better than Big L and Big Small, bro.
All them finest, man. He's not better than
you. All right, hold up.
Okay, but
you say he's not the best. Who you think is better than him? Then,
if you're saying that he's better, if you're saying that Big L is better than him, that's like you saying Big L is in the top 5 rappers of all time.
Who's better than Eminem?
Eminem is in the top 5 rappers of all time.
Only person that can
probably in your top 5, right?
Kool G Rap, maybe Rakim definitely Kool G Rap,
right?
And that's a master ace. Probably about that. Them skill level like that, you know.
What about KRS-One? KRS-One
is garbage.
careless, man. Nigga, I was thank you, Hustle Smart. I was
straight up trash, bro.
Hey man, fuck Eminem. Hey, Machine Gun Kelly washed him up, man. Machine Gun Kelly.
Oh my God, well, he destroyed.
Machine Gun Kelly washed that punk up, man.
Destroyed him, bro.
Light work, bro. Light work.
Machine Gun Kelly, man. Eminem responds to Machine Gun Kelly, man. Come on, bro.
Ain't no response after that.
It's always a response, my brother.
All right.
They
he goddamn Eminem destroyed him.
Down the law with that shit. That's what I heard.
He's top 5. Eminem is top 5, bro, all time.
You gotta understand what the battle MC is all about. You gotta be good.
Kelly,
you can't be a Kendrick Lamar talking about shit. You know that's what talking about real battle MC.
Man,
you know?
I like to battle that motherfucker.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, listen, man. You know what I'm saying? I'll be on your side in public, man, too. But behind the scenes, I'm gonna tell you, bro, you might not want to do that. You get what I'm saying?
Hold on.
I want that smoke. I don't give a fuck who it is.
Somebody wants to come up now because I'm going downstairs for a half hour. But anybody wants to click on now or wait till I get back.
And another thing, caller. They were sitting up here talking about the big women, and I heard Condola talking about black men just like big women because our mamas was big. What type of crazy ass shit is that? Why would I want a big chick like my mama that's dragging her feet around the house, these fat batted porch? I don't want no chick that look like my mama. Where they get that from, man?
I don't know, man. That's why look. Have you noticed, Kiddo? I mean, so smart that a lot of big women go to Ghana. When I, like.
Hey, Colin, I heard you drop a diamond before I dropped up in here. That's why all the big women's in the Pan African spaces, because this is where all the pandering. this where all the pandering for the fat chicks at, right here. I'm talking about, boy, they got the pandering, they got the slippers, they got the house coat.
You see, my good brother Diane's tour groups, man.
Yeah. Them chicks look like a sack of
man.
Hey, Bantu.
You have a lot of big
Bantu, them chicks look like a sack of potatoes that got ran over in goddamn rush hour traffic, bro. Anybody that sit up there and think African superstar is a hot girl, like you should be castrated.
Wait a minute,
nothing.
African superstar?
That chick from Ghana.
Oh shit!
That chick from Ghana.
I like her locks. She's very beautiful, man.
Very beautiful?
Yeah, she got a pretty face, man.
Yeah, okay. What would you give African suit? 1 to 10. You say she's beautiful. What would you give on a 1 to 10?
Her face is cute, but the rest is a no-go.
I'll give her an 8, man. She's beautiful to me.
You give her a what?
I'll give her an 8.
Bro, where you at so I can goddamn send this bomb over? Listen, man, listen.
You going too far now.
I don't think I can street for
So we hit at an 8, yo. He gave her an 8, bro.
Nah.
I don't been out the streets for a long time. But I'm gonna send them goons to your house. Where you at?
Shit, man.
Where you at? I'm sending them goons to your house, bro.
I'm in Tennessee, man. I'm in the
8? You mean a negative 8?
So
she
gave her a high ranking, bro. He gave her a high ranking, Hustle.
Boy,
he gave her a high ranking.
To you.
I think he was giving her a ranking of kid.
Kelly Rowland is an 8.
Yeah,
Kelly Rowland is an 8.
Kelly Rowland, she's a 9. She's a 9, man. She's really beautiful. Like she's way better looking than Beyonce, Kelly Rowland.
Okay, so if you say that is disrespectful to put that husky hyena that's in Ghana 1 step below her.
Beyonce is also an 8.
Goddamn African superstar. Damn, Beyonce.
So you said she the same as Beyonce?
You said that.
Beyonce. Yo,
You said
yo,
that
yo,
African
hey, guys,
superstar.
let me tell you guys something. Let me tell you guys something, right?
Tell me something, please, man.
If she loses some weight, man, she'll be in the same category as Beyonce. That was
Oh
Let me
man.
explain something to you, man. African superstar can lose her religion, and she still won't be on the level of Beyonce. She ain't, and she built up there. Have you seen her walk? She walked like a goddamn elephant. She looked like she's stomping roaches when she walked. It ain't nothing sexy about African superstar. She got those K-legs. She got them K-legs like Rick Ross. When she stand up straight, her knees is fighting each other. Let me tell you something. I bet my kids trust fund that I bet my kids Roth IRA, but that the inside of her thighs is black as fuck, like the Los Angeles, like the Oakland Raiders.
Damn.
The inside of her thighs is black like the Oakland Raiders goddamn jersey, bro.
Yo, you should be a stand-up comedian, man. God damn, man.
Bro, listen, bro. Listen, man. I'm passionate about that. Cause let me tell you something, man. I will 100% admit it to the world, and my daughter knows this. I am a chauvinist. I don't give a fuck how I look. The chick got to be a dime. You know why? You want to know why? Because I make over $200,000 a year. It don't matter how the fuck I look. She got the look. Her looks got to be compatible to my money I make. That's how the world works. My chick gonna look based off the money that I make. Ain't to be messing with no chick that look like Lizzo. It is no way in the world.
You gotta admit that Lizzo, man, she's not really that bad looking, man.
Yes,
Besides
she
the weight, man,
She look like she got, bruh. Lizzo look like she carries a parachute around with her in the stomach all the time. A parachute.
Let me tell you, Sip. You see. You're describing you want to describe a perfect picture of a lady that actually never really exists. Even those that exist, still, they cannot keep a man. Have you ever seen, look at Jennifer Lopez. How many times did they get married? A lot of times, right? A lot of these chicks you mentioned, you talking about, can't even keep a man for 1 year marriage. You understand? They cannot. Is that what you want to describe as a beauty?
No, that's what you're doing. Some type of way, Kidola, some type of way you're conflating with beauty as far as keeping a relationship. That's what you're introducing that narrative. I'm not introducing narrative. I thought we were just talking about looks. We're just talking about looks. Hold on. Just for that, just by you saying that, let me tell you something. The only thing that Lizzo can do is to introduce me to J-Lo. And I don't even like Latino chicks like that. But only thing she can do is move out the way. Only thing Lizzo can do is be a safety and move people out the way so me and Jennifer Lopez can get out the room with her. So she won't eat up all the goddamn potato chips and the dip.
No.
Let me tell you something, Condola. Nobody wants a
Tip, what you talking about now, right? Tip, if you have to check, look, that's what I said. I don't buy image. I buy your voice. If they did put Lizzo on those things that they put Lizzo, they dress Lizzo like Aretha Franklin or Patti LaBelle. Look, you see, there was one musician I like a lot. Carla know that, the chick though, called Amelie Jackson. Amelie Jackson is like a G-Wagon,
You say Millie Jackson?
Yeah.
Come on, the one with the wide ass mouth? Bro, stop, bro. Bro, that chick was narrow, but that chick is built up like 6 o'clock, bro. She got a wide mouth, and she was short as fuck, and she built up like 6 o'clock. She built up like 6 o'clock or 3:45. She has no curves at all. If you would have said Regina Bale, she had a shape to her. You get what I'm saying? Patti LaBelle had a shape when her early, but Shaka Khan, even though people talk that shit about Shaka Khan didn't have a good shape. She was cute. She didn't have a good shape.
You didn't like Shaka Khan or younger?
Shaka Khan was cute. She didn't have no shape. And let me tell you something. Hey, Bantu, let me tell you something. Aretha Franklin was built up like goddamn Big Baby Davis that used to play for the Celtics.
Man,
Aretha Franklin didn't have nobody at all.
Aretha Franklin was skinny in her younger days.
She still didn't have no shape. She didn't have no shape at all. That's why she used to always wear them big ass dresses. Let me tell you something. When a chick got a hot body, she's gonna show them curves, bro.
Shaka Khan had a nice body.
No, Shaka Khan was cute. Shaka Khan did not have. When she was slim, she was good.
That's why she was slim. Very tiny. She was like a midget. Shaka Khan.
Right. But what I'm saying is that if you put on weight and you start looking like your refrigerator and the chick start looking like your refrigerator in the kitchen, that means she doesn't have any shape.
Yeah.
Shapes is curves. The right chick with the right curves, when she get thicker, the weight goes is situate her curves.
What do you think about what do you think about Angie Stone, Sim? The late
Angie Stone? Angie Stone, I wish I had a brick to slap her right in her fucking face with it. Angie Stone was whack as fuck.
God damn.
One of the only hot chicks that had curves was Erykah Badu. That was it.
Yeah, Erykah Badu was fine.
All of the other chicks was all of them was cute with nobody. Take them chicks with the brownstone. Take them chicks with SWV.
You try to create your own image of female.
I'm not, bro. I just tell the truth, man.
You know by the God's side. The God create this female in total beautiful ways and everything.
But then God need to borrow my glasses. Then you get what I'm saying? He need to get him. He need to go to the optometrician or something. You know what I'm saying? Because goddamn, you can't sit up there and make these big ass buffalo looking chicks. You get what I'm saying? Like it was a reason that Thelma for Good Times had the run that she run because she wasn't a good actor. Thelma from Good Times was not a good actor. And you see her today, she still have that shape.
Yeah, she just had a shape.
She had a shape. The rest of them chicks.
So, what about Tina Turner? That's a beautiful one.
Tina Turner.
Are you joking? Tina Turner was built up like a white chick. She had no type of shape. Why you think Ike was fucking all the backup dancers? She was built up. She was built up like a goddamn lollipop, also with a big ass head.
Well, how do you know that? So, what proof do you have that Ike Turner was messing with the backup singers?
Fucking with the backup dancers that was getting pregnant by him. The one that was leaving the group.
You didn't watch the movie, man. The broad blew her head off, man.
He ran off about 12 of them. But the backup dance, usually the backup dancer is always sexier than the artist. But all you got to do is dance.
The broad was pregnant, man. She came in the room and blew her fucking head off.
Yeah. Ike was geeked up on the Mollies and that powder, but he still knew what a fine chick looked like. Tina Turner brought the vision. She had the energy, but she was built up like a white lady from goddamn Arkansas. She had no shape at all. She had no ass at all. She had nice legs, just like white girls. So she could have been one of them, what you call them ladies that kick their legs in the air? What you call them hoes? The rockette. She could have been a rockette with the nice legs. But after you get past her legs, she looked like a barracuda in the face. She wasn't pretty. She had a nice voice. She had a pretty smile, and she was nice as fuck. But Tina Turner looked like your average animal in the zoo. I mean, you can walk by any animal and hold up a picture of Tina Turner to that animal, and that's what you'd have been like, yeah, that's it right now. You get what I'm saying? So look at NYCG who never agrees with me saying Angie Stone was horrendously looking in the body and the face. Did you see the muscle she created with D'Angelo?
Yeah. Think of that one singer that you might think was cute. She was thick.
Bring it on, sir. Bring it on.
God,
it ain't many.
Oh shit. Damn.
Black women did not produce any fine R&B singers. They just did. Had some cute ones.
What's her name? Floetry? Did you remember
Floetry? You talking about the chick that all you gotta do is say yes? Oh, you talking about Jill Scott?
Jill Scott.
Let me tell you something. Jill Scott is cute.
Okay.
Jill Scott is
all right, we got one, y'all.
But boy, no, hold on. That's where it stops at. She top heavy. So she had them monster boobs, but she was narrow in the waist. She was a 36D, but she was a 26 slim in the goddamn waist. Well, she ain't have nothing in the nothing titty below.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Yeah, she is a natural now on Jill Scott.
I thought we had one.
If you like to put down this beautiful black women who could sing really good.
No, I don't. I like to tell the truth, kid Dola.
There's no cut to their music. That you're not bringing people that because of their image or shape. There's a cut here, cut there, cut. You know, you start bringing this people in. Look. You see, you might be seeing things in total different form, right? And is it what was her name again? Scott something, just Scott? Somebody is, yes. She's very pretty. One of the best. Is. She look like Lamborghini. You know, what do you want for her? She's a very beautiful girl. You know?
She is pretty. She pretty, but that's pretty is not enough though. Black men are visual creatures. We like some shit with some curves in it. We don't want no shit that look like a bowl of goddamn mashed potatoes and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like we want some hard curves. We know when a chick got on some leggings and she get out of it, and some of her left side of her body is in Texas and the right side of her body is in South Carolina. We know when a chick is hiding all that girth and all that booty meat and all that booty do. It's just booty meat. It's not curved up. We in the black community have given fat bitches a pass. You know what I'm saying? Like we call them thick. White men don't call white bitches thick. We do that shit.
Bro, that's why the black man is different from the white man. You know, we're different. You know,
so we accept bullshit. We accept these.
What you have to understand.
Keto, let me agree with you for a second. We accept these husky hyenas, these wig weed wearing wild hyena hood rat up in the twerk monkey from South DC or beyond. We accept these goddamn high blood pressure, lazy ass, bad back, bad attitude, bad goddamn sense of security chicks. We accept that because we don't have no choice. But a lot of black men are going to places. Why do you think that I don't date black women no more? Let me tell you something, Bantu. A black woman could never trick me out no dick. Never. Never will I. And you got all these fine Niger girls out here that's walking goddamn trekking 6 or 7 kilometers just to get a tomato. And you want me to deal with these loud mouth, ratchet ass hoes and goddamn vibranium lace leggings? stuffing all that girth in there, big as fuck. And then when they get pregnant, they even get bigger.
Oh, how'd you go kill me?
Then they don't want to work out. Then start talking about God. After they big as a house. Nobody don't want to be wrestling with all that booty meat, Bantu. Now maybe when you young, you'll tussle with a rhino. But once you get to my age, man, you want a little comfort. You want your little something, a little 5'4", 5'6", 140, 145 at the most. You don't need no chick that's goddamn the same size, that weigh the same as Ray Lewis. You don't want no chick that can plug up the A gap from the middle linebacker, right line. These chicks are big. Why do you, I tell you what, Bantu, I tell you what, why do you think they got them call all these restaurants and all these meals, they call them big back meals? They don't call that for dudes.
Yeah, well, you got a point. But
That big back came from women. And it was women that started that. When men would never call women big back. Women start calling each other that because they saw how goddamn broad their shoulders get. You got some of these chicks out here got shoulders just like Kevin Durant.
see, Condola goes both ways. They was trying to sell us an image with Lizzo, big goofy ass. And she got talent too, man. She didn't have to play herself out like that. She could actually, play instruments and shit like that.
He said, "I'll tussle with that whale." No, you won't. You'll tussle with that whale just to do it. You ain't gonna want to do that on a daily basis.
Who said, "Oh, nah, you ain't gonna do that shit every day, bro."
You ain't gonna do that on a regular basis, bro.
Kala.
He left. He said he coming back.
He said he'll be back in 30 minutes. So what I'm saying is that it's okay that you goddamn want to date one and you want to do it. But listen, you got to understand that if you get one of these chick that's already 160 pounds, like Bantu.
Go ahead.
Bantu, if you meet her at 160, she ain't going down. She going up.
Yeah.
And what if you get her pregnant?
Yeah.
I mean, when she get pregnant, she gonna pick up at least
get her pregnant. Shit.
She gonna pick up at least 15 or 20 pounds, and then she gonna weigh more than you, Bantu.
Oh yeah.
Who the fuck?
I had a big girl when I was younger, but I wasn't about to get her pregnant. Hell.
Yeah. It was just for fun. Listen, man, this is no disrespect to black women. This is not disrespect because you have black women that's on podcasts now telling women that they need to stop eating the way they eat. All these goddamn seafood bars, all that goddamn salt, all that goddamn sodium, all that goddamn butter. Do you understand, Bantu, that when they make them seafood bars, they put 4 sticks of butter and put it in a trash bag?
Yeah, we gotta clean up our diet, folks.
These chicks love Popeye's biscuits. They put my daughter puts honey on Popeye's biscuits. That's already sweet. Already got honey on it. The Popeye's biscuits, shorty. Hold on, cause I want y'all to think.
Don't be knocking your daughter like that, man. I be doing that shit too. I do that.
I am in raw form because this is where I think we're losing at.
Shit too, man.
Let me tell you something, Bantu. Bantu, it's only 2 white people. It's only 2 black people out here where I live at. 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm looking out my window and I see these white people out here getting up, jogging and walking. I see that after they eat their meals. They ain't even learn how they eat. They eat their food way earlier than we eat. I eat about 9 or 10 o'clock. They finishing their meals by 6 o'clock. They walking around the neighborhood with their ugly ass dogs. And once I went out the house with that yapper, when one of them act like the motherfucker was gonna shit in my yard, I told him, I'm like, you got it. I told him straight up. He's like, sorry, but I like, look. I said, look, you got a yard. Let your dog shit in your yard. And you know what he said? Let me tell you what the white dude said. He's like, man, look, I got my bags right here. If he would have did it, I would have cleaned it up. Hey, do you see how he diffused the situation?
Yeah, that motherfucker was lying anyway.
Yeah, because I damn sure would have got them.
He was scared when he seen your ass. That's
yeah. I came out I came out my house looking like Rick Ross with the yapper, shirt off, everything. Don't play that shit. Because I don't got them. My kids don't go up there and run in your yard.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that white people care about their health. If let me tell you something. If gyms would make money off black people, all of them would be out of business. You can even go in neighborhoods where it's all black and it still might be white people working in there or in there. White people will go to the gym before they go to work, Bantu.
Yeah, I mean, it's important, man. Shit.
Black people ain't doing that shit.
Yeah, they better start doing it.
But this is what I be saying, y'all. I'm not saying that I'm not the gloom guy. I just see I see the black race as a business. Now y'all always talk about in these Pan-African spaces and these conspiracy theories that we all like our social security number is we're like connected to the dollar.
Oh, we got some invisible account that we
got some invisible account. If you're gonna think like that, then you need to think about the black race as a business. Why would they sit up there and invest in a people that don't like each other, that only associate with each other online?
And
do not
identify everything Black America is about negativity,
everything. That's the most popular shit. The most popular shit in black. If you pull up today, the most popular, the most 10 trendy things with Black America is gonna be something negative online. And this is the thing, Bantu. I say this every time, and I will never stop repeating it. I talk to my cousin. I talk to my family member. I be like, y'all the one that's putting that shit out there on the internet. Y'all putting the camera, setting up camera angles and putting that. Y'all recording it and editing it. Y'all the one that putting music behind it.
All the progress our ancestors made was destroyed in the last 20 years with the internet.
Instagram.
Yeah.
Instagram is the worst thing to happen to black people.
Yeah, so the bottom line, all the ignorant black people, like I said, if like a lot of people will say, that's how y'all are. No, black people who do normal, decent things don't really post online,
Hey, don't you think that was interesting what Kidola said, though? He said YouTube save Africa.
Well, just the opposite. This is what happened. This is what happened with Africa, the world, right? YouTube destroyed the image of Black America, right? But at the same time, it was able to elevate Africa in many ways by showing Africans being able to show cities and, like, you know what I'm saying? But Black America, the camera was focused on the negativity that wasn't really out there, whatnot, stuff like that. Right. Black women have completely changed because of the internet. Remember
that World Star Hip Hop is one of
the World Star Hip Hop.
Hey, drop the link, caller.
Before World Star Hip Hop, the black woman's image was Tootie from Facts of Life. Remember that?
Right.
Jackson, Aaliyah, Whitney Houston, Pam Grier. That's what Black Halle Berry.
Hey, Pam Grier, come on, though.
And so the bottom line, here comes the internet right now. And the new image of the black woman,
305.
good rat, like that, you know.
And they at Carla, don't forget they all selling pussy online. They all got they OnlyFans where you can go in there and pay $3, and you can look at her whole birth canal.
But all these rappers, right?
No, these regular women, you go on their IG, they got their Carla, even on TikTok, they got their bios. They got their OnlyFans in there.
I thought I was suspicious of why, like, I be having them inbox me all the time talking about this. I be having a motherfucker on Telegram say, look,
Hey, that's why I don't even waste my time on none of those.
On Telegram, I had this one chick inbox me. Did I leave my paperwork in your car? I'm like, I didn't respond. And then also one time I did reply to something. Oh, I'm sorry to bother you. Then they keep calling back. All right, you said I'm sorry. Why are you fucking texting me again? You know, I had the wrong number. But how you doing?
Cause she wants you to subscribe to her OnlyFans. She got feet pics, she got ass. Call it these chicks is sticking butt plug in their ass that light up and shit. Online for $3.
Oh, none of that shit. Nothing to do with none of that shit.
$3.
Like I said, these people is with female. I don't know the image of black women, right? Instead of getting a boyfriend, husband like they used to do back in the day.
Oh, they don't want that.
They don't want that shit no more. You know, boyfriend. Husband hold them back. That's why they can talk all the shit they want. We know the truth, right? That's why I said when brothers go overseas, they do what they do. I don't have nothing matter. I don't even give a fuck if you go to a European country nowadays. You know, fuck it, yeah. Do what the fuck you're a man, you're free. Do what the fuck you want to do. You want to go to fucking Eastern Europe and bang some white chick. I don't give a fuck. I ain't gonna do it. But the bottom line is this: these black women and American women in general have given up on men. They've given up on it's not just black women, white women too. They act like such talk or whatnot. It's like you be seeing these white girls, they look beautiful, they got money, come from the suburbs, and they're so angry. Like, what the fuck you got to do? I be like, what the fuck you got to be angry about? You know?
Right.
Yeah, well, we do this. I say, look, so you ever see these women, middle-aged, 20-something-year-old white women, whatnot, they be looking good, whatnot. I'll say, well, this is what I'm there. I could never find a man. What the fuck do you want? You probably sat with like 12 different guys. You know, what you do is you find one thing wrong with them, and you like, you dismiss them, right? And so you get online complaining about men.
All right, come on up, Princess. Come on up, Princess.
Hey, African Goddess, you said some of us do work out and eat healthy. That is true. It's no such thing as all in anything. See, that's what we always talk about, African Goddess. That you don't have to say that as black men. So if you said black men ain't shit, it ain't gonna be not one black man to be like, well, some of us is good, because we know that it's by logic. By logic, we know you're not talking about all of us. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? So, but women for some reason, for whatever reason, thinks that when you say something negative about a woman, you're saying all, which don't even make sense.
They don't think we have the right as black men. They don't say it to white men to have any sort of standards or any sort of judgment. You're like with Simone Sanders, just shut up.
Yeah.
You know, just shut up. That's what they really, if they could, they'll haul off and smack us upside their head. Just even voicing our opinion, right? We're supposed to just shut up. Black men, how did we get like this? You know? That's why they had to get
Simone Sanders. She built up like Brian Urlacher from the goddamn Chicago Bears heyday. You get what I'm saying? Like, and then some. The thing about it is that these chicks right here, they get like that chick Precious. Believe me, y'all can sit up here and try to play that role like Precious is cute. Nobody was.
I never said she was cute. That was Kyla.
No.
Yeah.
No, I said was, and not.
She wasn't cute to me at all.
But I saw her one time, whatnot. You know, she smiled, whatnot. Now I'm not saying cute like I would give her a kiss or something like that. But, you know,
of course not.
Like you
all right, I give you that.
Look,
she got
you see a frog, like you see a frog.
Right. Just saying, like if you saw like a
beaver or something like that, you know.
She don't. A beaver is cute.
Really sad.
Cute, right? You know, but I ain't gonna.
Beaver is cute. Say if you saw an iguana. And the iguana had a smile to it.
Yeah, they got a little
That's
smile.
about it. No,
Nah, Kyla was falling for that big girl. I know.
Yeah.
Kyla was falling for that big girl. Yeah.
Nothing with niggas, man. You guys always take every little thing and just twist it around. Now Carla likes Precious. You know,
I was hey Carla, I was tripping when they were saying that damn you hate yourself or you hate black women because you don't want a fat one.
I know, that's what I'm saying. They said I got the European beauty standards. God
Kyla
damn.
love Precious, man. What y'all talking about?
5'7", 145 pounds. I'm a Eurocentric now. See how we go, you know?
Yeah.
I'm a Christian Western Eurocentric. Oh my God, you can't win for losing being a black man, you know?
You do not want no chick in the
What up,
160.
What are you talking about? What you talking about, man? You wanted that smoke with Ola for some reason. Or you want that smoke with me?
Principally wants to smoke, man.
Hey, Principally he don't know who he want to argue with tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Nah. I ain't saying nothing crazy. I'm seeing Ben. I came up here to take Bantu's FBA card. Because you know, if I was saying half this shit, he would have been spazzing on me. I mean, so I gotta take his card.
What did I say?
Nah, you hear Simp talking about all this wild stuff, man, and you know what I mean? I ain't hear you say nothing. I gotta take the FBA card.
Tell me one wild thing that I said.
Where was I supposed to stop?
Nah, I understand if you guys want like a slimmer woman, that's fine to have that preference. But to basically say you get any woman but your own FBA AA African American woman, that's like wild as hell, man. Simp, you think we don't got hoes in our community, in the Haitian community, in the Nigerian community? You think there's no hoes and weirdos and all that kind of shit in there?
That wasn't even the conversation. The conversation was not about hoes. See, that's
no,
the thing.
I'm trying to say I'm saying you utilize a small
but I'm saying that you're
portion to generalize.
Your question is redundant, Principal. See, that's the thing about this why you would rather do this with Bantu, because your question is redundant. That's just like saying, do you have light skin? You think we ain't got light skin? You think we ain't got ugly chicks? Every race of people got hoes. Every race of women prostitutes in every, even where they can't speak no language.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Prostitute since the beginning of time. So where did the prostitution question come from?
Ain't got nothing to do with it.
No. I'm trying to say you're generalizing when you were saying like most of them is doing this, most of them is doing that.
No, like, doing what? Doing what? Be specific now.
You were selling ads, selling on fan. What's called OnlyFans.
OnlyFans.
Some of them are.
And they're OnlyFans in their bio. Yeah, Instagram is full of that.
Come on.
But you don't think the problem is stuff like this when you don't promote the good? You think like the thing is in other communities they just simply promote the positive one as the standard and the goal. I mean, it's not that they don't exist.
What are you talking about? In the other group of people, in the other community, they are the richest in the OnlyFans.
And they actually make money.
They make more money. The black women make the least.
Check this out,
man. Tough, man. We gotta put them in Chizak.
There's a greater degree of separation and imagery. Like I think the common white person knows the difference between. They'll make a distinction between the hoes and their good girls. While like when you speak, you kind of just throw them all out in the trash, man.
Let me say this. How smart.
Go ahead, sir. You getting the wrong idea.
Hold up. I see this one chick, right? She was like, I want to give up OnlyFans. I'm tired of doing this, but my father is accustomed to my lifestyle, and his lifestyle I provided for him. He doesn't work, and I give him like $200,000 a year. So if she can give her father $200,000 to live a lifestyle, he got a yacht, whatever like that. Can you imagine how much money on OnlyFans? Now, black women, the OnlyFans, they probably can't even make about $100 a month. You know,
right?
Yeah, I told you that white chick made $53 million, man.
Yeah, I know they always do. You know,
God damn, man.
They make the real money because they're in demand.
But let me tell you the difference, though, Carla. The difference is that the white women that's on OnlyFans and all that, white men ain't trying to wife them. They just trying to lust after them. White men have a lust and a fetish. But see, in the black community, you got black men out here want to marry porn stars. Go on, some of these porn stars.
There's a blurred line between wifey and a hoe in the black community.
The black community. Yeah. Dudes out here with mess with chicks that used to be prostituting on the streets.
Yeah.
Talking about because she read some magical books and she got some magical kneecaps and some goddamn miraculous hands, and she said some miraculous word to the sky, and all of a sudden you gonna wife that?
See, FBA ain't all perfect, Princess. We gotta point out everything.
No. I'm not saying it's no problem with you guys. It's about distinctions. It's like when you created, like when say if you used to say that, oh, there's positive women over here in the NOI, there's positive women over here in the black church, there's positive women over. It's a clear cut distinction, right? Even though you're calling something out, there's still a sense of hope. When somebody hear no hope and it's just everybody ain't doing, what's supposed to be done and everything ain't good, people going,
Simply said, you have to have common sense to know that he's not talking about 100% of black women. That's just common sense.
That's why I came up here, because I know he ain't talking. So I'm like, he got to have some balance. I hear Bantu just saying, He ain't saying, some, or, there's some right here, there's some positive ones over here, some positive ones over here.
We already
for the listener, you do, because some people's going to just hear this gloom and gloom, and it's going
to... Listen, and this is the problem with black people. We always think we got to explain everything to every goddamn black people. Every last one of them. Let me tell you something. One thing that I respect from white people, they feel like the dumb motherfuckers, they leave the dumb motherfuckers where they at. They ain't trying to bring them along. White people cut dead weight. Black people, we need to cut dead weight in our society. That's why I said that goddamn 85% of black people are useless.
Hey, Principal, I even got him to admit that Jill Scott was cute. I thought he was finna chop her up.
She is cute. She got a very cute smile, but that's it though. I mean, unless she giving me some goddamn 98.6, that's it. The only thing Jill Scott good for is 98.6. You know what 98.6 is, Principal P?
No, I probably do, but you gotta explain it. Is that a position?
Have you ever got your got the thermometer check on you for your cold or something?
Yeah.
Where did they put the thermometer at?
It's under your tongue or
right. And what is the temperature? What's the average temperature of your mouth? For you to not have a fever.
Oh, Principal, you gotta catch up.
I think it's like 90 something or something in the 90s.
98.6.
You get it now? You got it?
So unless she finna give me some mouth, Jill Scott is useless to me.
No, but I believe, like I said, everybody got their if you like them slim, nobody could tell you not to like them slim.
I don't like them slim. I like a woman with shape that has some shape to her. Because if she has some shape to her, when she picks up weight, the weight will go with her shape. If she built up like a glass case, your glasses case, you know what I'm saying? When she get bigger, she just gonna grow left or right. She's gonna be looking. Have you ever seen the Mexican chicks when they pick up weight, they start looking like SpongeBob?
Yeah, they already be looking bad.
Take us out. What do you think about Letitia James?
Letitia James every time I see her, she reminds me of Lurch from the Addams Family. Every single time I see her.
Did you hear what he said about Tina Turner? Was you in here when he said about Tina Turner, man? Oh shit. Told you. He said she looked like any animal in the zoo, man.
Tina Turner looks like any animal in the zoo with a pretty smile. She had one of the prettiest smile. Her and that other chick.
Jojo Buttside, she was in that relationship with her and Ike. She was a problem. That's what she said. She was eating,
She was jealous. She was jealous because Ike was fucking all the backup dancers.
He said when Ike was like Ike wanted to like pull her out of that life, make a life for her, right? But she was all for the streets, shit like that. That's what I heard.
And she was chasing white men.
Yeah, it was a violent movie with Lawrence Fishburne and Andrew Bassett. They made her look like the victim, you know?
Yeah.
Right. But they did put one part in there that when when Ike beat her ass, and he was like, "Oh, you open your mouth and sing when it's a white man. When it's a white man singing, because what he was saying that she was code switching when she was singing for black people. Then when she went out there and did that orchestra, did it with the orchestra, she sung in a melodic voice.
Yeah, she was code switching.
She was code switching, and he was like, "Well, you know what? I can make songs for that too. We can do this, but you want to fuck with the white people." So, but I get it though, because sometimes with women, especially black women, they can cross over and start doing that with the white scene. What you think Nicki Minaj is doing now? She know her rap career is over.
Tina Turner.
She's doing the Tina Turner. She gonna be doing the same thing with goddamn Waka Flocka Waka Flocka. He over there doing concerts with them white dudes at them white because they paying him $500,000-$600,000.
Yeah, man.
But you want to say he gonna keep it real and be 10-20,000 with black people got to duck and risk his life leaving the club like black people, man. We to be dedicated to the black race is dangerous.
Yeah.
No, but who makes it that way though? Who makes it that way?
The black people make it that way.
Check this out. Me and my brother and sister, we'll talk about tonight about opening up a lounge, a hookah lounge, a bar.
Ooh.
But then the thing, we're thinking about this. All in the back of my mind is, what's going to be our crowd? Right? We got some spots that are black trading, but there's always that in your back of your mind. Will Craig and them be showing up?
Will Bantu Mandinka show up?
Nah, we reject that. What crowd do we want? And it's like it's really, I don't know. We're thinking about it. Because that's the whole thing. If we didn't have the black problems, black Americans would be such a big place. But every time, I used to do nightclub security one night. Nobody wants to work in black clubs because Nobody wants to do that shit because it's so dangerous,
Well, clubs is dangerous anyway. They'll just put
No. I worked at white clubs. They all go home. You might have a couple of white guys. Okay, Brad, you man. You have to break up a couple of Brads from fighting and whatnot. That's not it. Black brothers, man. Somebody's going to the car. Niggas got the switches.
Yeah, somebody might try to size you up in the black club.
Hey, Carla, let me explain something to you. I was in a redneck town in Louisiana with some white dudes when we went to this redneck bar. Yeah, they looked at me crazy, but not one of them said a word.
Yeah.
Not one of them said a word. But then we went to the sports bar to watch the game the next day around all black people, and I got questioned like 6 times from black people.
Yeah, good. You can't even go to Hooters nowadays. That's what Negroes like hanging out. Negroes took over Hooters, man. It's not even white boys that ain't go there no more.
No, but isn't it a minor? It's really a small contingent, a group of individuals that's like fucking it up for everybody.
Yeah, but
it's not a small contingent.
They always making that point.
Not depending on where you go. If you go into like the hood spots, then it's gonna be different groups of different niggas that got beef.
That's a bunch of bullshit, right? Because if it was contained in the hood, it'd be great. But these motherfuckers always bring their fucking asses out in the suburbs and shit like that and tear shit up. If it was just in the hood, it'd be like, hey, go over there and do your thing, kill each other. Well, we care, But they always coming out in the spots that you don't want to see them, and fucking shit up. Like, god damn, man. Hey, these
let me push.
You say shit like that. That's why they be saying.
But hold on though, Bantu. Let me push Carla point though. When you go in black, where black people go to, like where we got one of the most expensive mall where we have in Atlanta, it's called Saks. Saks is Lenox and Lenox Mall.
That's the ghetto.
Like if they don't turn it into the ghetto. Like these black people got to drive 30, 40, 50 miles to get there. They got to get on 6 trains. They got to take 2 trains and get on 6 buses to get out there. You get what I'm saying? It's in an all-white neighborhood, and they out there, and they had to put metal detectors out there. Now, let me tell you something. Now tell me how many redneck tractor pulling pickup truck white people you see out there trying to buy a t-shirt for $200. You see not one redneck out there. Only thing you see people out there in Saks and Dolce and all that shit is rich white people and ignorant ass black people. You don't see no redneck chick out there with no teeth in her mouth and goddamn walking around with some Mountain Dew. You don't see that out there. White people don't go out there. I go all over the world. You don't see those rednecks out there in expensive neighborhoods. You go in Beverly Hills right now, you'll see some ratchet niggas out there. You won't see no rednecks out there. You won't see not one pickup truck out there. But you'll see black people out there.
Black people like living beyond their means, you know.
It always go back to that thing that spell to the Negro. That is the most. But every time, I'm telling you, I almost cried. I watched it on the fourth time I watched. I almost cried because I was sitting there trying to find any reason to debunk it. And believe me, I'm good. I'm quick with the comeback Bantu.
You know, you couldn't get to that.
I watched that video 4 times and I could not say anything about it.
Yeah, I seen it. I think I only watched it like two or three times.
And black people are happy to do that shit. They take pictures when they go to these places. They take pictures of the receipt. They take pictures in the bathroom. They take pictures in the parking lot.
I can never understand that, right? Everywhere we go, Jamaica Avenue is like that, right? Everybody go to Jamaica Avenue. All the black work all week and whatnot, get that paycheck, go to Jamaica Avenue in the Queens, Delancey Street in Manhattan and Bronx and whatnot, and Fordham Road, whatnot, and just give all the Jews and all now Indians, everybody else, your money. You know, that was just a national pastime. Because we want the latest gear, the latest this. We kept the friggin' this economy.
Yeah, that's that keeping up with the Joneses shit.
Yeah, so it is what it is, you know.
We just have this.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
We even do that when it comes to funerals.
Exactly. Now we don't own funeral homes anymore. You know, white people took over funeral homes because money isn't, you know.
They see black people have a 15,000 life insurance. They'll spend.
They want that money, you know. It's money.
They'll spend all of that with a funeral, having 4 limousines. I told my daughter I wish she would get a limo. The fuck would you have me sitting up in a church? I don't even go to church. The fuck would you have me sitting up in a church, have me sitting up in the room? What you better do is you better put my ass on the George Foreman grill, extra crispy, and goddamn fine, and go plant me in a goddamn park so some dogs can take a shit and piss in or something.
Hey, Principal, I told him he better than me, man.
Don't sit up there and waste no money on no fucking no homecoming out there wearing no t. You better not put my big ass head on no goddamn t-shirt.
Exactly opposite.
That's another thing now. It's a new thing right now. Somebody dies or whatnot, and the motherfucker get your t-shirt there when you're dead.
Motherfuckers start selling t-shirts and shit.
You know what this means? FBA all day whatnot.
Can I ask you? So why hasn't because all this is economics that y'all talking about. Why hasn't the community leaders or individuals or business guys?
You know you're trying to get your collar. Don't fall for the bait.
No. I'm talking about even people like yourself. People that sees that, like individuals that got money. They're not seizing on that market because clothing is a market, right? You talking about cremation is another market, right? All these different things that you're talking about is markets. Why hasn't?
Let me explain to you real quick. I'm going to tell you, before collar cut your throat. We have no community. We have no community. You have people with money, though. Hold on, Principal. I'm going to tell you. We have no community. We have no leaders. It ain't not one black person. Collar is my OG. You get what I'm saying? We don't have a leader because of the way that we are as black people. It's hard to have a leader because black people with the showmanship all the time. We showmanship, and we don't want showmanship when we trying to do a revolution. That's what make Minister Farrakhan look so bad right now. That's what made Brother Polite look so bad out here sticking his dick in 15-year-old, 14-year-old girls' mouth and shit. That's what make all these other leaders in the black community have to have some type of swag or some type of charisma, and they all are child predators. Just think about that for a second.
Oh, you talking about Minister Farrakhan? Ain't no
No,
child predator?
no, not Mr. Farrakhan, not Mr. Farrakhan. I'm talking about the Pan-African space. We talking about the Brother Polites. We talking about all these hotels,
Yorkies,
the New York communities. Sitting up here using using religion.
Yorkie line, you know that.
All right, so remove leadership. What about the small groups? Because there's always little cliques of black men and women that work together.
And we ain't got no community.
I'm saying little groups and families.
Groups.
I gotta send. There's different articles that I was reading. Right, there's different individuals that are vested in like property and they're doing real estate. Right, and they're small.
Say this right now. If you got a family that's close knit and stuff like that, that works. You know, it's still
right.
Yeah. For the most part, right? That works somewhat, right? Outside of a family, of people you know your whole life, or you know you'll see know the rest of your life.
Yeah, even in the family,
there ain't no coming together because the bottom line. Look, I tried to tell the organization, I initially we were strong at first 10 years ago, but as soon as we started collecting money, that's when shit fell apart. Well, Fossil will tell you, you know. That's what shit fell apart. As soon as you start putting money in there, then niggas start gossiping and blah blah blah. Then the worst thing is when you bring females into it. You know,
the worst thing you can do is bring females
into it. You know, if I build any movement, there ain't gonna be no goddamn females. You know.
Women is what bring the men though.
Hold on, Professor Pete. Why you think that Pan-African shit ain't working that Dr. Umar is doing? Because all he do is patronize to women.
He ain't trying to go nowhere. He just women feed him, you know.
Women feed him. Dr. Umar is no different from one of them niggas that begging you at the airport at Nigerian airport.
Nah, but you don't think the problem is
just like Carla say, Dr. Umar is hands to mouth.
He's a hand to mouth nigga. You know?
No, but you don't think the problem is like men like yourself who are thinking you see like the holes in his game. Like when he's talking about, oh, he gonna marry 3 wives, this, that, he gonna do this, he gonna do that. You as a person who's logical, who could see the hustle and all that type of shit, you could see that this nigga is lying. Like why hasn't he married yet? Why hasn't he showed what he's talking about yet?
Hey, me and Carla in the minority.
No, but I'm saying that's why his movement lack men. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You know what it tells me? It tells me one thing, right? That people are not serious. Black people are not serious, right?
Not serious.
Bottom line is this: if you can listen to me, the stuff I laid down. Did you see where I broke it down of my vision of a base camp?
I did.
Now, when I put out stuff like that, right, and I explained the history of Liberia to Nagmeezy, right, he trying to do it like that, kick him off, but like that. When you have someone like me who's very thorough and stuff like that, right, and black people will pass over me, right, only at 1,000 subscribers, right, and go to Umar because black people want people that have no responsibility, so they don't have to be responsible for nothing,
right?
You know, that's all it is. Me, they know if they come with me, if I win this movement because me, there's gonna be accountability. Like I said, anybody that wants to join me, the Colin Nation, you can join the BAO. But to be in the Colin Nation circle, you have had to have gone to the continent at one time and complete the circle. That's completed circle. What part of the circle is the Middle Passage, right? The completed circle where you voluntarily cross over the Atlantic and land on West African soil. That's a circle, you know? That's what it do. That's like a Hajj, you know. There's something you have to do if you're a Muslim. You got to go to Hajj, right?
Right.
Nation, you have to one time touch African soil. Simple as that, you know. So we set these bars and these perimeters and don't go out of that, you know. And people get upset. Like, man, I said, look, I told you the other night, Principe. I don't give a damn when nobody say you could work part time at Uber, make $200 a week, right? Part time at Uber. Within a year, you got enough money to go to the continent. 1 year, less than a year, you know, less than a year. You probably have enough money, probably not even 6 months. You have enough money to go on a trip, you know, discipline yourself and buy a trip, you know, go to the continent, you know, if you don't stay for 5 days, right? So the bottom line is I see young men and whatnot. I'm saying, what are you guys doing with your life? Are you getting your education? You should be able to travel. You know, do you got a passport? You know, do you know how to get a visa in another country? You know, do you know how to, like this? You know, have you made contact? You know, every young black man in America should have a Africa plan to visit the continent motherland one time. You know, if not more.
I agree with that. But my thing is this: with the Umar thing and you, the main thing is he called himself the most requested speaker. That means he makes himself available to the different entities, right? When he was early on, so people can hear his name and hear his voice and hear his message. You have to do the same thing. You have to make your message
providing entertainment and like a minstrel show to his fucking a bunch of people. I don't his audience and my audience, the people I'm looking for, we're not looking for the same people, Principe.
Hey, hold on
no, I understand that.
Hold on for a second.
Go ahead.
You cannot compare the two because Colin can do a show for 6 hours and people can get away with points that he made. If Dr. Umar come up there, everybody in that audience that had to pay to get in there, just wait for him to stand up and say Black Queens forever, Snow Bunnies never.
Snow Bunnies never.
They're waiting for the catchphrase. He's a catchphrase type of, you know, he's no different. He's doing club promotions in a conference setting. That you have to pay to go there.
He's like a traveling comedian, you know.
Yeah, he's just like a traveling comedian.
But you don't see that as good marketing because it's all about marketing.
It is marketing, but marketing for what?
Marketing what? Look,
for his message.
Principe. Look, Principe, I have a mission, right? I'm trying to do, right? My mission is about, you know, I told people, I said, look, it's time for us to begin the negotiations, stuff like that, so we can get to the next level. Because we look at our country, America, and where it's going right now, it's not going to stop, right? You think that once Trump gets in office, man, they're going to open those borders up. They're going to flood this country with every known human being. They're going to overrun Black America. We're not going to have a chance in America because sooner or later, the Republicans are going to be out of office, right? Right? And what's going to happen to us, Principe? Hustle Smart?
When the Republicans get in office?
No,
when Democrats get in office?
Yeah, what's going to happen to us?
They're gonna bring some more immigrants.
How many are they going to do this time?
Shit, if they always try to go for the HEPO, so they brought 11 million. They're gonna try to get 30 million of them up in there.
In the bottom, and you know what they're gonna do to cities like Chicago right now? Just a test. They got every last single city, Black people in. They're gonna bring immigrants in. We won't have no political voice, no nothing. You know, we'll be finished. Black America will be finished. That's why we gotta start thinking beyond America. You know, I don't care where we go. We're gonna be everywhere across the globe. We gotta think internationally now. Malcolm X said that. We can't.
Do you know how Black people are always using that talking point to saying that? Well, this used to be Indian land and all that, so we all immigrants. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I heard that before.
That's the same thing that the Democrats gonna say when they start bringing all them immigrants back over here. They're gonna be like, "Have a heart. We're a nation of immigrants." See, white Republicans don't give a fuck about none of that stupid shit.
But hold on. I'm sorry. You can finish. My fault. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I had a question when you said that, but that's one of the issues I got with you right there. Because I feel like when you kind of like paint that kind of doom and gloom message, you kind of overlook the fact that hold on. The fact that African Americans, especially their group, they need to build their own numbers. They need to build up their families to have more people under the unique banner of African Americans.
We are doing
how are we gonna build up those numbers when black women are born 600,000 babies a year?
Yeah, we're not having married. Black women don't want to marry us. Principally, I would say 60% of Black women, if they could marry a white person or another race, they would. I
disagree, man. I disagree.
Oh my God!
I disagree, man. A lot of these, I seen women follow behind bummy niggas, man. I'm from the hood, man. I seen it.
You talking about hood kids?
That's what we're talking about. Black women will follow behind a bum, right, or a white man, but an ordinary straight Black man that could actually be a husband like that. they don't want anything to do with. They don't want.
I disagree with that too. I disagree with that, man. There's different types of women. Sip, talk for me.
But that's what I'm saying. Mike. You took it to the hood, so we'll address the hood. Women in the hood are gonna fuck with thug ass black dudes. They procreate with them.
Women, hold on. You got women with college degrees. They go into the hood looking.
They're going to the hood.
Oh, not all of them. Not all of them.
Not
all of them. Like
Sip. The point that you hold on, Prince P. The point that you got to say not all of them it just kills me when you say that.
Not all of them, as
no, because Sip, you one of them savvy, smooth, old head type smooth niggas.
I'm not, bro. I'm just saying that it's nothing.
You could talk smooth with all them type of sense.
It's nothing old, Prince P. It's nothing old. But I'm telling you that I'm just speaking from my anecdotal experience that when I got out of prison, I had chicks that was coming from Spelman, Morehouse. I mean, from the other college, the other nigga college over there in the hood. And it's amazing that all the black colleges in the trap.
Hey, Joe,
come to Atlanta, Morehouse, Spelman, Morris Brown is one street away from the trap. The next street over is the trap. Next street. I mean, you cross the street. So say for instance, you got a basketball in your hand and you on the corner of the street where the gymnasium at. Wait, let that ball roll across the street and it's the trap house and it's Devil's Dome direct across the street in Atlanta. That's how it is. And all of them chicks go over there. Them thug dudes hang out on the corner for them chicks. Them chicks come right out of Spelman, right out there and go right to them dude trap house and be busting it wide open getting pregnant.
Yeah,
after leaving school.
The bottom line is, and then the black simp like people like Umar Johnson tell us we got to come in and save them by raising their kids now. You know, it's like you ever see a situation of Smart where the one I don't know what kind of bird this is, right? What it does is it drops its eggs in another bird's nest, right?
Right.
This bird hatches first, right? It starts feeding them like its own, right? And then when other birds hatch, this bird pushes them birds out of the nest and dies, and you end up, that's how we are, The thug niggas they say, "Oh yeah, man, Mr. Charles raised a good daughter. I'm gonna go bust my nut in her, get her pregnant, have a good time one night." And then I know Conscious Kevin will be around the corner to
Conscious Kevin. Conscious Kevin.
Well, because he's people like Principe and Umar Johnson that we gotta go step in and do all stuff like this. And I'm sick of being a sucker, man. That's what it is.
Principe, let me tell you something, man. When I got out of prison, man, I never forget this chick that used to work at it used to be called Bell Soft. It used to be like Bell Soft or something like that. And I never forget when I started working and you know what I'm saying, and I wasn't in the streets like that no more. I never forget she called and said, you just don't have time for me no more. You get what I'm saying? Like you ain't got, you don't want to do wild shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Because she wanted to fuck in the car, fuck behind, Burger King, like just me. And she had this lady was a supervisor. She probably was making at that point about 60 or 70,000 a year. But she wanted to fuck with a dude that just got out of prison on parole. And come out there and bring me money and shit.
Back before I got my insurance license when I was 40 years old. I just turned 40, right? Before that, I used to always wear do-rags, tank tops, white speeders, thug. Man, I must have had like 7 or 8 women I was messing with, right? And I thought because when I became a professional shooting tie, I said these women are gonna be impressed, man. Now I can take them on nice dates with that. Yo, man, all these females just disappeared as soon as I became a professional. Really. I never forget when I got my license, I was making real good money and whatnot. Never forget that shit, right? And next thing you know, man, I was like, man, where's the fucking my phone's not ringing no more. They just lost complete interest in me. When I was working in the club, I was a thug and whatnot, this, that, and the other thing, talking about thug shit, running the streets. Oh, man, I had all these females chasing me and shit like that, As soon as I became a respectable man like that, suddenly they didn't want this no more, man. So this idea that, black women want respectable men and all that, that's bullshit, man. Get out of here,
You don't think it's different types of women? And to Simp point, Simp is a smooth-talking nigga.
No, it's
No,
not even-
I'm at the end of the day, I was a thug then. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the way that it was. Like these chicks was raw, man, like raw dogging, like it was like didn't even ask about no condom or nothing. And these chicks got kids, got boyfriends and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of them come from the neighborhood and they just hear about you. Oh, he got out of jail. You know what I'm saying? And they just want some thug dick. They like this is the thing, and I never forget this, my bunkmate, the one I was gonna kill, the one I was gonna. I always feel bad about it because I was gonna kill him. You know what I'm saying? But he told me, I'd never forget. He told me, he said, "Man, black females are a gluttony for punishment." I never forget that. I never understood that till I got out of jail. Black females love to be punished. They love to be fucked like you raping them, like you taking it. You know what I'm saying? They like that rough shit. Don't get me wrong. White women love that too, but they'll do that in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? They like the role play. Black women just like kinky, spontaneous anywhere. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, just meet women at the drive-in, meet women that I never fucked so much in a car in my truck like now maybe not now, but you know, when I first started driving truck, man, chicks would pull up, like just pull up on the side of the road, just pull over, just pull in the Kroger parking lot, just anywhere. Come up there and get raw dog and go back to what they doing. Chicks go take a shower at the Planet Fit. That's the chicks' game now. When they want to fuck, instead of getting a hotel, they'll take a shower at the Planet Fitness or something. Or they'll go rent that pussy pond the river at a Burger King or in the bathroom at a Quick Trip. Like that's the thing. And then when you're a good guy and you thinking these chicks like that, like Dr. Umar saying, messing with a chick that got 2 or 3 kids, yeah, she'll let you be a simp. She'll let you sit up there and take care of all that. But what you need to do is you need to look at the type of dude. You need to look at how many her baby dad is, and look at what she like, what she fell in love with.
That shit too.
Her history, her day history.
Yeah, look at